Mega Knight. The name alone sent shockwaves through the arena. His armor weighs as much as an army, and his landing marks the beginning of chaos. You've come to the right place, traveler. This is his full story. Before we begin, take a moment. Put your phone aside, find a comfortable spot, and let the sound of steel and legend carry you. If you're new here, please subscribe to help us grow our channel. And right now, tell me in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? Your messages from all around the world bring this arena to life. Now, close your eyes if you wish. The arena grows silent. The air thickens. And from the shadows, a giant descends, shaking the earth beneath his feet. This is the legend of the Mega Knight, forged in darkness, bound by honor, and unleashed with the strength of 1,000 mustaches. Let the story begin. The year was 2017, and the arenas of Clash Royale had seen many warriors rise and fall. Players had grown accustomed to the rhythm of battle, to the familiar faces of knights and giants, of princes charging with lances held high, and wizards hurling spells across the battlefield. But something was coming, something that would change everything. Whispers began to circulate in the summer months, rumors of a new legendary card unlike anything the arenas had ever witnessed. The announcement came in the sweltering heat of August, when Supercell, the masterful architects of this digital realm, revealed their latest creation. The community held its collective breath as the first images emerged. Here was a warrior clad in armor so dark it seemed to drink in the light around it, wielding massive spiked maces that looked capable of shattering mountains. His helmet bore a plume in team colors, a small touch of elegance on an otherwise overwhelming figure of raw, destructive power. But it wasn't just his appearance that caught the imagination of millions of players worldwide. It was his entrance. Unlike any troop that had come before, the Mega Knight didn't simply walk onto the battlefield. He descended from above with catastrophic force, his landing creating shockwaves that could obliterate entire squadrons of lesser troops in an instant. The description that accompanied his reveal spoke of landing with the force of 1,000 mustaches, a phrase so uniquely whimsical, yet somehow perfectly capturing the absurd magnificence of this warrior that it would become legendary in its own right. The Mega Knight represented something new in the Clash Royale universe. He was a tank, yes, with hit points that rivaled even the mighty Golem. He dealt area damage like the Valkyrie or the Wizard. But he also possessed mobility, with a jump mechanic that allowed him to leap from enemy to enemy, dealing double his normal damage on impact. This combination of durability, splash damage, and mobility created a warrior unlike anything players had encountered. He could defend against massive pushes single-handedly, then transition into a devastating counterattack with health to spare. In the lore of Clash Royale, the Mega Knight's origins remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, adding to his mystique. Official Supercell materials hint at a backstory involving Knight School, a place where aspiring warriors learned the arts of combat and chivalry. According to these glimpses into his past, the Mega Knight wasn't always the imposing figure we know today. Once, he was simply another knight, but one who faced ridicule from his peers. The reason? His hands were described as small and delicate, unsuitable for a warrior destined for glory on the battlefield. This detail adds a surprisingly human dimension to what might otherwise be just another powerful card. The Mega Knight, despite his intimidating exterior and overwhelming strength, carries with him the memory of being underestimated, of being judged as inadequate by those who should have been his brothers in arms. This backstory resonates with something universal in the human experience. The journey from being looked down upon to rising above those limitations and becoming something truly extraordinary. But the path from mock student to legendary warrior isn't fully documented in official lore, and this gap has led to fascinating speculation within the Clash Royale community. Some fans theorize that the Mega Knight was actually the builder from Clash of Clans, Supercell's other flagship title. According to this theory, the builder had somehow discovered dark elixir and been transformed into the armored behemoth we know as the Mega Knight. While Supercell has since disproven this particular theory, it speaks to the hunger players have for understanding where this incredible warrior came from and what journey led him to don that distinctive black armor. The truth, as revealed through official channels, is that the Mega Knight chose his path deliberately. He didn't just stumble into greatness or have it thrust upon him through some magical transformation. Instead, he forged himself into something more through dedication, training, and perhaps a touch of that determination that comes from being told you're not good enough. He acquired armor that wasn't just protective, but symbolized his transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. He took up weapons that compensated for whatever perceived weaknesses he might have had. And he developed techniques like his devastating jump attack that played to his strengths while overwhelming his opponents. The Mega Knight's arrival in Clash Royale wasn't just the addition of another card to the game. It represented the culmination of Supercell's understanding of what made Clash Royale engaging. Players wanted cards that felt powerful, that gave them that rush of excitement when deployed at the right moment. They wanted mechanics that were interesting and skill-based, that rewarded good timing and smart positioning. And they wanted characters with personality, with that indefinable quality that made them memorable beyond just their stats and abilities. In the Mega Knight, Supercell delivered on all these fronts. His 7 elixir cost meant that deploying him was a significant commitment, a moment of strategic importance in any match. His spawn damage created instant impact, punishing opponents who clumped their troops together. His jump attack added an element of timing and positioning that skilled players could master while also providing spectacular visual moments that made every match feel cinematic. And his character, from that team-colored plume to the description mentioning mustaches, gave him a personality that transcended his function as a game piece. As the release date approached, anticipation built to a fever pitch. Players theorized about strategies, dreamed up deck compositions, and debated whether the Mega Knight would be overpowered or balanced. Content creators produced videos analyzing every frame of his reveal trailer, breaking down his statistics and predicting how he would impact the meta. The Clash Royale community, always passionate, became almost obsessive in their focus on this single card. And then, on September 8th, 2017, the Mega Knight officially entered the arenas. The impact was immediate and profound, but that's a story for later. For now, what's important is understanding that the Mega Knight didn't just appear in the game. He arrived with history, with personality, with a design philosophy that made him instantly recognizable and memorable. He came bearing the weight of expectation and the promise of changing how Clash Royale was played. The dawn of the Mega Knight marked a turning point in Clash Royale's evolution. Before him, the game had its legends, its powerful cards, and beloved characters. After him, the standard for what a legendary card could be had been elevated. He set a new bar for impact, for design, for that intangible quality that makes a card not just good, but iconic. His shadow would loom large over every subsequent legendary release, with players inevitably comparing new cards to the standard he had set. But more than any of that, the Mega Knight represented something aspirational in the game's design. He showed that a character could be powerful without being simple, could have depth without being complex, could feel special without being inaccessible. He balanced being a defensive bulwark with offensive threat, being easy to understand with having a high skill ceiling, being impactful without being impossible to counter. This balance, this perfect storm of design decisions, is what transformed the Mega Knight from just another card into a legend. The armor of legends. If you've ever watched the Mega Knight descend onto the battlefield, you've witnessed one of the most visually striking moments in Clash Royale. But have you ever stopped to truly observe what makes him so imposing? Let's take our time examining every detail of this warrior's appearance. because understanding the Mega Knight's design helps us appreciate why he has become such an iconic figure in the game. The first thing anyone notices about the Mega Knight is his armor, and rightly so. This isn't the polished ceremonial armor of a parade ground knight. This is battle armor, designed for one purpose: to wade into the thickest combat and emerge victorious. The color is what immediately catches the eye, that deep, rich black that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. It's a color that speaks of night raids and shadow warfare, of a warrior who doesn't need bright colors to announce his presence because his deeds speak loud enough. But look closer, and you'll see that the black isn't uniform. The armor has texture, with plates overlapping in a way that suggests both flexibility and protection. Chainmail peeks through at the joints, that silvery gray mesh that has protected warriors for centuries in our own world. This attention to detail matters because it grounds the Mega Knight in a tradition of actual medieval warfare, while simultaneously marking him as something beyond ordinary. The chainmail suggests that underneath all that heavy plate, there's still a need for mobility, a reminder that even the mightiest warriors must be able to move. The chest plate is particularly impressive, a massive piece of curved metal that could probably deflect a cannonball. It's adorned with detailing that catches what little light reflects off the dark surface, creating subtle patterns that hint at craftsmanship beyond mere functionality. This is armor that was made by a master, someone who understood that protection and artistry need not be mutually exclusive. The belt that cinches around his waist bears his team's colors, a splash of vibrant identity on an otherwise dark canvas. This detail is important because it shows that despite his overwhelming individual presence, the Mega Knight still serves a cause larger than himself. Then there's the helmet, and oh, what a helmet it is. It covers most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible, and what eyes they are. Blue and piercing, they're the only human element visible on this walking fortress. Those eyes have become iconic, featured in countless memes and fan art, because they're the window to whatever person exists inside all that armor. They convey determination, focus, perhaps even a hint of that old pain from his days of being mocked. But they also show confidence, the absolute certainty of a warrior who knows his worth and his power. Atop the helmet sits a plume in team colors, matching the belt. This detail is fascinating because it's purely ceremonial, serving no protective or practical function. In a design focused on brutal efficiency, the plume is a concession to pageantry, to the idea that warriors aren't just weapons but symbols. It waves as he moves, a bright flag announcing his presence, ensuring that even if somehow his massive frame and dark armor weren't enough, the plume would catch the eye. It's saying, yes, I'm here, and yes, you should be worried. But perhaps the most distinctive elements of the Mega Knight's appearance are his weapons, those massive spiked maces that serve as his fists. These aren't held weapons that can be dropped or disarmed. They're part of him, integrated into his gauntlets, making his very hands weapons of devastating power. The spikes gleam wickedly, designed not just to crush but to pierce, to maximize damage with every impact. The frames holding them are golden, a rare touch of warmth in his color palette, and they suggest that these weapons are special, perhaps even custom forged for this particular warrior. The design of these mace fists is brilliant from a practical standpoint. They're large enough to deal splash damage, each swing capable of striking multiple enemies. They're heavily weighted, adding momentum to his attacks and making each hit feel impactful. But they're also attached to his armor system, meaning his incredible strength isn't just in his arms, but distributed through his entire frame. When the Mega Knight punches, he's not just using arm strength, he's using his whole body, all that weight and power channeled through those spiked maces into his unfortunate targets. The overall silhouette of the Mega Knight is what game designers would call readable, even in the chaos of battle. Even when the screen is filled with troops and spells and effects, the Mega Knight's distinctive shape is immediately recognizable. He's broad and tall, with that slight forward lean that suggests coiled power ready to be unleashed. His proportions are just exaggerated enough to feel powerful without being cartoonish, walking that fine line between realistic and stylized that Clash Royale's art direction handles so well. Interestingly, the Mega Knight's design manages to feel heavy without feeling slow. This is a feat of visual communication that many games struggle with. The armor looks like it should weigh him down, should make him ponderous and easy to avoid. But the way he moves, with that medium speed that matches a Mega Minion or regular Knight, creates a dissonance that actually makes him more threatening. He shouldn't be that fast given his size and armor, but he is, and that violation of expectations is part of what makes him feel dangerous. The team-colored elements, the plume and belt, are more important than they might first appear. Clash Royale is a game where you're always fighting for your team, whether that's red or blue. These color touches ensure that even in the heat of battle, players can instantly identify which side a Mega Knight is on. It's a small detail that prevents confusion and frustration, but it's also a statement that the Mega Knight, for all his individual power, is still part of a larger force, still fighting for a cause beyond himself. When the Mega Knight evolution was released years later, the design team made interesting choices in how to distinguish it from the original. The armor took on an amethyst hue, that rich purple that has long been associated with royalty and power. The eyes changed from blue to magenta with glowing pink sclera, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. The spikes on his maces gained golden frames and handles at their base, and his chainmail developed gold linings. Even his belt was upgraded with golden spikes and the card evolution symbol. These changes maintained the core of what made the original Mega Knight recognizable while elevating him to something even more special, something that literally glowed with power. The beauty of the Mega Knight's design is how it tells a story without words. You can look at him and understand immediately what he does, what he's about. He's a tank, obvious from his massive frame and heavy armor. He deals area damage, suggested by those wide swinging maces. He's aggressive, conveyed through his forward-leaning posture and those intense eyes. And he's legendary, communicated through every carefully chosen detail, from the quality of his armor to that ceremonial plume. But beyond function, beyond gameplay communication, the Mega Knight's design succeeds because it creates an emotional response. When you deploy him, you feel powerful. When your opponent deploys him against you, you feel threatened. That's the mark of exceptional character design, when the visual presentation creates genuine emotional engagement. The Mega Knight doesn't just look cool, he makes you feel something, and that's what elevates him from a well-designed game piece to an icon. The armor, the weapons, the colors, the silhouette, they all work together to create a character that's instantly memorable and endlessly appealing. In a game filled with visually interesting characters, the Mega Knight stands out, and that's no accident. It's the result of careful thought, skilled artistry, and a deep understanding of what makes a design not just functional but legendary. The force of 1,000 mustaches, let's talk about power. Not just any power, but the kind that reshapes battlefields, that turns the tide of matches in seconds, that makes opponents' hearts sink when they see it deployed against them. Let's talk about the Mega Knight's abilities, and more specifically, let's explore what it means to land with the force of 1,000 mustaches. That phrase, the force of 1,000 mustaches, is pure Clash Royale magic. It's whimsical and precise at once, giving us this absurd mental image while also communicating something important. This warrior hits hard from the moment he appears. But what does that actually mean in gameplay terms? Let's break it down, piece by piece, mechanic by mechanic, until we understand exactly what makes the Mega Knight such a devastating force. The Mega Knight costs 7 elixir to deploy, which immediately tells us something crucial. In Clash Royale's economy of battle, 7 elixir is expensive. It's the same cost as a golem, a P.E.K.K.A., a royal giant. When you play the Mega Knight, you're committing a significant portion of your resources to this single unit. That means he needs to deliver value. I know. Does he ever? This is the story of Mega Knight. The name alone sends shockwaves through the arena. His armor weighs as much as an army, and his landing marks the beginning of chaos. You've come to the right place, traveler. This ... is his full story. Before we begin, take a moment. Put your phone aside, find a comfortable spot, and let the sound of steel and legend carry you. If you're new here, please subscribe to help us grow our channel. And right now, tell me in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? Your messages from all around the world bring this arena to life. Now, close your eyes if you wish. The arena grows silent, the air thickens, and from the shadows, a giant descends, shaking the earth beneath his feet. This is the legend of the Mega Knight, forged in darkness, bound by honor, and unleashed with the strength of 1,000 mustaches. Let the story begin. The year was 2017, and the arenas of Clash Royale had seen many warriors rise and fall. Players had grown accustomed to the rhythm of battle, to the familiar faces of knights and giants, of princes charging with lances held high and wizards hurling spells across the battlefield. But something was coming, something that would change everything. Whispers began to circulate in the summer months, rumors of a new legendary card, unlike anything the arenas had ever witnessed. The announcement came in the sweltering heat of August, when Supercell, the masterful architects of this digital realm, revealed their latest creation. The community held its collective breath as the first images emerged. Here was a warrior clad in armor so dark it seemed to drink in the light around it, wielding massive spiked maces that looked capable of shattering mountains. His helmet bore a plume and team colors, a small touch of elegance on an otherwise overwhelming figure of raw, destructive power. But it wasn't just his appearance that caught the imagination of millions of players worldwide. It was his entrance. Unlike any troop that had come before, the Mega Knight didn't simply walk onto the battlefield. He descended from above with catastrophic force, his landing creating shockwaves that could obliterate entire squadrons of lesser troops in an instant. The description that accompanied his reveal spoke of landing with the force of 1,000 mustaches, a phrase so uniquely whimsical, yet somehow perfectly capturing the absurd magnificence of this warrior, that it would become legendary in its own right. The Mega Knight represented something new in the Clash Royale universe. He was a tank, yes, with hit points that rivaled even the mighty Golem. He dealt area damage like the Valkyrie or the Wizard. But he also possessed mobility, with a jump mechanic that allowed him to leap from enemy to enemy, dealing double his normal damage on impact. This combination of durability, splash damage, and mobility created a warrior unlike anything players had encountered. He could defend against massive pushes single-handedly, then transition into a devastating counterattack with health to spare. In the lore of Clash Royale, the Mega Knight's origins remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, adding to his mystique. Official Supercell materials hint at a backstory involving Knight School, a place where aspiring warriors learn the arts of combat and chivalry. According to these glimpses into his past, the Mega Knight wasn't always the imposing figure we know today. Once, he was simply another knight, but one who faced ridicule from his peers. The reason? His hands were described as small and delicate, unsuitable for a warrior destined for glory on the battlefield. This detail adds a surprisingly human dimension to what might otherwise be just another powerful card. The Mega Knight, despite his intimidating exterior and overwhelming strength, carries with him the memory of being underestimated, of being judged as inadequate by those who should have been his brothers in arms. This backstory resonates with something universal in the human experience. The journey from being looked down upon to rising above those limitations and becoming something truly extraordinary. But the path from mock student to legendary warrior isn't fully documented in official lore, and this gap has led to fascinating speculation within the Clash Royale community. Some fans theorize that the Mega Knight was actually the builder from Clash of Clans, Supercell's other flagship title. According to this theory, the builder had somehow discovered Dark Elixir and been transformed into the armored behemoth we know as the Mega Knight. While Supercell has since disproven this particular theory, it speaks to the hunger players have for understanding where this incredible warrior came from and what journey led him to don that distinctive black armor. The truth, as revealed through official channels, is that the Mega Knight chose his path deliberately. He didn't just stumble into greatness or have it thrust upon him through some magical transformation. Instead, he forged himself into something more through dedication, training, and perhaps a touch of that determination that comes from being told you're not good enough. He acquired armor that wasn't just protective, but symbolized his transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. He took up weapons that compensated for whatever perceived weaknesses he might have had. And he developed techniques like his devastating jump attack that played to his strengths while overwhelming his opponents. The Mega Knight's arrival in Clash Royale wasn't just the addition of another card to the game. It represented the culmination of Supercell's understanding of what made Clash Royale engaging. Players wanted cards that felt powerful, that gave them that rush of excitement when deployed at the right moment. They wanted mechanics that were interesting and skill-based, that rewarded good timing and smart positioning. And they wanted characters with personality, with that indefinable quality that made them memorable beyond just their stats and abilities. In the Mega Knight, Supercell delivered on all these fronts. His 7 elixir cost meant that deploying him was a significant commitment, a moment of strategic importance in any match. His spawn damage created instant impact, punishing opponents who clumped their troops together. His jump attack added an element of timing and positioning that skilled players could master while also providing spectacular visual moments that made every match feel cinematic. And his character, from that team-colored plume to the description mentioning mustaches, gave him a personality that transcended his function as a game piece. As the release date approached, anticipation built to a fever pitch. Players theorized about strategies, dreamed up deck compositions, and debated whether the Mega Knight would be overpowered or balanced. Content creators produced videos analyzing every frame of his reveal trailer, breaking down his statistics and predicting how he would impact the meta. The Clash Royale community, always passionate, became almost obsessive in their focus on this single card. And then, on September 8th, 2017, the Mega Knight officially entered the arenas. The impact was immediate and profound, but that's a story for later. For now, what's important is understanding that the Mega Knight didn't just appear in the game. He arrived with history, with personality, with a design philosophy that made him instantly recognizable and memorable. He came bearing the weight of expectation and the promise of changing how Clash Royale was played. The dawn of the Mega Knight marked a turning point in Clash Royale's evolution. Before him, the game had its legends, its powerful cards, and beloved characters. After him, the standard for what a legendary card could be had been elevated. He set a new bar for impact, for design, for that intangible quality that makes a card not just good, but iconic. His shadow would loom large over every subsequent legendary release, with players inevitably comparing new cards to the standard he had set. But more than any of that, the Mega Knight represented something aspirational in the game's design. He showed that a character could be powerful without being simple, could have depth without being complex, could feel special without being inaccessible. He balanced being a defensive bulwark with offensive threat, being easy to understand with having a high skill ceiling, being impactful without being impossible to counter. This balance, this perfect storm of design decisions, is what transformed the Mega Knight from just another card into a legend. The armor of legends, If you've ever watched the Mega Knight descend onto the battlefield, you've witnessed one of the most visually striking moments in Clash Royale. But have you ever stopped to truly observe what makes him so imposing? Let's take our time examining every detail of this warrior's appearance, because understanding the Mega Knight's design helps us appreciate why he has become such an iconic figure in the game. The first thing anyone notices about the Mega Knight is his armor, and rightly so. This isn't the polished ceremonial armor of a parade ground knight. This is battle armor, designed for one purpose: to wade into the thickest combat and emerge victorious. The color is what immediately catches the eye, that deep, rich black that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. It's a color that speaks of night raids and shadow warfare, of a warrior who doesn't need bright colors to announce his presence because his deeds speak loud enough. But look closer, and you'll see that the black isn't uniform. The armor has texture, with plates overlapping in a way that suggests both flexibility and protection. Chainmail peeks through at the joints, that silvery gray mesh that has protected warriors for centuries in our own world. This attention to detail matters because it grounds the Mega Knight in a tradition of actual medieval warfare, while simultaneously marking him as something beyond ordinary. The chainmail suggests that underneath all that heavy plate, there's still a need for mobility, a reminder that even the mightiest warriors must be able to move. The chest plate is particularly impressive, a massive piece of curved metal that could probably deflect a cannonball. It's adorned with detailing that catches what little light reflects off the dark surface, creating subtle patterns that hint at craftsmanship beyond mere functionality. This is armor that was made by a master, someone who understood that protection and artistry need not be mutually exclusive. The belt that cinches around his waist bears his team's colors, a splash of vibrant identity on an otherwise dark canvas. This detail is important because it shows that despite his overwhelming individual presence, the Mega Knight still serves a cause larger than himself. Then there's the helmet, and oh, what a helmet it is. It covers most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible, and what eyes they are. Blue and piercing, they're the only human element visible on this walking fortress. Those eyes have become iconic, featured in countless memes and fan art, because they're the window to whatever person exists inside all that armor. They convey determination, focus, perhaps even a hint of that old pain from his days of being mocked. But they also show confidence, the absolute certainty of a warrior who knows his worth and his power. Atop the helmet sits a plume in team colors, matching the belt. This detail is fascinating because it's purely ceremonial, serving no protective or practical function. In a design focused on brutal efficiency, the plume is a concession to pageantry, to the idea that warriors aren't just weapons but symbols. It waves as he moves, a bright flag announcing his presence, ensuring that even if somehow his massive frame and dark armor weren't enough, the plume would catch the eye. It's saying, yes, I'm here, and yes, you should be worried. But perhaps the most distinctive elements of the Mega Knight's appearance are his weapons, those massive spiked maces that serve as his fists. These aren't held weapons that can be dropped or disarmed. They're part of him, integrated into his gauntlets, making his very hands weapons of devastating power. The spikes gleam wickedly, designed not just to crush but to pierce, to maximize damage with every impact. The frames holding them are golden, a rare touch of warmth in his color palette, and they suggest that these weapons are special, perhaps even custom forged for this particular warrior. The design of these mace fists is brilliant from a practical standpoint. They're large enough to deal splash damage, each swing capable of striking multiple enemies. They're heavily weighted, adding momentum to his attacks and making each hit feel impactful. But they're also attached to his armor system, meaning his incredible strength isn't just in his arms, but distributed through his entire frame. When the Mega Knight punches, he's not just using arm strength, he's using his whole body. all that weight and power channeled through those spiked maces into his unfortunate targets. The overall silhouette of the Mega Knight is what game designers would call readable, even in the chaos of battle. Even when the screen is filled with troops and spells and effects, the Mega Knight's distinctive shape is immediately recognizable. He's broad and tall, with that slight forward lean that suggests coiled power ready to be unleashed. His proportions are just exaggerated enough to feel powerful without being cartoonish, walking that fine line between realistic and stylized that Clash Royale's art direction handles so well. Interestingly, the Mega Knight's design manages to feel heavy without feeling slow. This is a feat of visual communication that many games struggle with. The armor looks like it should weigh him down, should make him ponderous and easy to avoid. But the way he moves, with that medium speed that matches a Mega Minion or regular Knight, creates a dissonance that actually makes him more threatening. He shouldn't be that fast given his size and armor, but he is, and that violation of expectations is part of what makes him feel dangerous. The team-colored elements, the plume and belt, are more important than they might first appear. Clash Royale is a game where you're always fighting for your team, whether that's red or blue. These color touches ensure that even in the heat of battle, players can instantly identify which side a Mega Knight is on. It's a small detail that prevents confusion and frustration, but it's also a statement that the Mega Knight, for all his individual power, is still part of a larger force, still fighting for a cause beyond himself. When the Mega Knight Evolution was released years later, the design team made interesting choices in how to distinguish it from the original. The armor took on an amethyst hue, that rich purple that has long been associated with royalty and power. The eyes changed from blue to magenta with glowing pink sclera, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. The spikes on his maces gained golden frames and handles at their base, and his chainmail developed gold linings. Even his belt was upgraded with golden spikes and the card evolution symbol. These changes maintained the core of what made the original Mega Knight recognizable while elevating him to something even more special, something that literally glowed with power. The beauty of the Mega Knight's design is how it tells a story without words. You can look at him and understand immediately what he does, what he's about. He's a tank, obvious from his massive frame and heavy armor. He deals area damage, suggested by those wide swinging maces. He's aggressive, conveyed through his forward-leaning posture and those intense eyes. And he's legendary, communicated through every carefully chosen detail, from the quality of his armor to that ceremonial plume. But beyond function, beyond gameplay communication, the Mega Knight's design succeeds because it creates an emotional response. When you deploy him, you feel powerful. When your opponent deploys him against you, you feel threatened. That's the mark of exceptional character design, when the visual presentation creates genuine emotional engagement. The Mega Knight doesn't just look cool, he makes you feel something, and that's what elevates him from a well-designed game piece to an icon. The armor, the weapons, the colors, the silhouette, they all work together to create a character that's instantly memorable and endlessly appealing. In a game filled with visually interesting characters, the Mega Knight stands out, and that's no accident. It's the result of careful thought, skilled artistry, and a deep understanding of what makes a design not just functional but legendary. The force of 1,000 mustaches, let's talk about power. Not just any power, but the kind that reshapes battlefields, that turns the tide of matches in seconds, that makes opponents' hearts sink when they see it deployed against them. Let's talk about the Mega Knight's abilities, and more specifically, let's explore what it means to land with the force of 1,000 mustaches. That phrase, the force of 1,000 mustaches, is pure Clash Royale magic. It's whimsical and precise at once, giving us this absurd mental image while also communicating something important. This warrior hits hard from the moment he appears. But what does that actually mean in gameplay terms? Let's break it down, piece by piece, mechanic by mechanic, until we understand exactly what makes the Mega Knight such a devastating force. The Mega Knight costs 7 elixir to deploy, which immediately tells us something crucial. In Clash Royale's economy of battle, 7 elixir is expensive. It's the same cost as a golem, a P.E.K.K.A., a royal giant. When you play the Mega Knight, you're committing a significant portion of your resources to this single unit. That means he needs to deliver value. And oh, does he ever? The first ability that defines the Mega Knight is his spawn damage. Unlike most troops that simply appear on the battlefield and then begin attacking, the Mega Knight announces his arrival with explosive force. The moment he lands, he deals significant area damage in a 360-degree radius around himself. This isn't a small amount of damage either. It's enough to completely eliminate several types of support troops, to severely wound others, and to scatter any tight formation of enemies with the knockback effect it creates. The spawn damage is slightly less than a raw delivery, but it's still devastating when used correctly. A well-placed Mega Knight can land on top of a push and instantly destroy musketeers, electro wizards, ice wizards, wizards, witches, and numerous other support troops. Even tougher units like evolved barbarians can be eliminated in that initial impact. This creates immediate value, potentially trading 7 elixir for 10 or 12, or even more elixir worth of enemy troops in a single moment. But the spawn damage does more than just eliminate troops. It disrupts formation. When the Mega Knight lands, enemies are knocked back, scattered, their carefully arranged positions destroyed in an instant. A well-organized push suddenly becomes a chaotic mess, with troops no longer supporting each other, no longer attacking in unison. This disruption is often as valuable as the damage itself, because it buys time for your towers to attack, for other troops to arrive, for the situation to turn in your favor. The knockback specifically deserves attention because it's one of the most underrated aspects of the spawn damage. It's not just pushing troops back a tile or two. It's a substantial displacement that can completely change engagement distances, can move troops out of range of their targets, can separate tanks from their support. Skilled players learn to use this knockback as a tool, positioning their Mega Knight spawns not just for maximum damage, but for maximum disruption. Then there's the jump attack, and this is where the Mega Knight truly becomes unique. If there are ground units between 3.5 and 5 tiles away from him, the Mega Knight doesn't just walk toward them. He stops, charges up for about 9/10 of a second, and then launches himself through the air in a spectacular leap that covers that distance in an instant. When he lands, he deals double his normal damage in an area, along with knockback once again. The jump attack transforms the Mega Knight from a simple tank into something far more dynamic. He's not slowly plodding toward enemy troops. He's actively hunting them, leaping from target to target like some kind of armored predator. This gives him incredible threat projection. An enemy behind your Mega Knight isn't safe. A troop trying to maintain distance isn't safe. He's constantly pressuring, constantly threatening to close the gap and deliver that devastating double damage impact. The double damage of the jump attack matters enormously. The Mega Knight's base damage is moderate, not particularly impressive for his cost. But when he jumps, that damage doubles, and suddenly he's hitting hard enough to seriously threaten medium health troops, to chunk tanks, to clear swarms with ease. The jump resets his attack timer too, meaning he can land, deal the jump damage, and immediately follow up with a regular attack, creating a burst of damage that can overwhelm enemies before they have a chance to respond. The timing of the jump is interesting from a gameplay perspective. That 9/10 of a second charge-up time is long enough for skilled opponents to react, to place a troop closer to the Mega Knight and steal his attention, to use knockback or stuns to interrupt the jump. But it's short enough that it's not easy to respond to, especially in the chaos of battle. It creates this tension where both players are thinking about that jump. the Mega Knight player looking for opportunities to let it fly, the opponent trying to prevent or mitigate it. The range parameters for the jump, 3.5 to 5 tiles, are carefully chosen. Too short, and it would trigger constantly, becoming unpredictable and hard to control. Too long, and he'd be jumping across the entire arena, which would be absurd even by Clash Royale standards. The actual range means that the Mega Knight tends to jump over one-tile gaps to clear small obstacles, to reach troops that are trying to maintain a safe distance but not quite managing it. It feels natural, like something a heavily armored warrior genuinely might do in combat. When the Mega Knight isn't spawning or jumping, he's attacking with regular swings of those massive maces. These attacks are area damage, meaning he can hit multiple troops at once if they're grouped together. The attack happens every 1.7 seconds, which is relatively slow, but acceptable given the splash damage and his other abilities. His range is 1.2 tiles, classified as melee medium, which means he has just slightly more reach than basic melee troops. This matters because it means he can sometimes hit troops that think they safely out of his range. The Mega Knight's health pool is one of his most important attributes. At tournament standard, he has nearly 4,000 hit points. That's massive, making him one of the tankiest troops in the game. This health isn't just about surviving. It's about having the staying power to reach enemy towers, to absorb huge amounts of damage while his teammates deal with threats, to transition from defense to offense without dying in the process. A Mega Knight that survives defending against a push and still has half his health can become a nightmare for opponents to deal with. His movement speed is medium, the same as a knight, mega minion, or barbarian. This is faster than tanks like the Giant or Golem, but slower than cards like the Prince or Bandit. It is a balanced speed that lets him keep up with most pushes while not being so fast that he is impossible to intercept. The medium speed combined with his jump creates this interesting rhythm where he is, alternating between steady advancement and sudden leaps, making his movement pattern distinctive and somewhat unpredictable. One crucial limitation of the Mega Knight is that he can only target ground troops. He cannot attack air units at all. This is a significant weakness that prevents him from being overwhelming. A Mega Knight alone cannot deal with a minion horde, cannot touch a baby dragon or mega minion, cannot prevent a balloon from reaching his tower. This weakness is intentional and important, creating counterplay opportunities and ensuring that the Mega Knight needs support despite his individual power. The Mega Knight's abilities create interesting interactions with other game mechanics. He can be stunned mid-jump by Electro Wizard or Zap, causing the jump to fail. He can be pulled by Tornado, repositioned mid-leap to land somewhere unexpected. He can be frozen, rooted, slowed, affected by all the various control effects in the game. But none of these completely shut him down. They merely delay him, buy time, create opportunities. The Mega Knight is resilient in a way that goes beyond his health pool, his multiple abilities ensuring he's always threatening even when countered. When the Mega Knight evolution was released, it added a new dimension to his abilities, the uppercut. With each regular attack, the evolved Mega Knight performs an uppercut that launches the targeted troop back 4 tiles toward the nearest enemy crown tower. This creates a combo with his jump, because those 4 tiles are exactly enough to trigger another jump attack. Suddenly, the evolved Mega Knight can lock single targets in a devastating loop of uppercuts and jumps, repeatedly hitting them and pushing them back until they reach the tower. The force of 1,000 mustaches isn't just a clever phrase. It's a perfect encapsulation of what makes the Mega Knight special. He has impact from the moment he appears. He has mobility that belies his size. He has staying power that lets him do his job, and then some. He has multiple ways to apply pressure and create value. All of these combine to create a card that feels powerful to play, threatening to face, and endlessly interesting to master. Understanding these abilities, really internalizing how they work and interact, is essential to using the Mega Knight effectively or countering him successfully. Every mechanic has its purpose, its strengths, its limitations. The spawn damage punishes clumping and creates immediate impact. The jump attack provides mobility and burst damage. The regular attacks clear swarms and chip at tanks. The massive health pool provides staying power. And all of it together creates a warrior that truly does land with the force of 1,000 mustaches, whatever that force might actually be. September 8th, 2017. A legend arrives. There are dates in gaming that become etched in collective memory. Moments when something changed, when the before and after were distinctly different. For Clash Royale players, September 8th, 2017 is one of those dates. It's the day the Mega Knight officially entered the game, and the arenas would never be quite the same. But the story of the Mega Knight's release actually begins earlier, in the final days of August, when Supercell offered players their first chance to obtain this new legendary. On August 25th, the Mega Knight Challenge was launched. This was a special event where players could build a deck that included the Mega Knight and battle others doing the same. The grand prize? Achieving 12 wins would grant you the Mega Knight early, before his official release, letting you be among the first to wield this new warrior in regular battles. The challenge itself was an experience, a glimpse into how this new card would change the game. Players experimented with different deck compositions, trying to find synergies with the Mega Knight's unique abilities. Some treated him as a defensive anchor, using his spawn damage to shut down pushes. Others built aggressive decks, pairing him with fast troops to create overwhelming pressure. Every match taught players something new about positioning, timing, the subtle art of when to spawn and when to jump. For those who managed to win that 12th game, the reward was more than just early access. It was bragging rights, the ability to surprise opponents who hadn't yet faced the Mega Knight in ladder matches, who didn't know his patterns and weaknesses. Those early adopters became unwitting teachers, their matches spreading knowledge about this new threat throughout the community. But Supercell didn't stop with just the challenge. From August 31st through September 4th, they offered a special shop deal for players at Arena 10 and above. You could purchase super magical chests, and these chests had a 50% chance to contain the Mega Knight with your first purchase, guaranteed with the second. This was an interesting approach, letting players who were willing to spend gems obtain the card without the skill requirement of winning 12 challenge matches. It democratized access somewhat, ensuring that the Mega Knight wouldn't be exclusively in the hands of the game's most skilled players. As these pre-release days passed, the community buzzed with discussion. YouTube was flooded with videos analyzing the Mega Knight, theorizing about his impact, showcasing spectacular plays from the challenge. Reddit threads dissected his statistics, compared him to other tanks and splash damage dealers, debated whether he was overpowered or balanced or maybe even underwhelming. Twitter erupted with memes, with clips, with that peculiar mixture of excitement and anxiety that comes when something new and powerful is about to change a beloved game. The anticipation built to an almost unbearable crescendo. Players who had gotten the Mega Knight early were either keeping quiet about their experiences or loudly proclaiming that the meta was about to change forever. Those who hadn't obtained him yet were both eager to try him and dreading facing him. Content creators were preparing day one videos, planning their deck guides and strategy breakdowns, ready to capitalize on the moment. Then September 8th arrived, a Friday, perfectly timed for weekend gameplay when player counts were highest. The update went live, and suddenly the Mega Knight was available in chests, in the shop, through trading, through all the normal means of card acquisition. For players in Arena 11 and above, or for anyone lucky enough to get him from a legendary chest, the Mega Knight was now accessible. The first few hours after release were chaotic in the best possible way. The arenas were flooded with players trying out their new Mega Knight, or facing him for the first time, or both. Matches had a different rhythm, an edge of unpredictability, as players learned through experience what the Mega Knight could and couldn't do. Some early attempts were disastrous, players wasting their 7 elixir on poorly positioned spawns or walking the Mega Knight into hard counters they didn't yet recognize. Other attempts were triumphant, perfectly timed defensive spawns that shut down massive pushes and created devastating counterattacks. The community response was immediate and loud. Videos analyzing the release day started appearing within hours. Content creators racing to be first with their takes on whether the Mega Knight lived up to the hype. The consensus was nuanced, which is always interesting with new releases. Yes, the Mega Knight was powerful. Yes, he could do spectacular things. But he also had clear weaknesses, clear counters, clear situations where he wasn't the right play. What became apparent quickly was that the Mega Knight had a high skill floor, but an even higher skill ceiling. Placing him randomly might occasionally work, but true mastery required understanding spawn timing, predicting opponent plays, managing elixir to support him properly. The jump attack in particular needed practice to use effectively, understanding when to let it trigger and when to prevent it by placing troops closer. The meta didn't shift overnight, but it definitely shifted. Decks that relied heavily on clumping troops together suddenly found themselves vulnerable to a 7 elixir response that could shut them down completely. Cards that could counter the Mega Knight, particularly Inferno Tower and Peke, saw increased usage. Deck building conversations changed, with how do I deal with Mega Knight becoming a standard question that had to be answered before a deck was considered viable. Within the first week, certain deck archetypes began to emerge. Mega Knight paired with Inferno Dragon became popular, each covering the other's weaknesses. Mega Knight with Miner and Poison formed the core of a control deck that could defend and chip simultaneously. Bridge spam decks added Mega Knight as a defensive piece that could turn into an offensive threat. The guard's versatility meant he fit into multiple strategies, each leveraging different aspects of his kit, but it wasn't all smooth sailing for the Mega Knight. Even on release day, skilled players were finding and exploiting his weaknesses. They learned that single, high-damage units like P.E.K.K.A. and Mini P.E.K.K.A. could duel him effectively. They discovered that pulling him with buildings could waste his jump and make him walk long distances. They realized that air troops were his kryptonite, that a well-played minion horde of Baby Dragon could take him down for a massive positive elixir trade. The first weekend saw an explosion of Mega Knight usage, as expected. He was new, he was exciting, he was powerful. Everyone wanted to try him, to experience that satisfying impact of his spawn damage, that spectacular arc of his jump attack. But as the weekend progressed and then rolled into the next week, usage stabilized. The novelty wore off. Players returned to their preferred deck archetypes or adapted them to include or counter the Mega Knight as needed. One of the interesting aspects of the release was how it validated Supercell's design approach. The Mega Knight was clearly strong, a legendary that felt legendary, but he wasn't breaking the game. Win rates with him were good, but not overwhelming. He had clear counterplay. He added strategic depth rather than removing it. This balance on release, while not perfect, showed sophisticated game design, suggesting that Supercell had learned from previous legendary releases and applied those lessons here. The community's creative response to the Mega Knight was immediate and entertaining. Memes proliferated, many focusing on that Force of 1,000 Mustaches line. Fan art appeared, depicting the Mega Knight in various styles and scenarios. Players created montages of spectacular plays, moments where the Mega Knight single-handedly defended against seemingly unstoppable pushes. The cultural impact extended beyond just the game mechanics into genuine affection for the character. As September gave way to October, the Mega Knight settled into the game's ecosystem. He wasn't in every deck, which would have been a sign of being overpowered, but he was common enough that every player had to account for him, had to have a plan for how their deck would handle him. This is the sweet spot for any powerful card. Influential without being dominant. Worth playing, but not mandatory. The release also marked a shift in player expectations for what legendary cards could be. The Mega Knight set a new standard for impact, for spectacle, for that feeling of playing something truly special. Future legendary releases would be compared to him, evaluated against the benchmark he established. Some would fall short, others would meet or exceed it, but none could ignore it. September 8th, 2017 wasn't just the day a new card was released. It was the day Clash Royale demonstrated its maturity as a game, its ability to add complexity while maintaining balance, to create excitement while preserving competitive integrity. The arena shakes. Early impact and community reaction. The days following September 8th were a period of discovery, adjustment, and sometimes chaos. The Clash Royale community, millions strong across the globe, was experiencing the Mega Knight phenomenon in real time, and the reactions ranged from delight to despair, from awe to frustration, from strategic fascination to meme-worthy absurdity. In those first weeks, the forums and social media platforms dedicated to Clash Royale were ablaze with discussion. Reddit's Clash Royale subreddit saw post after post analyzing the new card. Some players praised Supercell for creating something genuinely exciting and powerful that lived up to its legendary status. These players appreciated the spectacle of the Mega Knight, the way his arrival could turn a match around, the skill expression in timing his spawns perfectly to maximize value. But not everyone was celebrating. A vocal segment of the community felt that the Mega Knight was overtuned, too strong for his cost. These critics pointed to matches where a single Mega Knight spawn had wiped out 15 or 20 elixir worth of troops, creating massive swing advantages that felt impossible to recover from. They argued that his combination of tankiness, damage, and mobility was too much, that no single card should be able to defend and counterpush so effectively. The dividing community opinion revealed something interesting about Clash Royale's player base and game design in general. Players who had adapted quickly, who had learned the Mega Knight's patterns and incorporated counters into their decks, tended to view him as strong but manageable. Those who were still struggling to deal with him, or whose preferred deck archetypes were particularly vulnerable to him, saw him as a problem that needed addressing. Content creators played a crucial role in shaping community perception during this period. Popular YouTubers and streamers were producing daily content featuring the Mega Knight, and their takes varied widely. Some, like CWA Gaming and Clash with Shane, put out detailed guides on how to use the Mega Knight effectively and, just as importantly, how to counter him. These educational videos help players understand that while the Mega Knight was powerful, he wasn't unbeatable. Other creators leaned into the spectacle, producing highlight reels of the most devastating Mega Knight plays. These videos were entertaining, sometimes hilarious, but they also contributed to a perception that the Mega Knight was unstoppable. When you watch a compilation of perfectly executed Mega Knight spawns, each one obliterating enemy pushes and leading to 3 crown victories, it's easy to forget all the times the Mega Knight was countered or didn't provide value. Memes, as they always do in gaming communities, flourished. The Force of 1,000 Mustaches line became a running joke, spawning countless variations and images. Players created memes about the panic of seeing a Mega Knight land on their push, about the satisfaction of perfectly timing a spawn, about the specific type of player who immediately added Mega Knight to every deck regardless of synergy. These memes, while humorous, also served as a form of communal processing, a way for the community to collectively work through their feelings about this new addition to the game. One particular aspect of the early Mega Knight meta that generated discussion was what players called panic spawning. This referred to players who, upon seeing any kind of enemy push, would immediately drop their Mega Knight, regardless of whether it was actually the right play. Sometimes this worked, the Mega Knight's raw stats and abilities bailing out poor decision-making. But often it didn't, and these panic spawns became opportunities for skilled opponents to punish over-reliance on the card. The evolution of Mega Knight strategies in those early weeks was fascinating to watch. Initially, most players used him purely defensively as a response to enemy pushes. His spawn damage and high health made this the obvious application. But as players experimented, more nuanced approaches emerged. Some discovered that spawning the Mega Knight at the bridge, especially when the opponent was low on elixir, could create enormous pressure. Others found that placing him in the back during double elixir, letting him walk slowly toward the bridge while building supporting troops behind him, could create nearly unstoppable pushes. The synergy discoveries were particularly exciting. Players realized that cards like Battle Ram and Bandit, which could quickly reach the opponent's tower, created dilemmas when paired with the Mega Knight. Deal with the fast threats and the Mega Knight reaches your tower. Deal with the Mega Knight and the fast threats get through. This type of split pressure strategy became a hallmark of early Mega Knight decks. Inferno Dragon emerged as a favorite partner for the Mega Knight during this period. The pairing made perfect sense. The Mega Knight handled swarms and medium health troops that threatened the Inferno Dragon, while the Inferno Dragon melted the tanks and mini-tanks that could duel the Mega Knight effectively. Together, they covered each other's weaknesses beautifully, creating a defensive core that was difficult to overcome. As the first month progressed, the meta began to adapt. Cards that countered the Mega Knight saw their usage rates climb. Inferno Tower became more common, as it could melt the Mega Knight quickly while keeping him at a safe distance. PEKKA decks gained popularity, as P.E.K.K.A. was one of the few cards that could go toe-to-toe with the Mega Knight and win convincingly. Even lower-cost options like Knight and Mini P.E.K.K.A. found renewed relevance as Mega Knight counters. The adaptation wasn't one-sided, though. As counter cards became more common, Mega Knight players adapted their strategies. They learned to support their Mega Knight with Zap or Lightning to reset Inferno Towers. They started carrying air troops to deal with high-damage ground units, trying to solo their Mega Knight. They became more selective about when to play him, recognizing that sometimes holding him as a defensive threat was more valuable than actually using him. This back and forth, this dynamic adaptation and counter-adaptation, is what makes card games like Clash Royale endlessly engaging. The Mega Knight wasn't static in the meta. He was a living presence that changed how players approached deck building, how they managed their elixir, how they thought about offensive and defensive positioning. Even players who didn't use the Mega Knight had to think about him constantly, and that's the mark of a truly meta-defining card. The tournament scene during this period provided interesting data on the Mega Knight's actual power level. While he was extremely popular in ladder play, whereas high rarity meant he was often overleveled relative to opponents' cards, tournament standard play presented a more balanced picture. Win rates in grand challenges and special events showed the Mega Knight was strong, but not dominant. Skilled players were countering him effectively, and decks without him were still winning consistently. This disparity between ladder and tournament performance revealed something important. Much of the frustration with the Mega Knight came from level-dependent interactions. An over-leveled Mega Knight could survive interactions he shouldn't, could destroy troops that should have survived his spawn damage. At equal levels, the card was well-balanced. But on ladder, where equal levels were rare, the Mega Knight could feel oppressive. The community's emotional journey with the Mega Knight in those early weeks mirrored the typical arc of any powerful new addition to a game. Initial excitement gave way to frustration as people faced him repeatedly without solid counter strategies. This frustration then gradually transformed into understanding as players, learned his weaknesses, and adapted their decks. Finally, acceptance settled in, a recognition that the Mega Knight was part of the game now, powerful but manageable, requiring respect but not fear. One of the more positive aspects of the community reaction was how it brought players together. Mega Knight discussions crossed clan boundaries, skill levels, regional differences. A new player struggling in Arena 11 could get advice from a professional player on how to counter the Mega Knight, creating connections that might not have formed otherwise. The shared experience of adapting to this new card created a sense of collective journey, of the community moving forward together. The early impact of the Mega Knight also sparked broader conversations about game balance, about what made a legendary card truly legendary, about the role of powerful cards in keeping a game fresh and exciting. Some argued that legendary cards should be game changers, that they should feel special and powerful, and yes, maybe even a little overpowered. Others felt that balance should trump rarity, that every card should be viable, but none should be necessary. Supercell, for their part, remained relatively quiet during this initial period, choosing to let the meta settle naturally rather than making hasty balance changes. This patience proved wise. The meta did settle, counter strategies emerged, and what initially seemed like an overwhelming card revealed itself to be strong but fair. This hands-off approach showed confidence in their design and respect for the community's ability to adapt. The Mega Knight's early impact extended beyond just gameplay. He influenced how new cards were designed and released going forward. Supercell had learned that big, splashy legendary cards generated excitement and engagement, but they also needed clear weaknesses and counterplay. Future releases would be evaluated against the Mega Knight standard, both in terms of power level and in terms of creating that feeling of playing something truly special. As October turned to November and the Mega Knight approached his 2-month mark in the game, something interesting happened. The complaints quieted, the panic subsided, and in their place came appreciation. Players who had initially hated facing the Mega Knight found themselves enjoying using him. Those who had called him broken recognized that he added strategic depth to the game. The Mega Knight had transitioned from controversial new addition to accepted part of the meta, from disruptor to institution. This journey, from release to acceptance, from novelty to normalcy, is the story of every successful addition to a long-running game. The Mega Knight shook the arena when he arrived, absolutely. But the arena absorbed the shock, adjusted, and found a new equilibrium. The community's resilience and adaptability turned what could have been a game-ruining addition into an enriching one. Proof that players and developers together can navigate the always challenging task of adding power to a balanced game. The Balance Chronicles. In the world of live service games, balance is never truly achieved, only approached. It's a moving target, shifting with every new card release, every strategic discovery, every evolution in how players understand and play the game. The Mega Knight's balance history is a testament to this truth, a chronicle of adjustments both large and small, each attempting to keep him powerful and exciting while preventing him from becoming oppressive. The Mega Knight launched in a surprisingly well-balanced state, a testament to Supercell's playtesting and design philosophy. However, no card enters the live environment perfectly tuned. The sheer number of players, the diversity of deck compositions, the creative strategies that emerge from millions of minds working on the same problem. These factors reveal balance issues that no amount of internal testing can predict. The first significant balance change came relatively quickly on October 20th, 2017, just 6 weeks after his release. This update reduced the Mega Knight's spawn and jump damage by a modest 6%. The area damage radius of these abilities was also decreased from 3.5 tiles to 3 tiles. These changes might seem small on paper, but they had meaningful impact on gameplay. The damage reduction meant that certain interactions changed. Some troops that previously died to the spawn damage now survived with a sliver of health. This created more uncertainty in how the Mega Knight would perform, more opportunities for opponents to get value from their troops, even when the Mega Knight landed on them. The radius reduction was perhaps even more significant, making it slightly easier for opponents to spread their troops in ways that minimize the Mega Knight's impact. These changes weren't meant to cripple the Mega Knight, and they didn't. He remained a popular and powerful card. But they did reduce his most frustrating aspects. Those moments where he seemed to destroy everything in an impossibly large radius with damage that felt impossible to survive. The adjustments were surgical, targeting the specific elements that were creating negative player experiences without gutting the card's identity or effectiveness. In December of 2017, just 3 months after his release, another balance pass arrived. This one targeted the Mega Knight's regular attack damage, reducing it by 4.5%. This change was interesting because it didn't affect his signature abilities. The spawn and jump damage remained unchanged. Instead, it reduced his sustained damage output, his ability to take down buildings and tanks through repeated regular attacks. This adjustment made sense in the context of how the Mega Knight was being used. He was intended primarily as a defensive card that could counter-push, not as a tank that you built pushes around. But some players had found success using him as a primary win condition, pairing him with support troops and relying on his combination of health and regular attack damage to overwhelm opponents. The damage reduction didn't eliminate this strategy, but it made it less reliable, encouraging players to use the Mega Knight in the role he was designed for. A longer period of stability followed. Throughout 2018 and into 2019, the Mega Knight received no direct balance changes. This doesn't mean he was ignored. His interactions with other cards changed as those cards received buffs and nerfs, and new card releases created new synergies and counters. But his core statistics remained constant, suggesting that Supercell felt they'd found an acceptable balance point. This period of stability was important for the Mega Knight's place in the meta. Players could invest in upgrading him without fear that he'd be nerfed into irrelevance. Deck strategies could be refined without constantly having to account for changing Mega Knight statistics. The card had time to settle, for the community to truly understand him, for innovative uses to be discovered and countered and rediscovered in endless cycles. In June of 2019, a quality of life change arrived that didn't affect balance but improved gameplay feel. The Mega Knight's walking animation was adjusted to more accurately sync with his actual movement speed. This might seem trivial, but in a game where precise timing and positioning matter enormously, having animations that accurately reflect what's happening mechanically is crucial. The change made the Mega Knight feel better to play and easier to play against, as visual cues more clearly communicated his position and timing. Then, in October of 2019, the Mega Knight received his first buff. His hit speed was increased by 11%, from 1.8 seconds to 1.7 seconds. This seemingly small change had ripple effects throughout his kit. He attacked more frequently, increasing his sustained damage output and making him more threatening over time. More importantly, it made his attack rhythm feel slightly more responsive, reducing those frustrating moments where he'd be just about to attack when a troop moved out of range. This buff suggests that Supercell had gathered enough data to determine the earlier nerfs had been slightly too aggressive, or that the meta had shifted in ways that made the Mega Knight less dominant than intended. Buffs to previously nerfed cards are always interesting because they show a willingness to revisit past decisions, to recognize when the pendulum has swung too far in one direction. The next significant change came in November of 2020, in the context of a major update that saw numerous cards adjusted. The Mega Knight's regular attack damage was increased by 4.5%. This exactly reversed the damage nerf from December 2017, bringing him full circle back to his release damage values for regular attacks. It was as if Supercell was saying, "We tried reducing this, the meta adapted, and now we're comfortable restoring it." These restoration buffs are fascinating from a game design perspective. They demonstrate that balance isn't about finding one perfect state and maintaining it forever. The same statistics that were too powerful in 2017 might be perfectly appropriate in 2020 after the game has evolved. New cards have been released, and players have become more skilled at execution and counterplay. In September of 2021, the Mega Knight received another buff, this time to his hit points. A 4% increase in health might not sound like much, but at the Mega Knight's already substantial health pool, it translated to meaningful increases in survivability. Interactions with various damage sources changed, allowing the Mega Knight to survive longer in situations where he previously would have fallen just short. This health buff addressed one of the persistent issues with the Mega Knight's role as a defensive card. He was meant to stop pushes and then counterpush with remaining health, but too often he'd successfully defend but die in the process, leaving no counterpush potential. The extra health made it more likely he'd have enough remaining to threaten the opponent's tower, fulfilling his intended function more reliably. The balance changes to the Mega Knight weren't just about numbers adjustments. Throughout his history, various bug fixes and interaction adjustments affected how he functioned. Issues with his jump targeting were addressed, ensuring he'd jump at appropriate targets rather than sometimes walking when he should jump. Interactions with knockback and stun effects were refined, creating more consistent and predictable gameplay. One particularly important set of changes involved level scaling interactions. Supercell worked to ensure that the Mega Knight's effectiveness didn't swing too wildly based on level differences. An over-leveled Mega Knight had been particularly oppressive on ladder, destroying troops he shouldn't while surviving against troops that should have killed him. Adjustments to various damage and health breakpoints helped smooth out these level-dependent interactions, making the card more balanced across the entire range of levels. In March of 2023, the landscape shifted dramatically with the introduction of card evolutions. While the base Mega Knight received no changes in this update, the announcement that he would eventually receive an evolution meant that future balance considerations would need to account for two versions of the card. This added complexity to the balance equation, as changes to the base Mega Knight would affect the evolution and vice versa. When the Mega Knight evolution was finally released, it brought its own balance considerations. The uppercut mechanic, launching troops backward toward the opponent's tower with each regular attack, created new interactions and strategies. The evolution was intentionally tuned to be powerful. It was meant to feel like a significant upgrade, but not so powerful that it dominated every match. Balancing evolutions while keeping base cards relevant has been an ongoing challenge for Supercell, and the Mega Knight evolution represents one approach to that challenge. Throughout all these changes, certain principles have guided the Mega Knight's balance journey. First, his identity as a defensive card with counter-push potential has been preserved. No changes have transformed him into something fundamentally different. Second, his skill ceiling has been maintained. He is easy to play at a basic level, but rewards mastery of timing and positioning. Third, his weaknesses have been kept clear and exploitable air troops. High DPS, single-target units, and building pools remain effective counter strategies. The balance history also reveals Supercell's philosophy about legendary cards. They should feel special and powerful, worth the excitement when obtained and worth the investment to upgrade. But they shouldn't be mandatory, shouldn't warp the meta around themselves, shouldn't make other strategies feel invalid. The Mega Knight's journey from slightly overtuned to well-balanced to occasionally underpowered and back to well-balanced shows this philosophy in action. Looking at the complete arc of balance changes, a pattern emerges. The Mega Knight was released slightly too strong, was carefully nerfed to address the most problematic aspects, was left stable for an extended period, and has since received small buffs to keep him relevant as the game evolves around him. This pattern is what healthy balance looks like: responsive, but not reactive, willing to make changes, but not constantly tinkering. respecting both the card's identity and the player's experience. The balance chronicles of the Mega Knight aren't finished, of course. As long as Clash Royale continues as a live game, balance will be an ongoing process. New cards will be released that interact with the Mega Knight in unexpected ways. Strategic innovations will discover overlooked synergies or counter strategies. The meta will shift, ebb and flow like tides, and the Mega Knight's position within it will shift accordingly. But his core identity, carefully crafted through years of thoughtful balance adjustments, will endure. Knight School memories. Every warrior has a beginning, and even the Mega Knight, that imposing figure who descends onto battlefields with the force of 1,000 mustaches, was once something less than legendary. The lore of Clash Royale is often subtle, revealed in card descriptions and flavor text rather than explicit storytelling. But these fragments create a surprisingly rich tapestry when examined closely. The Mega Knight's backstory, centered around Knight School and the mockery he endured, adds depth to a character who could have been merely a collection of stats and abilities. The official description mentions that the Mega Knight crash lands with enough force to make grown wizards cry, and notes that in Knight School, this dude got smack-talked for his small and delicate hands. This single sentence carries surprising emotional weight. Here was someone training to be a knight, a warrior expected to wield weapons and wear armor and project strength, but he possessed a physical characteristic that made him a target for ridicule. Imagine the scene at Knight School. Young warriors in training, all competing for recognition, all trying to prove themselves worthy of their future role. In such an environment, any perceived weakness becomes a vector for mockery. Small hands, delicate hands. These became not just a physical characteristic, but a symbol of inadequacy in the eyes of his peers. The very tools he'd need for his profession, his hands, were deemed insufficient. This bullying, this mockery, would have been relentless. Knight School wasn't likely a gentle place. It was where future warriors were forged through competition, through testing, through constant comparison to one another. Every time he picked up a sword, someone probably made a comment. Every sparring session where his grip wasn't as strong as others became an opportunity for ridicule. The small hand jokes probably never ended, worn into grooves through repetition until they became a background hum of his existence there. But here's where the story becomes interesting, where the Mega Knight's character reveals itself. He didn't give up. He didn't let the mockery break him or drive him away. Instead, he found a solution, and that solution was brilliant in its directness. If his hands were too small to effectively wield traditional weapons, then he'd create weapons that attached to his armor, that used his whole body's strength rather than just his grip. Those massive spiked maces that define his appearance aren't just weapons. They're a response to limitation, a creative solution to a problem that others used to demean him. The armor itself tells a story too. That heavy, dark plate isn't standard knight issue. It's specialized, custom, designed to support those mace fists and to transform their wearer into something far more than an ordinary knight. Someone who felt inadequate because of small hands chose to encase himself in armor so impressive, so intimidating, that the hands within became irrelevant. The Mega Knight isn't hiding his perceived weakness. He's made it irrelevant through sheer overwhelming presence. There's something deeply human in this transformation narrative, even though the Mega Knight himself is a character in a mobile game. How many people have taken something they were mocked for and turned it into motivation? How many have responded to, "You can't because of X," with creative solutions that make X irrelevant? The Mega Knight's story is, at its core, about refusing to accept limitations that others try to impose on you. The jump attack, that signature ability that makes the Mega Knight so distinctive, can be read through this lens too. Traditional knights in Clash Royale walk steadily forward, plant their feet, and swing their weapons. But the Mega Knight leaps, defying expectations of how someone in heavy armor should move. It's as if he's saying, You thought I couldn't be a proper knight? I'll redefine what a knight is. His whole fighting style is a rejection of traditional forms, a creation of something new that works for him specifically. The name itself, Mega Knight, suggests transcendence of the normal category. He's not just a knight, not even just a super knight. He's mega, beyond, larger than the role itself. This naming could be seen as overcompensation, but it could also be seen as earned. He didn't fit the mold of what knights were supposed to be, so he broke the mold and created his own category. Consider the psychological journey required for this transformation. From mocked student to legendary warrior is a path that requires not just physical training, but mental fortitude. Every time doubt crept in, every time those old voices from night school echoed in memory saying his hands were too small, too delicate, he had to push past them. He had to believe that he could be more than what his critics said he was, more than what his apparent limitations suggested. The story also says something about the culture of night school and warrior training in the Clash universe. That such mockery was apparently common. That physical characteristics became grounds for exclusion or ridicule suggests a harsh environment. But it also suggests that this environment, for all its cruelty, produced warriors who were driven, who were forced to overcome, who emerged stronger for having faced adversity. The Mega Knight is proof of this. He wouldn't be who he is without that crucible of mockery. There's an interesting parallel between the Mega Knight's story and broader themes in Clash Royale. The game itself is about taking seemingly mismatched troops and creating synergies, about finding unexpected solutions to tactical problems, about creativity within constraints. The Mega Knight embodies these themes in his very backstory. He took a constraint, small hands, and created an innovative solution, mace fists integrated into armor. That made him not just viable, but extraordinary. The other students at night school, the ones who mocked him, where are they now? Presumably, they graduated and became regular knights, competent perhaps, but unremarkable. Meanwhile, the one they belittled became a legend, a legendary card that players across the world desire and fear. There's a poetic justice in that, a validation that being different, being subject to mockery, doesn't determine your ultimate value or potential. This backstory also makes the Mega Knight more relatable to players. Many people, perhaps most, have experienced some form of being told they're not good enough for something they want to do. Maybe it was a physical characteristic, maybe a skill deficit, maybe just being in the wrong place or knowing the wrong people. The Mega Knight's journey from inadequate to extraordinary resonates because it reflects struggles that transcend the game, that touch on universal human experiences of overcoming adversity. The fact that this rich backstory is conveyed in just a few words of flavor text shows Supercell's skill at world building. They didn't need to create an elaborate cutscene or write a novel. A single sentence about night school mockery is enough to spark imagination, to create depth, to transform a game piece into a character with history and motivation. It's efficient storytelling that respects players' intelligence and imagination. The Mega Knight's memories of night school, of being mocked, of feeling inadequate, these aren't shown directly in the game, but they inform everything about how we understand the character. They explain the armor's imposing nature, the oversized weapons, the aggressive abilities. They give context to the confidence he projects, that swagger of someone who has proven everyone wrong and knows it. Every time he lands on the battlefield with that characteristic force, he's making a statement. You were wrong about me. You've always been wrong about me. And here's the proof. Those memories also suggest that the Mega Knight fights not just for tactical victory, but for something more personal. Every battle is a continuation of that original struggle at night school. Every successful defense, every devastating spawn damage that obliterates enemy troops, every jump attack that crushes opponents. These are all echoes of "I told you I could do it." The battlefield becomes a place of continual validation. The psychology of power, There's something uniquely psychological about the Mega Knight that goes beyond his statistics and mechanics. When players see that dark armor descending onto their side of the arena, there's a visceral response that no spreadsheet can capture. Fear, respect, sometimes panic. Understanding why the Mega Knight generates these emotional reactions helps us appreciate not just his power, but his place in the mental game that every Clash Royale match truly is. The psychology begins before the Mega Knight even lands. The moment he appears above the battlefield, dropping toward his target position, there's anticipation. Both players know what's coming. The defender knows their carefully assembled push is about to be tested. The attacker knows they're about to see if they spent their 7 elixir wisely. That split second between appearance and impact is loaded with tension, pregnant with possibility. Then comes the impact itself, and this is where the psychological warfare really begins. The spawn damage and knockback don't just destroy troops and scatter formations. They shatter plans. A player might have spent 15 elixir building a push, carefully placing each troop to support the others, timing their advancement to overwhelm the opponent. Then 7 elixir worth of Mega Knight lands in the middle of it all, and suddenly half those troops are gone, the rest are scattered, and the entire strategy has collapsed. This feeling of having your plans demolished in an instant creates a specific type of frustration. It's not just about losing troops or taking damage. It's about the invalidation of effort and thought. Players invest mental energy into building pushes, thinking about placement and timing and synergies. The Mega Knight can make all that mental investment feel wasted with a single deployment. And that's psychologically painful in a way that losing to superior strategy or execution isn't. But there's also the flip side of this psychological dynamic. For the player using the Mega Knight, successfully shutting down a big push with perfect timing creates a rush of satisfaction that's hard to match. It's not just about making a good play. It's about timing, about reading your opponent's intentions, about that perfect moment where everything clicks and your prediction pays off. That dopamine hit from a well-timed Mega Knight spawn is real and powerful, reinforcing the behavior and making players want to recreate that moment again and again. The jump attack adds another layer to the psychological game. Opponents know it's coming, but the exact timing creates uncertainty. Will he jump now? Do I place something closer to distract him, or will that just waste elixir? Should I let him jump and counter afterward, or try to prevent it? These questions run through defenders' minds every time a Mega Knight is advancing, creating decision paralysis that can lead to mistakes or missed opportunities. There's also an element of inevitability to the Mega Knight that affects player psychology. Once he's spawned and healthy, he feels unstoppable. He's walking toward your tower, and you know you have to deal with him. But he has so much health that partial solutions don't feel sufficient. It's not enough to chip at him or slow him down. You need to fully commit resources to stopping him, and that commitment can leave you vulnerable to other threats. This creates a damned if you do, damn dash if dash you dashed on single quotes T feeling that generates stress and forces uncomfortable decisions. The overleveling phenomenon amplifies all these psychological effects. On ladder, where card levels vary, facing an overleveled Mega Knight can feel completely hopeless. Your usual counters don't work quite right, because the level difference means he survives when he should die, or kills your troops when they should survive. This creates learned helplessness, a psychological state where players stop trying optimal strategies because their experience has taught them nothing works. They panic spawn counters, make desperate plays, and often lose not because the Mega Knight is actually unbeatable, but because they've convinced themselves he is. The meta-perception of the Mega Knight also plays into his psychological impact. Cards that are perceived as overpowered or no skill carry a stigma that affects how encounters with them feel. Players who believe the Mega Knight is a crutch for bad players will feel extra frustrated when losing to him. not just because they lost, but because they feel they lost to something unfair. Conversely, this stigma can make some Mega Knight users defensive about their deck choices, creating a psychological burden where they feel they have to justify or prove their skill despite using a cheap card. There is an interesting phenomenon where the Mega Knight's presence in the meta affects deck building, even for players who do not own or use him. Knowing that Mega Knight is common means including answers for him, which shapes deck composition. But those answers might be suboptimal against other strategies, creating attacks on deck building diversity. Players feel this constraint psychologically, even if they can't articulate it. The Mega Knight influences their choices before the match even begins, exercising psychological control over the meta through his mere existence. The sound design contributes significantly to the psychological impact. That deep thud when he lands, the metallic crunch of his attacks, the distinctive audio cues that announce his presence even if you're not looking directly at him. These sounds trigger immediate recognition and response in experienced players. Over time, they can even develop a Pavlovian response where hearing the Mega Knight S sounds creates a stress reaction before they've consciously processed what is happening. From a game design perspective, the psychological impact of the Mega Knight is both a feature and a challenge. He's meant to feel powerful, to create memorable moments, to be exciting to play and challenging to face. But if the psychological response tips too far into frustration or hopelessness, that's a problem. Supercell has had to walk this tightrope with balance changes, trying to maintain the Mega Knight's identity and impact while ensuring he doesn't create so much negative emotion that players stop enjoying the game. The psychology of power in gaming often relates to agency, the feeling that you have control over outcomes and that skill matters. The Mega Knight challenges agency in specific ways. His spawn damage can feel unavoidable, like you couldn't have done anything differently. His jump attack can feel random, like whether you win or lose depends on targeting decisions you can't fully control. These situations where outcomes feel predetermined or out of your hands are psychologically uncomfortable, creating frustration even when the actual balance might be fair. But experienced players develop a different psychological relationship with the Mega Knight. They learn to predict when opponents are likely to have him in cycle. They position troops anticipating his deployment. They manage Elixir specifically to maintain answers. For these players, the Mega Knight becomes less an overwhelming force and more a puzzle to solve, a known quantity that adds complexity without adding stress. This transition from fear to understanding is part of the skill development journey in Clash Royale, and the Mega Knight serves as a significant milestone in that journey. The card also creates interesting psychological dynamics in terms of commitment and investment. Playing the Mega Knight is a 7 Elixir commitment, a significant portion of your total Elixir at any given time. This creates psychological pressure to make the play count, to get value from that investment. Players might hold the Mega Knight too long, waiting for the perfect opportunity that never comes, or play him desperately, trying to force value when the situation isn't right. This decision fatigue around when to commit such a costly card adds mental load to matches in ways that cheaper cards don't. There's also the trophy pressure's psychological effect. At certain trophy ranges, Mega Knight becomes extremely common, and players know this. Climbing ladder means facing him repeatedly, sometimes multiple matches in a row. This repetition can create a grinding, exhausting feeling where even when you win, you're dreading facing him again next match. The psychological fatigue from repetitive challenging situations is real and can contribute to burnout or frustration with the game. The meme culture around the Mega Knight also influences psychology in interesting ways. Players who identify with the jokes about Mega Knight users being brain dead or relying on a crutch card might avoid using him even when it would be strategically optimal because they've internalized the social stigma. Others might use him specifically because of the memes, leaning into the persona of the annoying Mega Knight player. These social psychological factors shape behavior in ways that pure gameplay considerations don't. Understanding the psychology of power that the Mega Knight represents helps us see why he's such a controversial and discussed card. He's not just strong in a mathematical sense. He's psychologically impactful in ways that affect how players experience matches, make decisions, and feel about the game. This psychological dimension is what makes the Mega Knight more than just another card. He's a test of mental fortitude, a trigger for emotional responses, and a force that shapes player behavior through fear, respect, and the complex interplay of commitment, agency, and learned patterns that define high-level Clash Royale play. Tactical mastery. Offensive strategies. Using the Mega Knight offensively is an art form that extends far beyond simply dropping him at the bridge and hoping for the best. While he's primarily known as a defensive card, understanding his offensive potential and the nuances of aggressive Mega Knight play separates competent players from true masters of the card. Let's explore the depth of offensive strategy that the Mega Knight enables. The most straightforward offensive use is the bridge spam. When your opponent is low on elixir, dropping the Mega Knight directly at the bridge creates immediate pressure that's difficult to answer efficiently. The opponent needs to spend at least as much elixir as you did to stop him, and often more, especially if they're caught with the wrong cards in hand. This play is most effective after you've successfully defended and forced your opponent to spend elixir, creating a window where they can't afford an optimal response. But the timing of bridge spam matters immensely. Drop him too early, and your opponent has time to generate elixir and cycle to their counters. Drop him too late, and you've missed the window where they're truly vulnerable. Reading your opponent's elixir count, tracking what cards they've played, understanding their cycle, all of this informs when the bridge spam becomes a powerful play versus when it is a desperate gamble. The back placement strategy represents a more methodical approach to offensive play. Placing the Mega Knight in the back corner of your side gives maximum time to build support troops behind him before he reaches the river. This creates what's called a beatdown push, where the Mega Knight serves as both tank and damage dealer, with support troops providing additional damage, splash protection, or utility. What makes this strategy effective is how it forces your opponent into difficult decisions. If they rush the opposite lane, trying to race your slow-building push, you have time to defend and still support your Mega Knight. If they wait and try to defend your push at the river, you have maximum elixir to support him. If they try to pressure both lanes, they're splitting their resources and likely can't fully handle either threat. The Mega Knight's health pool and area damage make him effective at both attacking and, if needed, abandoning the push to defend emergency situations. Support troop selection for offensive Mega Knight pushes reveal strategic depth. Fast troops like Bandit or Battle Ram create a two-speed push where opponents must choose which threat to prioritize. If they focus on the fast troops, the Mega Knight gets a free approach. If they focus on the Mega Knight, the fast troops might get through. This split pressure approach exploits the fundamental problem in tower defense games. You can't be strong everywhere simultaneously. Flying support troops behind the Mega Knight solve his air weakness while adding extra damage. Minions, Mega Minion, Inferno Dragon, these troops turn the Mega Knight from a ground specialist into a more complete threat. The opponent now needs splash for swarms, high DPS for the Mega Knight, and air targeting for your support. Finding a defensive solution that handles all three becomes significantly more difficult than stopping the Mega Knight alone. Spell support for offensive Mega Knight pushes is crucial at high levels of play. Lightning or Fireball can preemptively eliminate high DPS defenders like Inferno Tower or Mini P.E.K.K.A., clearing the path for your Mega Knight to reach the tower. Zap can reset Inferno effects or stun groups of defending troops, buying precious seconds for your Mega Knight to do his work. The elixir investment is substantial: 7 for Mega Knight, 6 for Lightning, for example. But if it takes a tower or forces a massive defensive commitment, the value is there. The cycle consideration for offensive play is often overlooked by newer players. If you're planning an offensive Mega Knight push, you want it to be the evolved version if you're running the evolution. This means tracking your cycles carefully, ensuring that when you're ready to push, you'll get the upgraded version with the uppercut ability. Poor cycle management can result in spending elixir on an offensive push, only to realize too late that you've deployed the base version when you needed the evolution. Punishing overcommitment is another offensive application of the Mega Knight that requires reading your opponent. When they invest heavily in one lane, say, placing a golem in the back and beginning to build a massive push, the Mega Knight at the opposite bridge creates a problem they're well positioned to handle. They've committed elixir to their push and may not have efficient answers available. This opposite lane pressure can force them to abandon their push to defend, effectively wasting their investment. The surprise factor can't be underestimated in offensive Mega Knight play. Players often expect and prepare for defensive Mega Knight usage. When you use him offensively, especially early in a match before you've revealed him, the surprise can create panic and suboptimal responses. This is particularly true in the first minute, when some players are still developing their elixir advantage and figuring out their opponent's deck archetype. Double elixir time transforms offensive Mega Knight strategy significantly. With elixir generating twice as fast, the cost of the Mega Knight becomes less prohibitive, and you can more easily support him with multiple troops and spells. The standard late-game strategy often involves spawning the Mega Knight in one lane while having enough elixir to defend the other, or even spawning multiple Mega Knights in succession, overwhelming opponents with the sheer sustained pressure of multiple 7 elixir threats that each require substantial resources to stop. The counter-push after a successful defense is perhaps the most common and most effective offensive application. Your Mega Knight successfully defends against a push and survives with significant health remaining. Now he's already across the river, already threatening the opponent's tower, and they're likely low on elixir, having just invested in their failed push. Adding even cheap support troops behind him turns the successful defense into a threatening offense with minimal additional investment. Baiting out counters is an advanced offensive technique. If you know your opponent has Inferno Tower or P.E.K.K.A., hard counters to your Mega Knight forcing them to use these cards on other threats creates windows where your Mega Knight can be deployed offensively without facing his natural predators. This requires deck composition that includes other tanks or threats that force out the same counters, creating mind games about which threat your opponent needs to use their counter on. The split lane pressure using Mega Knight requires precise timing and elixir management. Place him in one lane while simultaneously deploying threats in the other goblin barrel. Minor, fast troops forcing your opponent to defend both sides. The Mega Knight's presence means they can't just ignore one side while fully committing to the other. Even if neither push fully succeeds, the tower damage accumulated from both lanes can add up to taking towers or creating crown tower health disadvantages that matter in close matches. Understanding tower health breakpoints for offensive decision-making separates good from great players. If an opponent's crown tower is low enough that your Mega Knight can take it even through imperfect defense, the offensive spawn becomes less risky. You might accept trading towers, or even losing the match if you can secure the crown tower you retargeting. This requires quick math and strategic thinking to recognize when going all in offensively is correct, even if it means giving up defensive advantages. The evolved Mega Knight's uppercut ability completely changes offensive calculus. The 4-tile knockback that triggers his jump attack means single defenders get locked in a cycle of being pushed back and jumped on, unable to effectively damage the Mega Knight. This makes the evolution version significantly more threatening offensively, capable of pushing through defenses that would stop the base version. Understanding when you have access to the evolution versus the base card dramatically changes offensive strategy. Offensive Mega Knight play in combination with win conditions creates layered attacks that are difficult to defend. If your actual win condition is Hog Rider, deploying the Mega Knight in the opposite lane turns him into a secondary threat that demands attention. Even if the opponent successfully defends both, the elixir expenditure and stress of defending two lanes simultaneously creates advantages in later cycles. The Mega Knight becomes a tool to enable your true win condition, rather than being the win condition himself. Recognizing when not to use the Mega Knight offensively is perhaps as important as knowing when to use him. If your opponent has full elixir, has hard counters in hand, and hasn't shown any vulnerabilities, offensive Mega Knight play is likely to result in getting little value for your significant investment. Learning patience, holding the card for better opportunities, managing the temptation to do something when you re-behind. These discipline elements separate players who use the Mega Knight well from those who waste him. The offensive mastery of the Mega Knight isn't about one dominant strategy, but about having a toolkit of approaches and the game sense to know which applies in each situation. It's understanding matchups, tracking cycles, reading elixir states, predicting responses, and executing with timing that maximizes value. The Mega Knight's versatility means he can be deployed offensively in myriad ways, and truly skilled players move fluidly between these approaches, keeping opponents guessing and exploiting whatever weakness presents itself. The art of defense with Mega Knight. While offensive applications showcase the Mega Knight's versatility, his defensive capabilities are where he truly shines and where his design intent is most apparent. Using the Mega Knight defensively is a nuanced skill that involves prediction, placement precision, and understanding the complex web of interactions between cards. Let's explore the defensive artistry that the Mega Knight enables. The perfect defensive spawn is more prediction than reaction. By the time you see your opponent's push fully developed and crossing the river, it's often too late to get maximum value from your Mega Knight. The art lies in reading your opponents as pattern, seeing them place a tank in the back or begin grouping troops and anticipating where their push will be and what composition it will have when it reaches the river. Spawning your Mega Knight at that predicted point creates the ideal situation. His spawn damage hits multiple high-value targets simultaneously. His knockback scatters the formation, and he's positioned to clean up survivors. Placement precision matters enormously for defensive spawns. One tile difference in where you place him can mean the difference between hitting 3 support troops and missing all of them. The spawn damage radius is 3 tiles, substantial, but not unlimited. Understanding this radius intuitively, being able to visualize it without overlays or guides, being able to place the Mega Knight in that perfect spot, even in the chaos of battle. This is a skill that comes with practice, but massively impacts defensive effectiveness. Against beatdown deck strategies built around large tanks like Golem, Lava Hound, or Giant, the Mega Knight serves a specific defensive role. He's placed not on the tank itself, which his spawn damage won't significantly harm, but on the support troops clustered behind the tank. Night Witch, Baby Dragon, Lightning Dragon, Electro Dragon, whatever splash or high DPS units are supporting the tank, these are the Mega Knight's targets. Eliminating or severely damaging these support troops with spawn damage turns a terrifying push into a lone tank that your Princess Towers can handle. The defensive timing against fast pressure decks requires different considerations. Against Hog Rider, Ram Rider, or Royal Hogs, you're not dealing with a slow building push you can predict. Instead, you need to react quickly to sudden bridge pressure. The Mega Knight can handle these threats, but placement becomes crucial. Too close to the tower, and you might miss with spawn damage. Too far forward, and the threat gets hits on your tower before you can stop it. The optimal placement is usually just at the river, letting the Mega Knight as spawn damage, and then his regular attacks stop the threat before it reaches the tower. Against spam decks, strategies that flood the arena with numerous cheap troops, the Mega Knight is uniquely valuable. His area damage, both from spawn and regular attacks, excels at clearing swarms. Skeleton army, goblin gang, spear goblins, fire spirit groups, all of these popular spam elements die instantly or nearly instantly to the Mega Knight. The psychological deterrent is real too. Opponents running spam strategies have to think twice about their deployments, knowing a Mega Knight might land in the middle of their push. The kiting technique with Mega Knight. Defense is an advanced skill that turns his jump attack from a simple mechanic into a strategic tool. By placing troops at specific positions, you can control where the Mega Knight jumps, essentially choosing his path through the battlefield. This allows you to position him to intercept threats, to cluster enemies for maximum spawn damage value, or to set up situations where his jump will hit exactly what you want it to hit. Mastering this technique requires understanding the 3.5 to 5 tile jump, trigger range, and being able to use it predictively rather than reactively. Combo defending with other cards amplifies the Mega Knight's defensive value. Pairing him with Tornado, for example, creates a devastating combination where you can pull scattered enemy troops together just as the Mega Knight lands, ensuring spawn damage hits everything. Combining him with splash damage dealers like Wizard or Executioner means even if something survives his spawn, it's immediately hit by additional area damage. These combinations often completely annihilate pushes that would otherwise threaten towers, creating massive positive elixir trades. Against air-heavy strategies, the Mega Knight's fundamental limitation, inability to target air units, becomes a critical consideration. But this doesn't make him useless in these matchups. Against Lava Hound, for instance, he can touch the Hound itself, but destroys the pups when they spawn and eliminates ground support troops. Against Balloon, he needs air targeting support, but his presence means the opponent's ground troops can't support the Balloon. Understanding his limitations and building your deck to cover them is part of the defensive art. The counter-push potential after successful defense is what elevates the Mega Knight from a good defensive card to excellent one. Because he has substantial health, successful defenses often leave him alive with enough HP to threaten the opponent's tower. This creates what's called defense into offense, where a single card serves both roles sequentially. The 7 elixir investment feels less costly when you realize you're getting both defensive stop and offensive pressure from the same deployment. This is a key reason why the Mega Knight, despite his high cost, sees play in so many deck archetypes. Defending split lane pushes with the Mega Knight requires quick decision-making. When opponents push both lanes simultaneously, you need to identify which lane the Mega Knight can best impact and which needs your other defensive tools. Generally, the Mega Knight goes to whichever lane has the most concentrated troop grouping, whereas spawn damage will provide maximum value. The other lane needs to be handled with cheaper cards or troops that are more efficient in different scenarios. This split-second decision-making under pressure is where defensive mastery truly shows. The defensive cycle management means tracking not just when you have the Mega Knight available, but when your opponent is likely to push. If you just use your Mega Knight offensively and your opponent has been patiently building Elixir, they might push knowing you don't have your best defensive tool ready. Conversely, holding the Mega Knight defensively when your opponent is low on Elixir and not threatening might be wasting opportunities. Balancing defensive preparedness with offensive opportunities is a constant tension in Mega Knight gameplay. Against swarm cards plus tanks combinations like Golem plus Skeleton Army or Giant plus Goblin Gand, the Mega Knight shined uniquely. He can be placed to hit the swarm with spawn damage while using his area damage attacks to handle any survivors and the tank simultaneously. This turns what might require multiple cards and careful sequencing from other decks into a single 7 Elixir answer. The efficiency of this interaction is a primary reason why Mega Knight is popular against certain archetypes. Defending chip damage strategies requires a different Mega Knight approach. Against Miner, Goblin Barrel, or Wall Breakers, the Mega Knight is likely too expensive and too slow to be your primary answer. But he provides value by creating situations where opponents can't build supporting pushes for their chip damage. A Mega Knight lurking defensively means they can safely commit troops to support their Miner or create diversions for their barrel. The threat of his defensive presence shapes their behavior even when he's not actively deployed. The late-game defensive stance with Mega Knight involves managing the evolving card rotation and Elixir generation. In double or triple Elixir, defensive Mega Knight usage becomes more forgiving. You can afford to use him suboptimally and still have Elixir to correct or support. But this also means opponents can afford to bait him out and then push again quickly. The mind games intensify. Is this push the real threat or a feint to make you waste your Mega Knight? Reading opponent patterns and tendencies becomes crucial. Against Elixir Golem specifically, the Mega Knight presents an interesting case. The Elixir Golem gives your opponent Elixir when destroyed, which normally makes killing it quickly a double-edged sword. But the Mega Knight has ability to simultaneously destroy the Elixir Golem and all support troops with spawn damage, then counter-push before the opponent can fully utilize the gifted Elixir, turns this interaction favorable. It's one of the premier Elixir Golem counters, demonstrating how specific interactions can elevate a card's value in certain matchups. Defending siege buildings like X-Bow or Mortar with the Mega Knight is less about directly killing the building, though he can, and more about eliminating troops defending the siege weapon. An X-Bow protected by Tesla and troops is difficult to handle, but a Mega Knight landing on the protecting troops, scattering them with spawn damage and knockback, then either destroying the X-Bow or surviving long enough for your tower to do so, turns the tide. The key is recognizing when to target defenders versus the building itself. The psychological dimension of defensive Mega Knight presence affects opponent behavior in measurable ways. Players who know you have Mega Knight in hand or cycle will often play more conservatively, spreading troops rather than grouping them, holding back on committing to large pushes. This psychological pressure creates space and opportunities even when the Mega Knight isn't deployed. Your opponent is playing around him, making suboptimal moves to avoid giving you perfect Mega Knight value, and that's a form of value in itself. Defensive mastery with the Mega Knight ultimately comes down to making the most of every deployment. 7 elixir is a significant investment, and getting maximum value destroying multiple troops, protecting your tower. Setting up a counterpush from each spawn separates players who merely use the Mega Knight from those who master him. It's a combination of prediction, positioning, timing, and understanding the countless interactions that determine whether a defensive Mega Knight spawn completely shuts down a push or merely delays the inevitable. The art lies in consistently achieving the former while avoiding the latter, and that requires practice, game knowledge, and the kind of intuitive understanding that only comes from hundreds of matches of experience. Countering the unstoppable. Every powerful card has weaknesses, and the Mega Knight, for all his imposing presence and devastating abilities, is no exception. Understanding how to counter him effectively is crucial for any Clash Royale player, whether you're facing him on ladder or in tournaments. Let's explore the full spectrum of counter strategies, from simple card interactions to complex positional plays and psychological approaches. The most direct counters are high DPS, single-target troops that can duel the Mega Knight effectively. P.E.K.K.A. is the premier example, possessing enough health to survive his spawn damage and attacks while dealing massive damage in return. When P.E.K.K.A. is placed to intercept the Mega Knight, the interaction is decisively in P.E.K.K.A.'s favor. She destroys him while retaining most of her health, creating a massive positive elixir trade and potentially a devastating counterpush. Mini P.E.K.K.A. functions similarly, though with less health, making positioning more critical. Place her too close to your tower, and the Mega Knight's spawn damage might hit the tower. Place her too far forward, and support troops with the Mega Knight might eliminate her before she can do her work. Inferno Tower and Inferno Dragon represent the percentage damage counters that excel against high health troops. The Inferno Tower's advantage is its safe distance. The Mega Knight can't easily reach it, and it melts him with its ramping damage. Proper Inferno Tower placement, typically in the center of your side, pulling the Mega Knight away from your tower, neutralizes him almost completely. The Inferno Dragon is more fragile but mobile, able to follow the Mega Knight and continue damaging him even if he jumps. Both Inferno options share a weakness. They can be reset by Zap or Lightning, spells commonly paired with Mega Knight. Anticipating this and having backup plans is essential. Building placements offer a low-cost counter strategy that's all about positioning rather than direct combat. Tesla, Cannon, Goblin Cage, these structures can pull the Mega Knight into the center of your territory, away from your towers, where both Princess Towers can attack him while he slowly destroys the building. This kiting wastes his jump attacks, minimizes tower damage, and often leaves him severely weakened or dead by the time he finishes the building. The key is placement. 4 tiles from the river, 3 tiles from your tower, centered between your towers. This specific positioning, called the center plant, maximizes tower damage on him while minimizing his damage to you. Knight, despite being only 3 elixir, can effectively counter the Mega Knight in certain situations. He has enough health to survive spawn damage and can then trade with the Mega Knight, especially if supported by your tower. This represents a massive positive elixir trade. 3 elixir countering 7, but it requires perfect timing and positioning. If the Mega Knight is supported or has too much health, Knight alone won't suffice. But as part of the defense or when the Mega Knight is weakened from previous engagements, Knight becomes an incredibly efficient answer. Air troops represent an entire category of counters that exploit the Mega Knight as fundamental inability to target air. Minion Horde, if unzapped, destroys the Mega Knight in seconds. Even single air units like Mega Minion or Inferno Dragon, while slower, can eliminate him without taking damage since he can't fight back. The catch is that Mega Knight decks usually include air counters precisely because of this weakness. Arrows, Zap, Fireball, Wizard, Executioner. These splash damage tools kill or severely weaken flying troops. The counter strategy becomes a mind game. Do you play your air counter immediately, risking the spell? or wait to see if they use their spell defensively first. Swarm tactics can overwhelm the Mega Knight despite his area damage if executed cleverly. Skeleton army placed after his spawn damage. Goblin gang split between lanes. Minion horde from air, while skeletons distract on ground. These combined swarm approaches divide his attention and his area damage. No single card overwhelms him, but forcing him to deal with multiple small threats from multiple directions stretches his capabilities. This strategy is elixir efficient when done correctly, but requires precise timing. Swarms placed too early die to spawn damage. Placed too late, and the Mega Knight might already be attacking your tower. The evolved barbarians present an interesting counter case. Their increased stats make them survivable against Mega Knight spawn damage, and their damage output when surrounding him is substantial. They represent a 5-for-7 elixir trade that typically favors the defender, especially when tower damage is considered. The barbarian's primary weakness against Mega Knight is his jump attack, which can scatter them and prevent them from surrounding him properly. Placement becomes crucial, dropping them around him after spawn damage, preventing the jump through positioning, or accepting some will die while others deal damage. Fisherman offers a unique counter mechanic through his hook. He can pull the Mega Knight away from threats, reposition him into tower range, or even pull him across the river if timed during his jump. This creates situations where the Mega Knight's positioning works against him, whereas 7 elixir investment results in minimal value because he's been manipulated into useless locations. Fisherman requires high skill to use effectively, but in practiced hands, he can completely neutralize Mega Knight threats while costing only 3 elixir. The Hunter is an underutilized but effective Mega Knight counter. His close range damage output is enormous, and he survives spawn damage with enough health to fight back effectively. Placement matters. Too far, and his spread damage is weak. Too close, and he takes tower damage from splash. The optimal distance is just far enough that Mega Knight's spawn damage hits Hunter, but not your tower, allowing Hunter to pour his close-range shotgun blast into the Mega Knight, while your tower adds damage. Support with a cheap tank like Ice Golem or Skeletons and Hunter becomes surprisingly effective. Electro Wizard provides utility beyond just damage through his spawn zap and attack stun. Placed on a Mega Knight, he immediately resets his jump if timed correctly and continually stuns him, slowing his attack speed. Ewiz alone won't kill a healthy Mega Knight, but he buys time and reduces damage output, allowing your towers and other troops to finish the job. The 4 elixir for 7 trade is favorable, especially considering Electro Wizard's utility remains after the Mega Knight is dealt with. Mega Knight versus Mega Knight interactions become common at higher trophy ranges where card ownership overlaps. When both players have Mega Knight, the interaction is about support troops and placement timing more than the Mega Knights themselves. Spawning your Mega Knight on theirs creates dual spawn damage that often neutralizes both or leaves both weakened. The player with better support or whose Mega Knight spawns second, thus getting the last hit of spawn damage, usually wins. This mirror match is all about reading when your opponent will deploy and being prepared to counterspawn. Legendary deck archetypes. The Mega Knight's versatility has led to his inclusion in numerous deck archetypes throughout Clash Royale's history. Understanding these deck types, how they utilize the Mega Knight, and their strategic approaches provides insight into why this card has remained relevant across so many metas and player preferences. Bridge spam decks were among the first to truly showcase the Mega Knight's potential beyond simple defensive play. These aggressive decks pair the Mega Knight with fast pressure cards like Bandit, Battle Ram, and Ram Rider. The strategy revolves around applying constant pressure, forcing opponents to respond to multiple threats simultaneously. The Mega Knight serves dual roles. When defending, his spawn damage and splash attacks stop enemy pushes efficiently, and when pushing, he provides a tanky presence that supports your fast troops or becomes a formidable counter-push threat himself after successful defenses. Beatdown Mega Knight decks take a different approach, treating him more like a secondary tank in slower, more methodical pushes. These decks might pair Mega Knight with Golem or Giant, building massive pushes with layered threats that overwhelm defenders through sheer sustained pressure. The Mega Knight in these builds often starts defensively, stopping enemy pushes, then joins your main beatdown tank for the counter push, creating a two-tank assault that's incredibly difficult to stop. Cycle Mega Knight decks seem contradictory. How can you cycle quickly with a 7 elixir card? But they work by including numerous cheap cards alongside the Mega Knight. Ice Spirit, Skeletons, Fire Spirit, Bats, maybe Spear Goblins or Arrows. These ultra-cheap cards allow you to cycle back to your Mega Knight quickly, meaning you can have him available frequently despite his cost. The strategy emphasizes efficient defense with cheap cards supplemented by the Mega Knight's defensive power, then capitalizing on elixir advantages with well-timed pushes. The bait decks incorporating Mega Knight use him as both bait and payoff. These decks include multiple cards that bait out the same counter, then capitalize when that counter is unavailable. For instance, if your deck includes Mega Knight, Goblin Barrel, and Skeleton Army, opponents must choose what to use their small spell on. Zap the barrel? Then Skeleton Army threatens. Zap the Skeleton Army? Barrel gets damage. Meanwhile, Mega Knight provides a substantial threat that demands different answers, stretching opponent resources across multiple threat categories. Control Mega Knight decks focus on efficiency and attrition. These decks aim to trade favorably on defense repeatedly, slowly building elixir and crown tower health advantages that eventually become insurmountable. Mega Knight is perfect for control because his defensive value is enormous. He can turn 7 elixir into 15 elixir of defensive value with a perfect spawn, and his counter push potential means you're not just defending, you're threatening simultaneously. Control decks might include Mega Knight, Miner, Poison, Inferno Dragon, Bats, Ice Spirit, Log, and Fireball. Every card serves defensive purposes, while also providing chip or pressure capabilities. Mega Knight Balloon pairs area control with direct tower threat. The balloon targets buildings only, meaning it ignores troops and goes straight for towers if undefended. Mega Knight handles ground defenders, while Balloon flies overhead toward the tower. The combination forces opponents to defend both ground and air simultaneously, and many decks struggle with this split attention requirement. Throw in spells to eliminate air defenders, and this deck can take towers surprisingly quickly, despite its seeming lack of direct synergy. Mega Knight Sparky represents maximum spectacle in deck building. Both cards are expensive, both create dramatic moments, both have clear weaknesses. But when they work together, Mega Knight handling swarms and small troops that threaten Sparky, Sparky one-shotting tanks and mini-tanks that trouble Mega Knight, the combination can be devastating. The psychological impact of facing both simultaneously shouldn't be underestimated. Opponents often make mistakes when confronted with multiple high-impact threats. Understanding these archetypes helps players realize that the Mega Knight isn't just a card you drop randomly. He's a strategic piece that functions differently in different deck contexts. In bridge spam, he's aggressive support and defensive reset. In beatdown, he's a secondary tank and defensive anchor. In control, he's efficient defense that enables your win condition. In bait, he's both bait and threat. Each archetype demands different playstyles, different timing, different decision-making patterns. Mastering the Mega Knight means understanding not just the card in isolation, but how he functions within these larger strategic frameworks that define competitive Clash Royale play. The evolution arrives. Boxing champion on September 14th, 2024. The Mega Knight received something unprecedented in Clash Royale's history. He became the first legendary card to receive an evolution. This wasn't just a stat buff or a cosmetic change. It was a fundamental alteration of his capabilities that added a new dimension to his already impressive kit and created new strategic possibilities that would reshape how he was played and countered. The evolution, called the Mega Uppercut, reflects the Mega Knight's backstory in a charming way. According to the card description, Mega Knight's other great love, besides his mustache, is boxing. This single sentence adds personality while explaining the new ability. The Mega Knight had trained in boxing, developed a devastating uppercut technique, and now that skill was being showcased on the battlefield. The mechanical implementation of the uppercut is elegantly simple, yet profoundly impactful. With every regular attack, the evolved Mega Knight performs an uppercut that launches the targeted troop backward 4 tiles toward the nearest enemy crown tower. This knockback is consistent regardless of troop weight. A skeleton gets knocked back the same distance as a golem. The 4-tile distance isn't arbitrary. It's precisely calibrated to trigger the Mega Knight's jump attack range, creating a devastating combo potential where he uppercuts a target. The target lands 4 tiles away, which triggers the jump range, so he jumps and hits them again, then uppercuts again, creating a cycle that can lock single targets in an inescapable loop until they reach the crown tower. The visual design of the evolution reflects his enhanced status. His armor shifts from black to an elegant amethyst hue, that rich purple that has historically signified royalty and power. His eyes change from blue to magenta with glowing pink sclera, giving him an almost mystical appearance that suggests the evolution is more than just physical enhancement, it's magical transformation. The spikes on his maces gain golden frames and handles, his chainmail develops gold linings, and his belt is upgraded with golden spikes and the card evolution symbol. These aesthetic changes ensure the evolved Mega Knight is instantly distinguishable from his base form, crucial for both the player deploying him and opponents who need to recognize what they're facing. The strategic implications of the uppercut ability are enormous and immediately apparent to experienced players. The base Mega Knight's primary weakness in dueling situations was that single high DPS troops could often trade favorably against him. A mini P.E.K.K.A. to be placed to intercept him, taking the spawn damage but then fighting him relatively effectively. The evolved Mega Knight completely changes this interaction. The mini P.E.K.K.A. gets uppercutted backward, preventing her from attacking effectively, then jumped on for double damage, then uppercutted again. The cycle repeats until either the mini P.E.K.K.A. dies or reaches the tower, and throughout this process, she's dealing minimal damage to the Mega Knight because her attacks are constantly interrupted. This interaction change cascades through the entire counter hierarchy. Cards that once traded evenly or favorably against the base Mega Knight suddenly struggle against the evolution. Prince charges in but gets uppercutted mid-charge, negating his charge damage and making him vulnerable. Sparky charges her shot but gets knocked back before firing, effectively reset without Zap or Electro Wizard. Even P.E.K.K.A., the premier Mega Knight counter, has trouble because while she has enough health to survive the uppercut jump cycle, her slow attack speed means she's taking far more hits than she can dish out, turning a favorable matchup into something much more even. The evolution's defensive capabilities surpass even the base Mega Knight's impressive performance. When defending against single tank pushes Royal Giant, Giant, Golem, Electro Giant, the evolved Mega Knight can be placed on them and will repeatedly uppercut them backward, preventing them from reaching the tower while the Mega Knight and towers deal damage. What makes this particularly devastating is that these tanks often have death damage or lingering effects when they reach towers, but the evolved Mega Knight can prevent them from ever getting there, completely negating their intended function. However, the evolution isn't without weaknesses. and understanding these is crucial for both using and countering it effectively. Swarm's still overwhelming because the uppercut only affects the main target. His area damage still hits multiple enemies, but only one gets knocked back per attack. A well-timed skeleton army, goblin gang, or minion horde can surround and eliminate him before the uppercut provides significant value. Air troops remain his fundamental counter. He cannot uppercut what he cannot reach, and flying units are immune to his most dangerous new ability. Building counters become more important against the evolution, because the uppercut can lock single troops in cycles. Placing buildings to pull him becomes the safer defensive strategy. An Inferno Tower placed correctly melts him before he reaches it, and even if he does, it's a building, not a troop, so the uppercut provides no additional value. Tesla, Cannon, Goblin Cage all. These building options become premium responses to the evolution in ways they were unnecessarily against the base version. The cycle requirement for the evolution adds strategic depth. Like all evolutions, the Mega Knight requires one cycle to deploy the evolved version, meaning you deploy him twice, and every other deployment is evolved. This creates interesting decision points. Do you waste a base Mega Knight deployment to get the evolution in cycle? Do you hold your Mega Knight until you know the next one will be evolved? How do you track opponent cycles to predict when they'll have access to the evolution? These questions add layers to gameplay that reward planning and game sense. The evolution's release was handled through multiple avenues, reflecting Supercell's approach to evolution accessibility. Players could obtain it free by earning 55 crowns on 6 separate days during the Fight Night Evolution event, which ran until September 25th. This gave dedicated free-to-play players access without spending money. Alternatively, it could be purchased directly through in-app purchase, typically bundled with exclusive emotes and other bonuses for around $10. After the initial release period, it became available through standard Evolution Shard collection, level up chests, season shop purchases, and lucky drops. The community reaction to the evolution was predictably mixed, as with any powerful new addition. Some players celebrated having a reason to use their upgraded Mega Knights again, excited by the fresh gameplay the uppercut provided. Others lamented that an already strong card had been made stronger, worried about balance implications and the meta becoming dominated by evolution Mega Knight strategies. Content creators immediately began testing, producing guides on optimal use and counter strategies, while competitive players integrated it into their tournament decks or developed specific answers to handle it. Balance adjustments came relatively quickly, suggesting Supercell was monitoring the evolution's impact carefully. On January 15th, 2025, a maintenance break adjusted the evolution so he would no longer jump on enemies that were knocked back by his attack. This change was crucial. It prevented the infinite loop potential, where a single target would be trapped indefinitely. After this adjustment, the Mega Knight would uppercut a target, but if that target was the only one in range, he'd walk toward it, rather than immediately jumping, giving the target time to potentially escape or be supported by other defending troops. A subsequent update on March 31st, 2025 increased the evolved Mega Knight spawn damage by 0.23% and fixed various bugs, including interactions with Electro Giant and ground troops crossing rivers after being knocked up. These precise adjustments show the ongoing balancing act required to keep the evolution powerful and exciting while preventing it from becoming oppressive or frustrating to face repeatedly. Deck building around the evolution requires different considerations than the base Mega Knight, because the evolution excels at locking single targets but remains vulnerable to swarms and air. Pairing him with splash support and air defense becomes even more crucial. Wizard Executioner, or Magic Archer behind the evolution Mega Knight, creates a combination that handles both his weaknesses. The support deals with swarms and can hit air targets, while the evolution handles single threats and tanks damage. Spells become more important too. Having zap or arrows to clear swarm counters, or lightning to eliminate building counters, can be the difference between the evolution reaching the tower or being shut down for a negative trade. The evolution also creates interesting psychological dynamics. Opponents who know you have the evolution in cycle will play more conservatively, holding swarms or buildings specifically for it. This allows your base Mega Knight deployments to potentially get more value, as opponents are over-preparing for the evolution and underestimating the base version. Conversely, if opponents don't realize when you have the evolution available, they might attempt single-unit counters that worked against the base version, but fail catastrophically against the evolution, leading to tower losses or massive damage. The Evolution Mega Knight represents more than just a powerful card variant. It's a statement about Clash Royale's ongoing evolution, about how legendary cards can continue to receive attention and development years after their initial release. It validates the time and resources players invested in upgrading their Mega Knights by giving that investment renewed relevance. And it adds another layer to the rich strategic tapestry that makes Clash Royale endlessly replayable, where even familiar cards can surprise you with new capabilities, new interactions, and new ways to approach the eternal dance of attack and defense that defines every match. Meta impact through the ages. The Mega Knight's influence on the Clash Royale meta has been profound and persistent, but it hasn't been static. Like the meta itself, his position within the strategic landscape has shifted, sometimes holding a dominant position, other times fading to niche use, always relevant but never unchangingly so. Tracking his meta impact over the years tells the story of Clash Royale's evolution as a game. In his release period, September through November 2017, the Mega Knight's meta impact was immediate and disruptive. Usage rates spiked dramatically, especially on ladder where players who obtained him early had significant advantages. The meta hadn't fully adapted, yet counter strategies weren't refined. Deck compositions hadn't adjusted to account for his presence. This created what could be called the honeymoon period, where the Mega Knight felt stronger than he actually was, simply because the collective knowledge of how to handle him hadn't developed. The first post-release meta saw the rise of what players called Mega Knight defenses, deck archetypes specifically built to counter him. Inferno Tower usage climbed significantly. P.E.K.K.A decks proliferated. Building heavy strategies that could kite and distract him became popular. This was the community's immune response, the collective adaptation to a new threat. The Mega Knight remained powerful and popular, but his win rates normalized as players learned both how to use him effectively and how to counter him efficiently. By early 2018, the Mega Knight had settled into the meta as a stable presence rather than a dominant force. He was common enough that every viable deck needed to account for him, but not so overwhelming that he appeared in every match. This equilibrium represented healthy balance. The card was impactful without being oppressive. Certain archetypes naturally countered him. Others struggled against him, creating a rock-paper-scissors dynamic that kept the meta diverse. The mid-2018 meta saw interesting developments as new cards were released that interacted with the Mega Knight in unique ways. The Magic Archer's long-range splash damage provided efficient chip alongside or against Mega Knight. The Royal Hogs created fast pressure that demanded responses, making Mega Knight defensive spawns riskier as you needed elixir for other threats. Each new card release subtly shifted the Mega Knight's position, not through direct changes to him, but through changes to the ecosystem around him. The 2019 meta period, following his late 2019 buff to hit speed, saw renewed Mega Knight prominence. The increased attack frequency made him more threatening in duels and more effective at clearing troops. Usage rates climbed, particularly in bridge spam variations that paired him with fast pressure cards. The meta adapted again, but this time, the Mega Knight had slightly better tools to fight back against his counters, creating a more contested landscape where both Mega Knight decks and anti-Mega Knight decks jockeyed for supremacy. Tournament play throughout these years showed the Mega Knight's competitive viability fluctuating. In some major tournaments, he saw high representation, particularly in formats favoring defensive play and counter pushes. In others, faster cycle decks or heavy beatdown strategies that could overwhelm his defensive capabilities dominated, pushing him to the fringes. His tournament presence was always respectable, but rarely dominant, suggesting balanced design that allowed skilled play with multiple archetypes rather than centralizing around one strategy. The 2020 meta, influenced by global shifts and increased playtime during lockdowns, saw the Mega Knight become somewhat controversial on ladder. His overleveling on ladder created frustration among mid-range players who lacked properly leveled counters. The perception of him as low skill or a crutch became more prominent in community discussions. Those statistics showed that at equal levels and high skill, he remained balanced. This disconnect between perception and reality highlighted how psychological factors and level-dependent interactions can create meta-narratives that diverge from actual balance. The introduction of champions in late 2021 added new dynamics. Champions with their abilities provided tools that could handle the Mega Knight in novel ways. Archer Queen's Cloak could avoid his attacks while dealing damage. Golden Knight's Dash could reposition around him. Monk's Reflect could turn his own damage against him. Each champion release subtly altered the Mega Knight's meta position, not dramatically, but incrementally, as the game's complexity increased and new interaction possibilities emerged. The 2022 meta saw multiple balance passes that tweaked various cards around the Mega Knight without directly changing him. Support troops he commonly paired with received adjustments. Counter cards were buffed or nerfed. These indirect changes affected his performance more than many players realized. A nerf to Battle Ram or Bandit weakened bridge spam Mega Knight decks. A buff to Cannon made building kiting strategies more viable against him. The meta isn't just about individual cards, but about the web of interactions between all cards, and changes anywhere in that web ripple out to affect everything else. The Evolution update in 2023 fundamentally altered meta considerations around the Mega Knight. The existence of evolutions for other cards meant more threats that demanded responses, more decision points about when to commit Elixir, more layers of strategic depth. The Mega Knight remained relevant, but is part of a more complex ecosystem where evolved Barbarians, evolved Firecracker, and other enhanced cards competed for deck slots and mental attention. The Mega Knight Evolution's release in September 2024 created perhaps his most significant meta impact since his original launch. Suddenly, the Mega Knight wasn't just a solid defensive card with counter-push potential. He was a potentially game-ending threat that could lock down single-target defenses and force opponents into specific counter strategies. Usage rates spiked again. Deck diversity shifted as players either incorporated the evolution or built specifically to counter it. The meta during this period was defined in large part by Evolution Mega Knight presence and the strategies that emerged to handle or leverage him. The quick balance adjustments to the evolution, the jump change in January 2025, the spawn damage increase in March showed active meta management. Supercell was monitoring win rates, usage rates, and player feedback, making targeted changes to keep the evolution powerful without letting it become oppressive. This active management style, responding to meta developments rather than waiting for scheduled balance passes, reflected lessons learned from years of live service game operation. Throughout all these meta periods, certain truths about the Mega Knight remained constant. He was always better on ladder than in tournaments due to level advantages. He was always more popular among mid-range players than pros, who often preferred more reliable or flexible win conditions. He was always controversial, beloved by users, and frequently complained about by opponents. And he was always relevant, never completely dominant, but never falling into irrelevance, maintaining a consistent presence that marked him as one of the game's defining cards. The current meta, as of early 2025, sees the Mega Knight in what might be his healthiest state yet. The evolution provides high-power gameplay for those who enjoy it. The base version remains viable and accessible. Counter strategies are well understood, but not trivializing. Deck diversity is high, with Mega Knight fitting into multiple archetypes without dominating any. This represents years of iterative balancing, community adaptation, and thoughtful design reaching a plateau where power, accessibility, and counterplay exist in reasonable equilibrium. The meta impact through the ages tells a story beyond just one card's rise and fall. It tells the story of a living game that changes and grows, where yesterday's dominant strategy becomes today's counterable approach, where players and designers engage in an endless dance of innovation and response. The Mega Knight has been a major character in this story from 2017 to the present, a constant presence whose impact has waxed and waned, but never disappeared. Understanding his meta journey helps us appreciate not just the card, but the dynamic, ever-shifting landscape of competitive Clash Royale, where nothing stays the same for long, where adaptation is constant, and where even the mightiest warriors must evolve or be left behind. Tournament legacy and competitive play. While the Mega Knight has always been popular on ladder, his competitive tournament legacy presents a more nuanced picture. Tournament play, with its level caps and best-of-3 formats, creates a different environment where raw power matters less than consistency, versatility, and player skill. The Mega Knight's journey through competitive play reflects both his strengths and his limitations at the highest levels of play. The first major competitive appearance of the Mega Knight came at the Clash Royale World Finals in December 2017, just 3 months after his release. Several competitors included him in their lineups, primarily in bridge spam configurations. The results were mixed. Some players found great success with him, leveraging his defensive power to shut down opponent pushes and create devastating counterpressure. Others struggled, finding that top-level opponents had already developed counter strategies that neutralized his impact. This debut established a pattern that would persist. The Mega Knight was viable competitively, but not dominant. Effective in the right hands and matchups, but not universally optimal. The Clash Royale League throughout 2018 saw fluctuating Mega Knight representation. In the first season, he appeared in roughly 20 to 25% of deck lists, a healthy but not overwhelming presence. Certain players became known for their Mega Knight mastery, showcasing intricate timing and placement that extracted maximum value from every deployment. These showcase matches did more than just win games. They educated the player base on optimal Mega Knight technique, raising the general skill level around the card across the entire community. One particularly memorable competitive moment came during the Crown Championship 2018, when a player executed a perfect Mega Knight spawn that eliminated an entire push worth over 20 elixir, then counterpushed for the 3 crown victory. This play became a highlight reel moment, shared across social media and YouTube, cementing the Mega Knight's reputation for spectacular game-swinging potential. But for every highlight play, there were dozens of matches where the Mega Knight performed adequately without creating these dramatic moments, reflecting the reality that consistent, efficient play often matters more than spectacular ceiling. The 2019 competitive season saw an interesting development: the rise of Mega Knight Minor Poison as a tournament-viable archetype. This control-focused deck leveraged the Mega Knight's defensive prowess while using Minor and Poison for consistent chip damage. The strategy was patient, almost defensive, waiting for opponents to overcommit and punishing them with efficient Mega Knight defenses, then slowly chipping away with Minor Poison cycles. Multiple players piloted variations of this deck to success in Clash Royale League and Crown Championship qualifiers, proving that the Mega Knight could anchor control strategies at the highest level, not just aggressive bridge spam. However, the 2020 competitive meta saw reduced Mega Knight presence as cycle decks like Hog Cycle and X-Bow gained prominence. These faster cycling strategies could bait out the Mega Knight, then push when he was out of cycle, or spread pressure across both lanes to prevent the Mega Knight from providing single-lane defensive dominance. The competitive meta demonstrated a truth about the Mega Knight: he excels against certain strategies but struggles against others, making him a meta-dependent choice rather than a universally strong pick. The introduction of best-of-5 formats in certain tournaments created interesting strategic dynamics around the Mega Knight. Players would include him in their lineups not for every match, but for specific matchups where he excelled. This selective deployment showed sophisticated meta reading, recognizing that the Mega Knight was a tool for specific jobs rather than a universal solution. The format also allowed players to ban out Mega Knight in matches where they had poor answers, adding another layer of strategy around when and how to include him in competitive play. The Clash Royale World Finals 2021 saw a memorable Mega Knight performance in the Grand Finals, where a top player used him in a critical Game 5 situation, spawning him perfectly to shut down a match point push and turn the game around for an eventual championship victory. This clutch performance under maximum pressure showcased why players continue to trust the Mega Knight competitively. His ability to create swing moments in crucial situations provides insurance against catastrophic push breakthrough that could end matches or series. The monthly seasonal tournaments that Supercell introduced provided another data point for Mega Knight competitive viability. These tournaments, accessible to all players, but with tournament standard levels, showed consistent but moderate Mega Knight representation. Win rates hovered around 50 to 53% across these events, suggesting he was balanced, viable, and effective without being overpowered. Players who mastered him performed well. Those who misused him struggled. This skill dependency is the hallmark of good competitive card design. The Evolution Mega Knight's arrival in competitive play created immediate controversy and adjustment. Initial tournaments featuring the Evolution saw high ban rates. Players respected his power enough to frequently ban him out rather than try to counter him. As counter strategies developed, ban rates decreased and actual play rates increased, with players incorporating the Evolution into various archetypes or building specific answers into their decks. The Evolution's competitive presence was stronger than the base Mega Knights had ever been, suggesting that while the base version was balanced for competitive play, the Evolution pushed closer to dominance. Certain professional players became synonymous with Mega Knight mastery. Their gameplay videos and tournament performances served as masterclasses in optimal deployment timing, positioning precision, and strategic decision-making around when to hold versus when to commit the 7 elixir. Analyzing these top-tier Mega Knight pilots revealed techniques that weren't immediately obvious: specific placements that maximize spawn damage, timing patterns that predicted opponent plays, elixir management that ensured the Mega Knight was available for critical defensive situations. The competitive legacy of the Mega Knight isn't measured solely in championship wins or dominant meta periods. It's also measured in his consistency. He's never completely disappeared from competitive play since his release. While his representation percentage has varied, he's maintained continuous presence across multiple years and evolving metas. This longevity in competitive relevance is rarer than many players realize. Most cards cycle through periods of competitive viability and irrelevance. The Mega Knight's sustained, if fluctuating, presence demonstrates fundamental design that continues to provide value at the highest skill levels. The tournament formats themselves influence Mega Knight viability. In single elimination tournaments where one loss means elimination, the Mega Knight's swing potential, his ability to completely shut down pushes and turn games around, made him attractive despite inconsistencies. In double elimination or round-robin formats where consistency across many games mattered more, players sometimes opted for more reliable, if less spectacular cards. This format sensitivity added another dimension to competitive deck-building decisions around whether to include him. Analyzing competitive statistics reveals interesting patterns. The Mega Knight. As tournament win rate has historically been highest in the hands of players with over 1,000 tournament wins, suggesting significant skill dependency. Conversely, players with fewer than 100 tournament wins show below 50% win rates with Mega Knight decks, indicating that while the card was powerful, extracting the power required experience and game sense that novice tournament players often lacked. This skill gradient is part of what keeps the Mega Knight interesting competitively. Mastery provides tangible advantages. The future of the Mega Knight in competitive play likely involves continued adaptation and evolution. As new cards release, new interactions will emerge. As players continue refining techniques and strategies, the ceiling for Mega Knight play will continue to rise. And as the game's competitive scene grows and develops, the Mega Knight will remain a consistent presence, sometimes more prominent, sometimes less, but always part of the conversation about viable competitive strategies. His tournament legacy isn't about domination, but about enduring relevance, about being a card that players at the highest level continue to respect, prepare for, and occasionally choose to wield in the most important matches of their competitive careers. Cultural impact and memes, beyond statistics and strategies, beyond win rates and deck archetypes. The Mega Knight has achieved something that transcends gameplay. He's become a cultural phenomenon within the Clash Royale community. Memes, jokes, recognition, and collective experiences have transformed him from merely a card into an icon with cultural significance that extends beyond his mechanical function. The phrase "the force of 1,000 mustaches" became an instant meme upon the Mega Knight's release. Players latched onto the absurd specificity of it. Why mustaches? Why 1,000? What does that even mean as a unit of force? As the echoes of the arena fade and the dust of battle settles, our journey with the mighty warrior comes to an end. The tale of the Mega Knight, his strength, his honor, his thunderous descent, now rests quietly in the night beside you. If your eyes grow heavy, let them close. If your thoughts drift, let them wander. For even legends sleep, and so should you. Before you go, traveler, tell me this. Which character should we explore next? Your voice guides the next story, the next legend, the next night's dream. And if you've enjoyed this calm journey through steel and shadow, consider subscribing. It helps this little corner of the Clash universe grow, and ensures you never miss the next bedtime lore. Thank you for sharing these quiet moments with me. Sleep well, traveler. May your dreams be gentle, and your battles tomorrow be light. Welcome to a journey through the rattling bones and hollow laughter of Clash Royale's most enduring warriors. Tonight, we delve deep into the realm where death is merely a beginning, where bones march eternal across arenas bathed in moonlight and magic. This is the complete story of skeletons, those fragile yet fierce fighters who have captured hearts worldwide, despite having none themselves. Close your eyes if you wish. Let the gentle rhythm of their skeletal footsteps lull you into dreams. For in the arena, the skeletons never truly rest, and neither does their legend. The Legacy of Bones, an introduction to skeleton lore in the beginning. When Clash Royale first emerged from the creative minds at Supercell on January 4th, 2016, the skeletons were already there, waiting. They had existed before in Clash of Clans, those tiny undead servants of the witch, but in this new arena, they would become so much more. They would become icons, memes, champions, and above all, beloved by millions of players who saw in their fragile forms a reflection of underdog determination. The skeleton, scientifically speaking, takes its name from the Greek word skeletos, meaning dried up or withered. But there's nothing withered about the spirit of these warriors. From the moment the first skeleton spawned onto an arena battlefield, clattering its tiny sword against shields 10 times its size, players recognized something special. Here was a troop that cost merely 1 elixir, the smallest investment possible, yet could shift the entire tide of battle with perfect placement and timing. Consider for a moment the philosophy embodied by these warriors. They are already dead, having crossed that threshold from which most fear to return. Yet they march on, driven by forces we can only imagine. Are they animated by dark magic? By ancient curses? By the will of the witch who birthed them? Or perhaps, as the lore quietly suggests, by something deeper, something that resonates with every player who has felt outmatched yet chose to fight anyway. The skeleton units in Clash Royale appear as small undead creatures with skulls that lack a lower jaw. Their purple eyes glow with an ethereal light that suggests awareness beyond mere animation. They wield short swords, crude but effective weapons in their bony hands. Their appearance is deceptively simple, almost comical, with their bobbing heads and scrambling movements. But any seasoned player knows the truth. Underestimate a skeleton at your peril. From the very first day of Clash Royale soft launch, skeletons have been present in multiple forms. The 3-skeleton card, the skeleton army with its overwhelming numbers, the giant skeleton carrying its devastating bomb, the witch perpetually summoning more, and later additions like the skeleton barrel, evolved variations, and ultimately the skeleton king himself. Each represents a different facet of skeleton lore, a different chapter in their ongoing story. What makes skeletons so captivating is their duality. They are simultaneously the weakest and most versatile troops in the entire game. A single zap can erase them from existence. A well-placed log can sweep them away like autumn leaves. Yet properly deployed, these same fragile warriors can demolish a prince's charge, overwhelm a P.E.K.K.A., or deliver devastating damage to a tower. They embody the strategic heart of Clash Royale itself, where positioning and timing matter more than raw power, where intelligence defeats brute force, where the smallest investment can yield the greatest returns. Throughout the years since 2016, skeletons have undergone numerous balance changes, each one documented and analyzed by the community. They've been 4 skeletons, then 3, then 4 again, then back to 3. The skeleton army has swelled and shrunk, costing 4 elixir, then 3. Every change sparked discussion, debate, and adaptation. Yet through it all, the essential nature of skeletons remained unchanged. They are fragile warriors, whose strength lies not in individual power, but in numbers, speed, and the clever minds controlling them. But beyond the statistics and balance changes, beyond the strategic discussions and deck compositions, there exists a deeper narrative. The skeletons have names. They have personalities implied through animations and community interpretations. They have a culture that has evolved through official Supercell content, fan creations, animations, and the collective imagination of millions of players worldwide. They are not merely game pieces, but characters in an ongoing story, one that begins with a single skeleton named Larry. Larry, the original skeleton legend. If there is one skeleton whose name echoes through the halls of Clash Royale history louder than all others, it is Larry. To understand skeleton lore, we must understand Larry, for he is both beginning and symbol, everyman and legend. The ordinary made extraordinary through circumstance and community affection. Larry's story begins not in Clash Royale, but in Clash of Clans, in a commercial that would become legendary in the Supercell community. In this advertisement, a witch spawns a skeleton to assist in raiding an enemy village. The skeleton, small and seemingly insignificant, approaches an archer tower. The witch, seeing potential disaster, repeatedly warns the skeleton. "Don't touch that, Larry." "Larry, no, Larry." But Larry, driven by curiosity, or perhaps destiny, touches the archer tower anyway. The result is catastrophic chaos. The tower begins firing, the arrows missing their intended target but striking a balloon passing overhead. The balloon, now damaged and descending, crashes directly into the enemy village's elixir storage. Purple elixir spills everywhere, flooding the battlefield in a tide of magical energy. The entire raid dissolves into pandemonium, all because one small skeleton couldn't resist touching what he shouldn't. This commercial, simple in concept but perfect in execution, achieves something remarkable. It gave personality to a previously nameless unit. Larry became real in that moment. Not just a game piece, but a character with agency, curiosity, and the kind of innocent mischief that endears rather than annoys. The name Larry itself, so ordinary and unassuming, perfectly captured the essence of this every skeleton. This representative of all the little warriors who march into battle knowing they're outmatched. The Clash Royale community embraced Larry immediately and completely. Memes flourished. Fan art proliferated. Discussions about strategy often personified the skeletons, referring to sending in Larry and his friends, rather than merely deploying skeletons. The name appeared in official Supercell content, cementing its place in the canon. When Skeleton Army received an updated description, it read, "Spawns an army of skeletons. Meet Larry and his friends Harry, Gary, Terry, Mary, etc." Each of these names carries its own small personality in the community imagination. Harry, perhaps the brave one. Gary, later to become the general in evolved form. Terry, the troublemaker. Mary, breaking skeleton gender norms and showing the bones are bones regardless. And the etc. that follows acknowledges the countless other skeletons, each potentially having their own untold stories, their own moments of glory or comedy in the arena. But Larry's legend grew beyond simple name recognition. The animated short film Lost and Crowned elevated him to protagonist status. In this beautifully crafted piece of storytelling, Larry and his brother Peter work for the Red King in the Clash Royale arena. The plot revolves around Larry's fascination with the Red King's crown, his curiosity, that same trait that led him to touch the Archer Tower in the commercial, draws him to steal the crown. What follows is an adventure through trap-filled chambers, encounters with fire spirits that lead to explosive consequences, a tense journey into a dragon's lair, and ultimately the crown's return, though damaged beyond repair. Larry and Peter face punishment, reduced to washing dishes, but they survive their ordeal together. The short film does something crucial for skeleton lore. It shows skeletons having relationships, making choices, experiencing emotions like curiosity, fear, and brotherly bond. The theory that Larry eventually becomes the Skeleton King adds another layer to his legend. When the champion cards were introduced to Clash Royale in October 2021, the Skeleton King emerged as one of the first 3 champions, alongside the Golden Knight and Archer Queen. This massive skeleton warrior, wearing a crown and wielding a club, possesses the power to collect souls and raise fallen troops as skeletons. The visual connection between the Skeleton King's crown and the crown Larry stole him Lost and Crowned sparked immediate speculation among fans. Could Larry, the small skeleton who touched things he shouldn't and stole a crown, have somehow ascended to become the king of all skeletons? The timeline fits if you squint. The crown was damaged but not destroyed. Magic saturates the Clash universe. Transformation and evolution are core game mechanics. The idea that a simple skeleton might rise to royalty through circumstances both comic and tragic appeals to the underdog narrative that makes Larry so beloved. Whether the theory is officially canon or not, the Clash Royale community has largely embraced it. Fan animations, edits, and artwork frequently depict Larry's transformation into the Skeleton King. The narrative resonates because it follows a classic story arc. The smallest among us, through curiosity and adventure, becomes something greater. Larry represents potential, the idea that even the most insignificant unit in the game might have a destiny beyond its initial deployment. In competitive play, Larry has become shorthand for skeleton strategy itself. High-level players discussing replays will say things like, "He baited the zap with Larry, then cycled back to Hog," as naturally as if Larry were an official game term. Tournament casters reference him. Strategy guides acknowledge his cultural significance. Larry has transcended his status as meme to become part of the game's actual vocabulary. The Larry phenomenon also reflects something deeper about gaming communities. Players naturally seek to personify, to create narrative where pure mechanics exist. We don't just want to deploy units, we want to command warriors. We don't merely want to win. We want our victories to mean something, to be stories we can tell. Larry provides that narrative hook, that entry point into seeing the arena not as an abstract battlefield, but as a stage where characters we care about perform their roles. Social media has amplified Larry's legend. TikTok videos explaining how Larry became the Skeleton King rack up millions of views. YouTube animations showing Larry's adventures attract dedicated fan bases. Reddit threads debate the finer points of skeleton lore with genuine passion. Instagram fan art depicts Larry in countless scenarios, from comic moments to epic battles. The skeleton has become a brand unto himself, recognizable even to people who have never played Clash Royale. What's particularly fascinating is how Supercell has responded to this organic growth of lore. Rather than strictly controlling the narrative or dismissing fan theories, they've leaned into it. Official content references Larry. Emotes and cosmetics celebrate skeleton culture. The company seems to understand that the community's creative engagement with their game, their building of stories and meaning around skeletal warriors, makes the game richer for everyone. Larry's story, from commercial to icon, demonstrates the power of character in game design. You don't need complex backstories or cutscenes to create memorable characters. Sometimes all it takes is a name, a moment of personality, and the imagination of millions of players who want to believe that yes, this tiny skeleton matters. Larry matters. Every skeleton matters. And when you deploy them onto the arena, you're not just using a one elixir distraction. You're sending brave warriors into battle. Warriors with names and stories. Warriors who chose to fight despite knowing they're made of fragile bones. In the quiet of night, when you're falling asleep to tales of Clash Royale, remember Larry. Remember the skeleton who couldn't resist curiosity, who caused chaos, who stole a crown, who became a king. His story reminds us that even the smallest among us might be destined for greatness. Even when we feel fragile, brittle, easily broken, we can still charge forward with sword raised, ready to face whatever towers and troops await. And perhaps that's why Larry resonates so deeply. Because we've all felt like that one elixir skeleton, small and vulnerable in a world of giants and wizards. Yet we march on anyway, hoping our timing is right, our placement perfect, our contribution meaningful. We are all Larry, in the end. And Larry is eternal. The Skeleton's card. 3 warriors, infinite possibilities. Let us now turn our attention to the card itself. The humble Skeleton's card that has been part of Clash Royale since its very first day of existence. This common card, unlocked from the Bone Pit, which is Arena 2, costs just 1 elixir to deploy. For that minimal investment, you receive 3 fast, single target, ground targeting melee troops with very low hit points and very low damage. On paper, they sound almost worthless. In practice, they are one of the most versatile and valuable cards in the entire game. The visual design of the skeletons is deceptively simple, yet perfectly executed. They appear as small, undead creatures, their skulls distinctively lacking a lower jaw, giving them a permanent appearance of surprise or perhaps a skeletal grin. Their purple eyes glow with otherworldly energy, marking them as beings animated by magic rather than natural life. Each skeleton wields a short sword, a weapon proportional to their size, perfect for their quick, stabbing attacks. They wear no armor, no protection, nothing but bones held together by dark sorcery. When you deploy the skeleton's card, they spawn in a triangle formation, appearing simultaneously in an arrangement that allows them to quickly surround and attack from multiple angles. This formation is crucial to their effectiveness. Against single-target troops, the skeletons can attack from 3 directions at once, maximizing their collective damage output. Against area-damaged troops, the triangle formation at least ensures they don't all die to a single hit, though many area damage attacks can still eliminate all 3 with proper timing. The historical evolution of the skeleton's card tells its own story of balance and community response. When Clash Royale launched on January 4th, 2016, the card originally spawned 4 skeletons. For months, players learned to utilize this 4-skeleton swarm, developing strategies around their numerical advantage. Then on June 21st, 2016, a balance update decreased the count to 3, fundamentally changing how the card functioned. The description shifted from 4 fast, very weak melee fighters to 3 fast, very weak melee fighters, and the word swarm became surround to reflect their diminished numbers. The community adapted, as communities do, finding new ways to leverage 3 skeletons instead of 4. But the story didn't end there. On February 13th, 2017, another balance update increased the count back to 4 skeletons. Players celebrated the return of the 4th warrior, adjusting their strategies once again. This lasted until November 2nd, 2017, when yet another balance update reduced them back to 3 skeletons, where they have remained since. These changes might seem arbitrary to casual observers, but they represented careful attempts by Supercell to balance one of the game's most fundamental cards. 4 skeletons for 1 elixir proved too strong, providing too much defensive value and cycle speed. 3 skeletons hit a sweet spot where they remained useful, but required more skill to extract maximum value. The back-and-forth nature of these changes also demonstrates how difficult game balance is, how even seemingly small adjustments can ripple through the entire meta. Beyond these count changes, the skeletons received numerous other adjustments over the years. February 19th, 2016 saw their hit points and damage increased by 11%. May 18th, 2016 brought another 5% increase. The March 2016 update decreased their sight range from 6 tiles to 5.5 tiles. The May 2016 update fixed the infamous range bug that had given troops slightly more range than intended, decreasing skeleton range from 0.75 tiles to 0.5 tiles, though their effective range remained unchanged due to how the bug worked. Most recently, on October 6th, 2025, a balance update increased the skeleton's attack time interval to 1.1 seconds from 1 second, making them attack slightly slower. Each of these changes affected how skeletons performed in battle, how players deployed them, what matchups they excelled or struggled in. The competitive community analyzed every adjustment, theory-crafted new deck compositions, and gradually discovered optimal usage patterns. High-level play evolved alongside the skeletons themselves, with professional players pioneering techniques that would filter down through the ranks to casual players. The strategic applications of the skeleton's card are wonderfully diverse. Their most obvious use is a distraction for medium to high hit point units. Against troops like Prince, Inferno Dragon, Peke, Mighty Miner, Sparky, or Mini Peke, the skeletons can surround and distract, buying precious seconds for your towers to deal damage while preventing or resetting charge abilities. A perfectly timed skeleton deployment can stop a Prince mid-charge, negating thousands of damage for a 1 elixir investment. Against building targeting troops that cannot fight back effectively, like Hog Rider or Ram Rider, skeletons provide substantial damage per second relative to their cost. While the skeletons alone won't fully counter such troops, they slow them down significantly, often securing the difference between the tower taking 1 hit or 2, between winning and losing close matches. 3 small skeletons stabbing away at a hog's flanks might look comical, but those tiny swords add up. In offensive scenarios, skeletons serve multiple purposes. They can tank tower shots for more valuable units, sacrificing themselves so your musketeer or wizard stays alive longer. They can support a tank push, adding their modest damage to the death ball rolling toward enemy towers. They can split push, drawing defensive attention to one lane while your main attack develops in another. At just 1 elixir, you can afford to throw skeletons at problems speculatively, testing opponent responses or cycle through your deck quickly. The psychological dimension of skeleton deployment shouldn't be underestimated either. Experienced players learn to predict skeleton placements, holding spells or timing area damage specifically to counter them. This creates mind games where you might fake a skeleton deployment, causing opponents to waste spells preemptively. Or you might deploy skeletons in unusual positions, places where opponents expect other troops, throwing off their timing. The humble skeletons become tools not just of combat, but of deception. Perhaps most importantly, skeletons are the ultimate cycle card. In cycle decks built around quickly returning to your win condition, skeletons allow you to rotate through your hand faster than almost any other option. You can deploy them defensively, extract value, and find yourself back to your Hog Rider or Miner or Royal Giant 1 card sooner. Over the course of a match, that acceleration compounds, potentially giving you multiple additional attacks with your primary win condition. The community has developed extensive shorthand for skeleton plays. Larry and friends stop the Prince is understood to mean distracting with skeletons. Cycling skeletons at the bridge refers to throwing them offensively just to progress through your deck. Skeleton kiting describes pulling enemy troops toward the center using skeleton placement, maximizing tower damage. These phrases, used thousands of times daily across forums, streams, and Discord servers, constitute a shared language built around 3 small undead warriors. The skeletons that spawn from the dedicated skeletons card are identical to those spawned by the Witch, Tombstone, Skeleton Barrel, Skeleton Army, Graveyard, and Super Witch. This creates interesting strategic interactions. If your opponent uses Witch, you already know exactly how much damage each skeleton deals, how much health they have, how they'll behave. The consistency across all skeleton generating sources makes them predictable, which actually enhances their utility because predictability enables precise calculation. One fascinating detail: even though the skeleton's card spawns 3 warriors, the card render displays only 1 skeleton. This single representative skeleton has become iconic, appearing in emotes, clan badges, battle banners, and countless pieces of fan art. That one skeleton depicted mid-stride with sword raised somehow captures the essence of all skeletons everywhere. It is Larry and Harry and Gary and Terry and Mary. It is every skeleton that ever charged courageously into battle despite knowing that a strong sneeze could disperse them back to the netherworld. The skeletons have been featured in numerous special game modes beyond standard battles. They've appeared in Troop Rush, where their speed and cost made them particularly valuable. They've been part of special challenge formats. They've been buffed in temporary modes, receiving crazy bonuses like rage or damage multipliers that transform them from fragile distractions into actual threats. Each mode offered new perspectives on these familiar warriors, showing what they might be capable of under different rules. In the grand narrative of Clash Royale, the basic Skeletons card represents something essential. These are the common soldiers, the unnamed masses. The ones who fight not because they're legendary or epic, but because fighting is their purpose. They are the proof that rarity doesn't determine worth, that common can be extraordinary with proper application. Every legendary card in your deck might grab attention, but those 3 skeletons costing 1 elixir might be the difference between victory and defeat. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the skeletons marshalling in formation. 3 warriors, bones clicking softly as they ready their swords. They know they're fragile. They know powerful enemies await. They know a single spell could erase them from existence. Yet when you deploy them, they charge forward without hesitation, doing their duty, playing their role, proving that even the smallest contribution matters in the grand scheme of battle. They are soldiers, eternal. The skeleton swarm reduced to its essential triangle, and they are magnificent precisely because they ask for so little, yet give so much. The Skeletons card is simplicity itself. 3 warriors for 1 elixir, but within that simplicity lies infinite complexity. Every match, every deployment, every interaction is unique. The same 3 skeletons, yet different every time. Constant, yet ever-changing. Small, yet significant. Dead, yet more alive in community imagination than many games' most elaborate characters. And so they march on, these 3 warriors. Larry, probably, and 2 of his many friends. Into the arena, into legend, into dreams where bones rattle like wind chimes and purple eyes glow in darkness. The Skeletons card, humble beginning and eternal presence, foundational and irreplaceable. Sleep now and let them stand watch. They've defended towers for years. They can certainly guard your dreams. Skeleton Army. Meet Larry's extended family when 3 skeletons aren't enough. When the situation demands overwhelming force rather than surgical precision, when you need not a squad but an army, there exists a card that answers that call. The Skeleton Army, unlocked from PEKK's Playhouse, which is Arena 6, spawns 15 skeletons in a scattered formation for 3 elixir. This is where Larry truly brings the family reunion, where names like Harry, Gary, Terry, and Mary are joined by Barry, Cherry, Carrie, Fairy, Scary, Sherry, Gary, McClory, Huckleberry, and the legendary Doot, sometimes called Ledoot. The official card description says it all with wonderful character. Spawns an army of skeletons. Meet Larry and his friends Harry, Gary, Terry, Mary, etc. That casual, etc. acknowledges that 15 is a lot of names to remember, but each skeleton is an individual nonetheless. According to the October 1st, 2018 balance changes, Supercell officially revealed the complete list of names, cementing skeleton personalities in canon rather than leaving them to fan speculation alone. The Skeleton Army's visual deployment is satisfyingly chaotic. Unlike the ordered triangle of the 3 skeleton card, the army scatters across a wide area in seemingly random positions. This formation serves multiple purposes. It makes the army more resistant to single area damage hits, as skeletons are spread too far for many spells to catch them all. It allows them to surround enemies from every direction simultaneously, creating a skeletal tide that engulfs rather than merely attacks. It looks appropriately overwhelming, a genuine army rather than a small squad. Each skeleton in the army is identical to those from the basic Skeletons card, having the same hit points, damage, speed, and appearance. They spawn with the same lack of lower jaw, the same purple eyes, the same short swords. What changes is quantity and formation. Where 3 skeletons provide precision, 15 provide overwhelming force. Where 3 can distract, 15 can destroy. The difference between a squad and an army is more than numerical. It's philosophical. The historical evolution of Skeleton Army parallels the broader Skeleton story in Clash Royale. When the game launched on January 4th, 2016, Skeleton Army spawned 20 skeletons and cost 4 elixir. This massive horde could overwhelm nearly any ground troop, creating swarms so dense that enemies simply vanished beneath the clicking, slashing chaos. But the 4 elixir cost made it a significant investment, vulnerable to spell counters that could generate positive elixir traits for opponents. The April 4th, 2016 tournament update increased the count from 20 to 21 skeletons and compressed their spawning pattern when deployed near the river, fixing an issue where some would spawn in enemy territory before others. The description was also changed to add Ledut, a reference to skeleton memes that had proliferated through the community. The October 20th, 2016 balance update made the most significant change, decreasing the cost to 3 elixir, but reducing the skeleton count to 15 and adjusting their levels to compensate. This transformation from a 4 elixir swarm of 21 to a 3 elixir swarm of 15 fundamentally altered how players use Skeleton Army. The card became more versatile, easier to include in various deck archetypes, quicker to cycle through. The reduced cost made spell counters less profitable for opponents, though cards like Zap or Log could still eliminate the entire army for a positive trade. The balance struck a middle ground where Skeleton Army remained powerful, but required more careful timing and placement. Over subsequent years, Skeleton Army received the same hit point and damage adjustments as other skeleton units, plus various quality of life improvements. The card's formation was tweaked multiple times to prevent exploitation. Eventually, with the October 26, 2022 update, its unlock arena was moved from Bone Pit to Peike's Playhouse, changing when new players could access this powerful card. Each adjustment reflected ongoing efforts to keep Skeleton Army relevant without making it oppressive. The strategic applications of Skeleton Army are distinct from the basic Skeletons card, despite using identical units. The army excels at shutting down single-target threats with overwhelming numbers. Against troops like P.E.K.K.A., Prince, Giant, Golem, or any building targeting unit, the 15 skeletons swarm and destroy before the target can eliminate them all. The damage per second from 15 tiny swords is substantial, capable of melting through even the most heavily armored foes given time. On defense, Skeleton Army serves as an emergency button against pushes that threaten to break through. When your opponent commits heavily to an attack, dropping Skeleton Army in their path can halt momentum completely. The skeletons surround, distract, and defeat, buying precious seconds for your towers and other defenses to respond. Even if spells counter the army, you forced opponents to spend resources, potentially leaving them vulnerable to counterattacks. The army also functions as bait in spell-bait strategies. If opponents hold Zap or Log specifically to counter your Skeleton Army, they can't use those spells on your Goblin Barrel, Goblin Gang, or other swarm threats. You create rock, paper, scissors scenarios where opponents must choose which threat to spell and which to accept. Sometimes, just having Skeleton Army in hand influences opponent behavior, making them play more conservatively or hold spells defensively rather than using them offensively. The vulnerability to spells represents Skeleton Army's greatest weakness. Zap, Log, Arrows, Bar Barrel, Snowball, and numerous other cards can completely eliminate the entire army for neutral or positive elixir traits. This makes timing crucial. Deploy Skeleton Army when opponents have already used their spell, when they're low on elixir, or when baiting will create opportunities elsewhere. Deploy it carelessly, and you've essentially donated 3 elixir to your opponent. Against area-damaged troops like Wizard, Witch, Valkyrie, or Bomber, Skeleton Army can still work if deployed directly on top of the enemy unit. The skeletons spawn surrounding the threat, attacking from all angles simultaneously. While the area damage will eliminate skeletons continuously, the combined damage from the entire army can defeat the threat before all skeletons die, especially with tower assistance. This requires precise placement, deploying right on top of the target rather than in front of it. The skeleton army has inspired countless memorable moments in competitive play. Professional players pulling off perfectly timed army deployments, converting defense into overwhelming counterattacks. Devastating spell predictions where players zap or log positions before opponents deploy the army, catching it the instant it appears. Failed predictions where the spell hits empty ground and the army tears through defenses unopposed. Each moment contributes to the card's legend, proof that 15 small skeletons can shift entire matches. In terms of lore, the skeleton army represents community. These aren't individual skeletons operating independently. They're a collective. Larry and his friends, fighting together, moving as one, sharing a purpose that transcends individual survival. When you deploy Skeleton Army, you're not calling forth 15 separate entities, but one entity composed of 15 parts. They work in harmony, their movements coordinated by some unseen force, possibly the dark magic that animated them initially. The named skeletons add personality to this collective. Larry, the famous one, presumably leads or at least represents the group. Harry might be brave, always at the front. Terry could be the troublemaker, attacking from unexpected angles. Mary breaks gender norms, proving skeleton warriors come in all flavors. Gary, who might become General Gary in evolved form, perhaps coordinates tactics. Barry, Cherry, Carrie, Fairy, Scary, Sherry, Gary, McClary, and Huckleberry each contribute their own essence to the army, individual notes in a symphony of bones. The Doot or Ledoot skeleton deserves special mention. This name emerged from internet skeleton memes, particularly the Thank Mr. Skeletal meme that spread across social media years ago. When Supercell officially acknowledged Ledoot in the card description update, they validated community culture, showing they appreciated the organic memes and inside jokes that had developed around their game. Ledoot represents the intersection of official lore and fan creation, a skeleton that exists simultaneously in Supercell's universe and in community imagination. Skeleton Army's visual design has evolved over the years. The card render has been updated multiple times, refining the skeletal appearance, adjusting the color palette, improving the level of detail visible. Yet the core image remains, a horde of skeletons, weapons raised, rushing forward as an unstoppable tide. The render captures motion and energy, conveying the sense that these bones are very much active despite their former owners being very much not. In October 2025, Skeleton Army received its evolution version, adding General Gary to the mix. This development expanded the lore significantly, showing that among the army exists hierarchy and leadership. General Gary appears as a guard variant with purple eyes, wearing a helmet with golden handle and team-colored. Crest a purple cape with gold lining, carrying a spear with attached purple banner, displaying a skull symbol and wielding a wooden shield bearing the card evolution symbol. The existence of General Gary raises fascinating questions. Was he always present among the army, simply unnamed and undistinguished until evolution? Or does evolution elevate one skeleton from the ranks to leadership position? In most depictions, Skeleton Army includes both Larry and Gary among its named members. If Gary evolves into General, does this make him superior to Larry? Or are they equals, with Gary handling tactical command while Larry retains his status as symbolic leader? These questions might seem silly, overthinking game mechanics that simply needed a cool evolution design. But they matter to the skeleton lore community, to players who have invested years into caring about these rattling warriors. The relationships between named skeletons, the hierarchy and social structures implied by titles like General, the possibility that Skeleton Society, exists beyond what we see in battle. All of this enriches the experience of deploying the card. Consider also the tragedy inherent in Skeleton Army. Every deployment, you summon 15 warriors who know they're likely to be obliterated by a spell, burned by a wizard, swept away by log. Yet they come anyway, rushing forward with eternal optimism or perhaps eternal resignation. They are soldiers who die repeatedly, rewinding through some cycle of resurrection that brings them back to deploy again and again and again. Do they remember their previous defeats? Do they carry the weight of countless battles in their hollow bones? Or does each deployment feel like the first time, fresh and new, unburdened by memory of past defeats? The community has embraced Skeleton Army through countless memes and creative works. Animations showing the army overwhelming powerful troops, only to be zapped away at the last second. Comic strips depicting Larry organizing his friends for another doom charge. Fan fiction exploring the relationships between named skeletons, their camaraderie in the face of certain destruction. This engagement demonstrates how a simple card can become canvas for imagination, how 15 identical game pieces can transform into 15 distinct characters with stories worth telling. In professional tournaments, Skeleton Army usage statistics tell their own story. The card falls in and out of meta favor, depending on the popularity of spell cards and swarm threats. When log usage spikes, Skeleton Army deployment drops. When log fades, the army returns. This rhythm, this dance between card and counter, plays out over months and years, tracked by data analysts and felt by players at every level. The army persists because even when countered, properly used skeletons extract value, buy time, create opportunities. As sleep approaches and consciousness fades, picture the Skeleton Army in your mind. 15 warriors appearing simultaneously in scattered formation. Larry and Harry and Gary and Terry and Mary and Barry and Cherry and Carrie and Fairy and Scary and Sherry and Gary and McClary and Huckleberry and Doot. Each one a character, each one a story. They don't move in perfect unison like disciplined soldiers. They scramble, they rush, they surround and attack from every angle like the enthusiastic undead horde they are. Some will fall quickly, swept away by spells or area damage. Others will land crucial hits, their tiny swords delivering death by 1,000 cuts. A few might survive the entire engagement, standing victorious among the wreckage of defeated enemies, raising swords in skeletal triumph before disappearing back to whatever realm spawned them. Each deployment writes a small story, 15 characters in search of purpose, finding it in the chaos of arena combat. The Skeleton Army represents community at its finest. Not one hero but many, not individual glory, but collective achievement. When you play this card, you're deploying friendship, deploying cooperation, deploying the understanding that together we are stronger than apart. Larry couldn't stop a prince alone, but Larry plus 14 friends absolutely can. That's the magic of the army, the transformation of individual weakness into collective strength. And so they wait, these 15 skeletons ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. Ready to charge once more into battle, weapons raised, bones rattling with anticipation, or perhaps just wind passing through their rib cages. They are the Skeleton Army, fierce despite fragility, powerful through numbers, beloved by millions. Let them march through your dreams tonight, clicking their way to victory or glorious defeat, laughing that hollow laugh that sounds like wind through empty halls, living their best undead lives in service to the arena. The giant skeleton, when Larry grew up and found a bomb, while regular skeletons embody speed and numbers. One skeleton took a different evolutionary path. The giant skeleton, that hulking bomb-carrying behemoth, represents what happens when skeletons embrace size, strength, and explosive consequences. This epic card, unlocked from PEKK's Playhouse, which is Arena 4, costs 6 elixir and deploys a single massive skeleton that doesn't just fight. It transforms death itself into a weapon. The giant skeleton's appearance immediately sets it apart from its smaller brethren. This is no fragile warrior held together by wispy magic. This skeleton stands tall, its bones thick and sturdy, its frame imposing. It wears a tattered purple cape that flows behind it as it moves, adding an air of dark nobility. Most distinctively, it carries an enormous bomb on its back, a black sphere with a glowing red fuse that promises devastation. The bomb is almost as large as the giant skeleton itself, yet it carries this burden with apparent ease, suggesting supernatural strength befitting its undead nature. The giant skeleton's skull follows the familiar jawless design, but scaled up dramatically. Its purple eyes glow with the same ethereal energy as regular skeletons, but brighter, more intense, as if more magic was required to animate this larger frame. Unlike regular skeletons that wield tiny swords, the giant skeleton carries an absolutely massive bomb as its primary weapon, though it can also deliver devastating melee attacks with its bare, bony hands when enemies get close. The card's description is simple but evocative. The bigger the skeleton, the bigger the bomb. Carries a bomb that blows up when the giant skeleton dies. This mechanic defines the card's entire identity. The giant skeleton isn't primarily about the damage it deals while alive, though that damage is respectable. It's about what happens when it falls, the moment when death becomes offensive capability, when defeat transforms into delayed victory. When the giant skeleton dies, its bomb drops to the ground and begins a 3-second countdown, marked by increasingly frantic ticking and glowing. After 3 seconds, the bomb detonates in a massive explosion that deals tremendous area damage to all ground units and structures within its radius. The damage is enough to eliminate most troops instantly and deal significant damage to buildings, including towers. This death damage makes the giant skeleton uniquely threatening, forcing opponents to carefully manage not just the living skeleton, but its posthumous revenge. The historical evolution of giant skeleton reveals constant struggle with balance. Since Clash Royale's launch on January 4th, 2016, this card has received more adjustments than almost any other, as Supercell tried to find the sweet spot where it felt powerful without being oppressive. The original giant skeleton dealt 1100 death damage at tournament standard, enough to destroy most troops and deal devastating damage to towers. This made it both terrifying and frustrating, depending which side of the deployment you found yourself on. The May 3, 2016 balance update decreased death damage by 20%, from 1100 to 880, reducing its tower-threatening capability while maintaining its defensive strength. The October 20, 2016 update decreased death damage again, from 880 to 720, a further 18% reduction. Players adapted, using giant skeleton more defensively than offensively, leveraging the death bomb to clear enemy pushes rather than threatening towers directly. The November 1, 2016 update increased the bomb timer from 3 seconds to 4 seconds, giving opponents more time to escape the blast radius. This significantly weakened the card, as skilled players could now kite units away from the bomb or retreat their troops before detonation. The December 12, 2016 update then decreased the timer back to 3 seconds, acknowledging the 4-second timer had overcorrected. Balance changes continued over the years. February 2, 2018 decreased bomb damage by 8%. The March 5, 2018 update decreased hit points by 4%. July 2, 2018 increased bomb timer to 4 seconds again. August 6, 2018 decreased hit points by 6%. September 3, 2018 decreased hit points by 4% more and reduced bomb radius by 1 tile. Each change attempted to rein in a card that consistently overperformed at lower skill levels while underperformed at the highest competitive levels. The pattern continued through 2019, 2020, and beyond. Hit speed adjustments, hit point tweaks, bomb damage modifications, radius changes, each trying to thread the needle between useful and oppressive. The June 7th, 2021 update added a new visual effect where the bomb's timer appears above it, making the countdown more visible and giving players clearer information about when detonation would occur. The October 2024 balance update increased bomb damage significantly, from 742 to 850 at max level, swinging the pendulum back toward offensive viability. Most dramatically, the June 2023 rework completely reimagined how Giant Skeleton functioned. The bomb damage was increased essentially, radius was adjusted, and the entire role of the card shifted. Previously a defensive specialist, the rework pushed Giant Skeleton toward more hybrid use, equally viable on defense and in counter pushes. Community reaction was mixed, with players debating whether the changes preserved the card's identity or transformed it into something fundamentally different. Throughout all these changes, certain strategic truths remain constant. Giant Skeleton excels at stopping ground pushes, especially beatdown strategies that cluster troops behind a tank. When opponents commit heavily to an attack, Giant Skeleton can be dropped in the middle of their push, tanking damage while its bomb threat forces either retreat or acceptance of massive casualties. Even if opponents eliminate the Giant Skeleton quickly, the bomb still detonates, potentially wiping out the entire push and creating positive elixir trades. On offense, Giant Skeleton functions as a unique tank. It has substantial hit points, allowing it to absorb tower damage while support troops work behind it. But opponents must calculate whether to eliminate it near their tower, risking bomb damage, or to kite it away, potentially allowing more hits from support troops. This creates psychological pressure, forcing difficult decisions under time constraint. Even if the Giant Skeleton never reaches the tower, just walking toward it forces opponent reactions that create opportunities. The synergy between Giant Skeleton and clone strategies produce some of competitive Clash Royale's most explosive moments. Cloning a Giant Skeleton creates a second bomb threat, potentially doubling the area denial or tower damage. Opponents facing cloned. Giant Skeletons often face impossible choices. Let both reach the tower and accept devastating bomb damage, or eliminate them quickly and still take significant bomb damage. The psychological impact of two bombs ticking down simultaneously cannot be overstated. Dark Prince became a classic companion for Giant Skeleton, as the Charging Prince could clear path for the slower skeleton while benefiting from the bomb-clearing defensive troops. Tornado paired excellently, pulling enemy troops into the bomb's blast radius and preventing their escape. Executioner and Bowler synergized by clearing swarms that might distract or quickly eliminate the Giant Skeleton before it reached valuable positions. Night Witch often accompanied Giant Skeleton, spawning bats that forced opponent responses while the skeleton lumbered forward. In terms of lore, the Giant Skeleton raises fascinating questions. Is this a skeleton that grew to enormous size through dark magic or accumulated death energy? Is it a different species of skeleton entirely, perhaps once belonging to a giant humanoid creature? Or is it, some theories suggest, what happens when regular skeletons like Lari are exposed to too much magic, too much power, transforming from small warrior into massive bomber? The bomb itself carries mysterious origins. Where did this enormous explosive device come from? Did some mad alchemist create it? Did the Giant Skeleton craft it from materials scavenged across the arena? Or is the bomb itself magical, conjured from death energy and manifested as physical explosive? The game never explains, leaving these questions to fuel fan theories and imaginative speculation. The Giant Skeleton's personality, as much as can be inferred from animations and behavior, seems almost melancholic. It moves slowly, deliberately, without the manic energy of smaller skeletons. Its stance suggests weight, not just physical, but existential. This skeleton knows it will die. It knows its death will cause massive destruction. It accepts this fate with what appears to be resignation, carrying its bomb toward enemies like Atlas carrying the world, burdened but unyielding. Community creativity around Giant Skeleton has produced countless memorable works. Animations showing the skeleton approaching towers while defenders scramble desperately to stop it. Comics depicting the giant skeleton as a tragic figure, wanting friends but knowing its explosive death makes closeness dangerous. Memes about the satisfaction of perfectly timed bomb detonations versus the frustration of bombs that explode too late or in wrong positions. The card has personality despite or perhaps because of its simple, destructive purpose. In competitive play, Giant Skeleton has enjoyed periods of prominence and stretches of obscurity. During metas favoring beatdown strategies, Giant Skeleton emerges as counter, punishing players who cluster troops together. During spell-heavy metas where players hold splash damage specifically to counter swarms, Giant Skeleton struggles to find value. The card's viability ebbs and flows with the broader meta, but it never completely disappears, always lurking in some player's deck, ready to surprise opponents who forgot to respect the bomb. The Giant Skeleton's bomb has produced some of Clash Royale's most memorable tournament moments. Perfectly predicted bombs catching entire pushes, eliminating 6 or 7 elixir worth of troops in one explosion. Failed predictions, where the bomb explodes on empty ground while the troops it was meant to counter survive elsewhere. Desperate overtime situations, where a bomb detonating a tower delivers exactly enough damage for victory. Each moment becomes highlight, becomes story, becomes part of the card's growing legend. The visual spectacle of the bomb detonation deserves appreciation. The expanding circle of flame, the shockwave rippling outward, the sound design combining explosion with magical energy release. Everything about the detonation emphasizes impact, making each explosion feel significant even after you've seen it thousands of times. It's a death worthy of the skeleton carrying the bomb, spectacular and devastating in equal measure. As you drift into sleep, imagine the giant skeleton's slow march. Each step deliberate, bones creaking under the weight of the bomb, purple cape flowing behind like banner or shroud. It knows enemies await. It knows its journey ends in explosion. Yet it walks on, faithful to its purpose, accepting its role as both weapon and sacrifice. The bomb ticks down after death. 3 seconds of anticipation. 3 seconds of scrambling or acceptance. 3 seconds before the world erupts in flames that consume everything within reach. The giant skeleton is tragedy made tactical, death made deliberate, sacrifice made strategic. It is the skeleton that grew up, that took on greater burden in exchange for greater impact. Where Larry and his friends dance through battle with manic energy, the giant skeleton walks with grim determination. Where regular skeletons hope to survive and contribute, the giant skeleton knows its greatest contribution comes after life ends. It is the undead made more undead, animated for the express purpose of becoming unanimated again. Existence defined by the moment of cessation. And yet there's something admirable in that certainty, that acceptance of purpose. The giant skeleton doesn't question its role or resist its fate. It simply carries its bomb forward, step by step, closer to whatever awaits, ready to transform its death into devastating art. That's a kind of courage, isn't it? Knowing the ending yet marching toward it anyway, making peace with explosive destiny, finding meaning in destruction. Let the giant skeleton guard your dreams tonight. That massive frame a wall between you and anything that might disturb rest. Trust in the bomb to eliminate threats, to clear away chaos, to create space for peace. The skeleton that grew up can protect you now, carrying its burden so you don't have to carry yours. Sleep soundly, knowing that somewhere in the arena, a giant skeleton is walking its eternal walk, counting down to an explosion that will echo through tomorrow. The witch, mother of skeletons and necromantic architect behind every army of skeletons, stands a summoner, a wielder of dark magic who calls bones from the earth and animates them with purpose. The witch, That purple-robed necromancer with her staff of power and army of undead servants represents the source from which skeletons flow. This epic card, unlocked from PEKK's Playhouse, which is Arena 4, costs 5 elixir and deploys a ranged splash damage dealer who continuously spawns skeletons throughout her lifetime. The witch's visual design immediately communicates her dark nature. She wears flowing purple robes adorned with skull motifs, marking her as a practitioner of death magic. Her staff, topped with a glowing skull, serves as both weapon and necromantic focus. Her face is obscured by her hood, adding mystery and suggesting someone who has looked into death's realm long enough to be changed by it. Purple energy swirls around her, the same purple that glows in skeleton eyes, connecting her visually to her undead creations. Every few seconds, the witch spawns skeletons behind her. These skeletons are identical to those from the Skeleton's card and Skeleton Army, having the same stats, speed, and behavior. They spawn in groups of 3, appearing in that familiar triangle formation. Over her lifetime, if left unchallenged, a single witch can spawn dozens of skeletons, creating a perpetual stream of undead warriors that overwhelm through attrition. She is Factory and Commander, Creator and Controller, the necromantic heart of skeleton society. The witch's attack consists of lobbing skulls from her staff in a splash damage arc. These projectiles travel through the air before impacting and dealing area damage to ground and air units. The splash radius allows her to clear swarms effectively, making her strong against other skeleton-based strategies, goblin gangs, and clustered troops. The damage is moderate, not devastating but respectable, enough to wear down targets over time while her skeletons do the primary offensive work. Since Clash Royale's launch on January 4th, 2016, the witch has undergone numerous balance changes, reflecting ongoing struggle to make her competitively viable without being oppressive. Early versions spawned skeletons more frequently and had different damage profiles. Over time, Supercell adjusted her skeleton spawn rate, hit points, damage, hit speed, spawn speed, and various other statistics, searching for the balance point where she felt powerful without dominating matches. The January 13th, 2016 update increased witch hit points by 5%. The February 2nd, 2016 update increased her damage by 5% and decreased her skeleton spawn time from 8 seconds to 7 seconds, making her spawn skeletons more quickly. The May 3rd, 2016 update decreased her range from 6 tiles to 5.5 tiles. The November 1st, 2016 update increased her first skeleton spawn time from 1 second to 2 seconds, preventing instant skeleton swarms upon deployment. More significant changes came in later years. The June 1st, 2018 rework completely reimagined the witch, increasing her first skeleton spawn time to 5 seconds, increasing her skeleton spawn speed to 7 seconds, but also allowing her to spawn 4 skeletons instead of 3. Her damage was increased, but her hit speed was decreased, fundamentally changing how she functioned in battle. These changes made her more powerful but less oppressive, requiring more skill to use effectively. The October 7th, 2019 update reverted many of these changes, decreasing her skeleton spawn count back to 3, decreasing her damage, but increasing her hit speed and decreasing her skeleton spawn time. She was rebuilt again, differently from both her original incarnation and the 2018 rework. The community adapted once more, learning the new witch's rhythm, discovering her optimal placements and synergies. In 2021, the witch received her evolution, adding a new dimension to her character. When evolved, the witch becomes the Super Witch, her robes darker, her power greater, spawning big skeletons instead of regular skeletons. These big skeletons are larger, stronger, and more durable than regular skeletons, transforming the witch from moderate threat to genuine win condition. The evolution emphasized her identity as skeleton matriarch, the ultimate expression of necromantic power. Strategically, the witch functions primarily as a support card, rather than a tank or primary win condition. Her value comes from continuous skeleton generation, creating perpetual pressure that opponents must address. Place her behind a tank like Giant, Golem, or Lava Hound, and she spawns skeletons that protect the tank while dealing damage. She converts defense into offense, transforming a simple defensive witch into a counter-push threat that can spiral out of control if ignored. On defense, the witch excels against swarms and ground-targeting troops. Her splash damage clears skeleton armies, goblin gangs, and bats quickly. Her spawn skeletons distract single-target threats like Prince, P.E.K.K.A, or Mini P.E.K.K.A, buying time for towers to deal damage while preventing charge abilities. A well-placed witch can stop ground pushes single-handedly, then transition into offense with her surviving health and accumulated skeleton bodyguards. Rocket kills her instantly, though at neutral elixir trade. Lightning hits her and nearby troops simultaneously, making it efficient if opponents can catch her with support units. Mini P.E.K.K.A, Prince, and other high-damage troops can reach and eliminate her before her skeletons overwhelm them if they read properly supported or have clear paths. The relationship between Witch and her skeletons has inspired significant lore speculation. Is she their creator, literally animating bones with dark magic? Is she their commander, calling forth skeletons that already exist in some netherworld? Is she their mother, as her title Mother Witch in some contexts suggests, giving birth to undead children through necromantic means? The game never clarifies, leaving these questions open for interpretation. Consider the implications if the witch truly creates skeletons. Every Larry, every Harry, every member of the skeleton army might ultimately trace their existence back to a witch's spell. In this interpretation, the witch is skeleton genesis, the source from which all other skeleton cards derive. Regular skeletons are simply those that persist after their witch falls, continuing to serve their purpose even after their creator's demise. Alternatively, if the witch merely summons existing skeletons from elsewhere, she becomes a portal or conduit. Somewhere in the Clash universe exists a skeleton realm, a boneyard or underworld where countless undead warriors await. The witch's magic creates temporary bridges between that realm and the arena, allowing skeletons to cross over, fight, and return. In this interpretation, Larry and his friends have independent existence, and the witch is simply the means by which they enter battle. The Mother Witch title, introduced with a separate card later in Clash Royale's history, adds another layer. This variant transforms enemy troops into pigs rather than spawning skeletons, but her title suggests a maternal relationship with something. If there's a Mother Witch, does that make the regular witch their sister, daughter, or simply lesser variant? Does the title indicate biological or metaphorical motherhood? Can the undead even have family structures in the traditional sense? Community content often portrays the witch as caring for her skeletons, treating them as her children or loyal servants. Animations show her mourning when they fall, celebrating their victories, scolding them for misbehavior. Comic strips depict domestic scenes where the witch prepares meals skeletons can't eat or tucks them into beds they do in need. These humanizing portrayals transform her from mere game piece into character with emotional depth and relationships worth exploring. In battle, the witch's skeleton spawning creates interesting rhythms. She spawns. Enemies clear the skeletons. She spawns again. A cycle that continues until she falls or reaches her target. This rhythm means pressure is constant but predictable. Skilled opponents time their spells to clear skeletons immediately after they spawn, maximizing efficiency. Skilled witch players time their deployments to align skeleton spawns with pushes, maximizing their impact. The sound design around Witch emphasizes her necromantic nature. Her attack carries ethereal, ghostly tones. Her skeleton spawning comes with distinctive audio cues, alerting attentive players even if they're not watching that specific position. Her death sound suggests magic dissipating, the spell that held everything together finally breaking. Even her presence on the field has ambient audio, subtle whispers that reinforce her dark magic theme. The witch has been featured in various game modes beyond standard battles. In certain draft challenges, she becomes high-value pick, offering splash damage, swarm generation, and versatility. In triple elixir mode, her skeleton spawning becomes overwhelming, creating floods of undead that opponents struggle to contain. In special challenges where certain cards are buffed, powered-up witches become nearly unstoppable, spawning skeletons so quickly that the screen fills with rattling bones. Competitive usage of witch has varied across Clash Royale's history. She's been meta-defining during certain periods, appearing in top ladder decks and championship tournaments. She's been completely absent during others, considered too vulnerable or slow for the pacing of competitive play. She's the definition of meta-dependent, strong when the cards that counter her are weak when those counters dominate. This volatility makes her interesting, never quite settling into permanent position in the tier lists. The Witch also represents player progression for newer players. Unlocked relatively early from Arena 4, she provides accessible splash damage and swarm generation that helps players understand key strategic concepts. Learning when to deploy the Witch, how to support her, when to sacrifice her for value, these lessons translate to understanding the game at deeper levels. Many players remember their first Witch, the excitement of unlocking that epic card and trying it in battle for the first time. As sleep deepens and dreams begin, imagine the Witch standing at the boundary between life and death. Her staff glows with purple energy, that light that connects all skeletons to their source. She raises the staff, speaks words in languages long forgotten, and bones rise from the earth. 3 skeletons, then 3 more, then 3 more again, an endless procession of undead warriors answering her call. She is mother, creator, commander, architect of skeletal armies. Where other troops fight alone or in fixed groups, she builds her army dynamically, adapting to the flow of battle. Her magic is patient, inexorable, the kind of power that doesn't overwhelm immediately, but accumulates over time until suddenly the battlefield is covered in rattling bones and gleaming purple eyes, and her enemies realize, too late, that they should have addressed her sooner. The Witch represents transformation of death into purpose. Bones that should rest in peace instead rise to serve. Endings become beginnings. What was lost becomes found, though changed, though different, though animated by forces that transcend natural life. She is the proof that in Clash Royale's universe, death is not final but transitional, not an ending but a different kind of existence. Let her magic protect your sleep tonight. Let her skeleton stand guard while you rest. She who commands death itself can surely ensure your dreams remain peaceful, your rest undisturbed. The Witch watches, staff in hand, ready to summon defenders should nightmares approach. Behind her, an infinite army of bones awaits her command, loyal until the final tower falls, faithful beyond death itself. The mother of skeletons nurtures her children through battle after battle. She calls them forth, watches them fight, welcomes them back when they fall. This is her purpose, her power, her eternal role in the arena. And as long as witches exist, skeletons will never truly be gone. They are always just a spell away from rattling back into existence, ready for one more battle, one more charge, one more moment in the moonlight, before returning to whatever realm spawned them. Night Witch, sister of darkness and bat matriarch, while the witch rules over skeleton armies, her darker counterpart holds dominion over a different form of death servants. The Night Witch, released on May 12, 2017, as part of a major update, brought with her not skeletons but bats, those small flying creatures that swarm through the night sky with chittering malevolence. This legendary card, unlocked from Hog Mountain, which is Arena 10, costs 4 elixir and represents the Witch's shadow, the necromancer who chose a different path towards similar ends. The Night Witch's appearance immediately distinguishes her from her skeletal sibling. Where the Witch wears purple, The Night Witch wears black with purple accents. Her robes are darker, more tattered, suggesting someone who has delved deeper into Forbidden's magic. Her staff is twisted and gnarled, topped not with a skull, but with a purple crystal that pulses with malevolent energy. Her face is pale, her expression severe, her entire design suggesting someone who has sacrificed more for power than the witch ever did. Most distinctively, the Night Witch's familiar spirits are not skeletons, but bats. She continuously spawns bats throughout her lifetime, 4 at a time rather than 3 skeletons, creating airborne swarms that attack both ground and air units. These bats are fragile, even more so than skeletons, dying to any damage whatsoever. But they fly, giving them mobility and targeting flexibility that ground-bound skeletons lack. They swarm around enemies, overwhelming through numbers and speed, death delivered on leathery wings. The Night Witch's attack differs fundamentally from the witch's splash projectiles. Instead, she shoots dark energy bolts that deal high single-target damage to ground units. This makes her excellent at eliminating high hit point threats rather than clearing swarms. Combined with her bat spawning, she represents a different strategic niche. Tank killer rather than swarm counter, assassin rather than area denier, precision rather than spread. Upon death, the Night Witch spawns 4 bats immediately, a death spawn similar to but distinct from the giant skeleton spawn. These final bats represent her last act of necromancy, a posthumous contribution that can catch opponents off guard. The death spawn ensures that defeating the Night Witch doesn't completely end her threat, as those 4 bats might reach towers or eliminate weakened troops, extracting final value from your elixir investment. The Night Witch's introduction to Clash Royale was explosive, arguably one of the most impactful card releases in the game's history. When she first arrived, she was overwhelmingly powerful, dominating the meta so completely that nearly every competitive deck included her. Her bat spawn rate was too fast, her damage too high, her death spawn too threatening. She defined the meta for weeks, warping deck building and strategy around either using her or countering her. The June 12, 2017 balance update, mere weeks after her release, significantly nerfed the Night Witch. Her bat spawn time was increased from 6 seconds to 7 seconds. Her hit points were decreased by 9%. Her damage was decreased by 9%. Her death spawn bats were reduced from 4 to 3. These changes were dramatic, reflecting how overpowered she had been. But even after them, she remained viable and popular. Subsequent updates continued refining the Night Witch. The October 9, 2017 update increased her bat spawn speed from 7 seconds back to 6 seconds, but decreased her range from 5.5 tiles to 5 tiles. The March 5, 2018 update decreased her hit points by 5%. The May 31, 2018 update decreased her bat spawn speed from 6 seconds to 5 seconds, but decreased her damage by 17%. Each change tried to find the sweet spot between powerful and oppressive. The pattern continued over years. Her hit speed was adjusted, affecting how quickly she could eliminate targets. Her sight range was modified, changing her ability to lock onto troops. Her initial bat spawn time was increased, preventing instant bat swarms upon deployment. Her death spawn was adjusted multiple times, settling at 4 bats again in later updates. Through it all, the Night Witch remained relevant, never quite as dominant as her release, but never falling into complete obscurity. Strategically, the Night Witch functions as a versatile support card that excels behind tanks. Place her behind a golem, and she spawns bat after bat, creating aerial swarms that opponents must address while the golem absorbs damage. Use her with giant, and her high single-target damage eliminates troops trying to counter your tank, while bats provide additional pressure. Pair her with Lava Hound, and you create overwhelming air pressure that opponents struggle to counter with typical anti-air defensive cards. On defense, the Night Witch shines against high hit point ground units. Her high single-target damage lets her melt through tanks like Giant Royal Giant or Golem. Her bats distract and delay, buying precious seconds for towers to deal damage. Against aerial threats, her bats can surround and eliminate, though they're vulnerable to splash damage from support troops. She's versatile enough to handle various threats, making her valuable in many situations. The relationship between Night Witch and bats mirrors the witch's relationship with skeletons, but with subtle differences. Bats are not undead in the same sense that skeletons are. They're creatures transformed or controlled through dark magic, living things corrupted rather than dead things animated. This distinction matters lore-wise, suggesting that the Night Witch's magic operates through domination and corruption rather than pure necromancy. Some community theories suggest the Night Witch and Witch are siblings, sisters who chose different paths in their magical studies. The Witch mastered animating the dead. The Night Witch mastered controlling the living. Both pursue power through dark arts, but their methods and philosophies diverge. The Night Witch is specialist, optimized for specific conditions, while the Witch is generalist, functional in all circumstances. Visual design reinforces this nocturnal theme. The Night Witch's color palette is blacks and purples, colors of midnight and shadow. Her animations are smoother, more graceful, suggesting someone who moves through darkness like water through cracks. Her bat spawning looks effortless, as if the bats emerge naturally from her presence, rather than being deliberately summoned. She doesn't command death, she embodies it, becoming living shadow that spawns smaller shadows to do her bidding. The bats themselves deserve attention. These tiny creatures, with their leathery wings and chittering cries, are even more fragile than skeletons. Any damage kills them instantly, making them vulnerable to splash, spells, and area damage troops. Yet they fly, giving them tactical advantages skeletons lack. They can cross rivers without bridges, bypass ground defenses entirely, target air units, and reach towers more directly. Their fragility is offset by mobility and spawn rate, creating constant pressure through renewed waves. In competitive play, Night Witch has been part of numerous meta decks. The Golem Night Witch beatdown archetype dominated for months, overwhelming opponents through relentless pressure. Bridge spam decks utilized her for quick pressure and tower damage. She appeared in various hybrid decks that leveraged her versatility. Professional players pioneered techniques for maximizing her value, like timing bat spawns to tank tower shots for more valuable units or using her to kite building targeting troops while bats dealt damage. The Night Witch's legendary rarity makes her harder to obtain and upgrade than the common witch, creating accessibility barriers for free-to-play players. This rarity feels appropriate given her power level and versatility, but it means many players experience her primarily as opponent rather than tool. Facing fully upgraded Night Witches when your own is underleveled creates frustration, as the card's strength scales significantly with levels, affecting bat spawn rate and survivability. Special game modes featuring Night Witch reveal different facets of her power. In Triple Elixir, she spawns bats so quickly that the air fills with leathery wings. In draft challenges, she becomes premium pick, offering versatility and win condition potential simultaneously. In challenges where certain rarities are banned, her absence is felt immediately, highlighting how much her presence shapes strategies and deck building. The Night Witch has become so integral to certain playstyles that her removal fundamentally changes how those decks function. Animations depict her as more sinister than the Witch, more willing to embrace morally questionable magic. Fan art frequently shows her in dramatically shadowed settings, surrounded by swirling bats and dark energy. Comics contrast her seriousness with the Witch's occasional whimsy, suggesting personality differences alongside their magical specializations. The Night Witch is the one who didn't hesitate, who dove into forbidden knowledge without reservation, who paid whatever price power demanded. The bats she commands reflect this darker commitment. While skeletons retain some cartoonish charm despite being undead, bats feel more genuinely threatening. Their chittering, their swarming, their association with vampires and caves in darkness all contribute to making them feel dangerous rather than merely deadly. When Night Witch spawns bats, it feels like releasing something that should remain contained, letting loose creatures that belong in nightmares rather than battlefields. Yet beneath the dark aesthetic, Night Witch serves similar strategic purpose to her skeletal counterpart. Both are support cards that spawn secondary units continuously. Both convert defense into offense effectively. Both require opponents to balance addressing the spawner versus the spawn units. Both reward players who protect them, allowing their spawn mechanics to generate overwhelming value over time. They are variations on a theme, different implementations of the same core concept: the perpetual spawner who creates value through persistence. The Night Witch's presence in clan wars, special events, and seasonal content has been significant. She appears in special challenges, serves as draft pick in clan war duels, features in limited time modes with unique rules. Each appearance reminds players of her versatility and power, why she achieved legendary status, why she remains relevant years after her initially overpowered release. She has staying power that many cards lack, constantly finding new relevance as meta shift and strategies evolve. As sleep deepens and consciousness fades further into dreams, picture the Night Witch in your mind. She stands in shadow, staff planted firmly in ground, purple energy pulsing through the twisted wood. Around her, bats circle endlessly, their wings creating soft whooshing sounds that blend into a susurrus of dark promise. She is patience and inevitability, the slow accumulation of threats that eventually becomes unstoppable. She doesn't charge forward like skeleton warriors. She walks deliberately, spawning bats with each step, creating aerial clouds that grow denser with each passing second. By the time she reaches enemy positions, she's accompanied by dozens of bats, a living storm of wings and teeth that descends upon defenders like biblical plague. This is her power, not immediate impact but inevitable buildup, not explosive force but gradual overwhelming. The Night Witch represents the darker path, the choice to embrace shadow fully rather than balance between light and dark. Where the witch summons bones that once lived, the Night Witch corrupts life itself, bending living creatures to her will. Where the witch builds armies of the past, the Night Witch commands swarms of the present. Both serve death, but through different philosophies, different methods, different relationships with the fundamental forces they channel. Let her watch over your sleep tonight, this sister of shadows. Let her badge circle your dreams, keeping nightmares at bay through their very presence. She who commands creatures of darkness can surely ensure darkness remains at proper distance, threatening only your enemies, protecting you through night's longest hours. The Night Witch stands vigil, patient and powerful, ready to release her swarms should anything disturb your rest. In the morning, you'll wake without remembering her presence, without knowing that through the night, bats circled overhead and dark magic held watch. That's how the Night Witch prefers it, working from shadows, letting others claim glory while she accomplishes what needs accomplishing. She's the dark to the witch's light, the shadow to her sister's substance, the necessary balance that allows both to exist. Evolved skeletons, purple hats, and never-ending resurrection. On October 24th, 2022, Clash Royale introduced a new mechanic that would fundamentally change how certain cards functioned. Card evolution arrived, allowing specific cards to reach new heights of power when upgraded beyond maximum level. The skeletons were among the first cards to receive this transformation, and their evolution introduced mechanics that turned a simple 3-skeleton card into a perpetual nuisance that refused to stay dead. Evolved skeletons maintain the same basic stats as their non-evolved counterparts in terms of hit points and damage. The 3 skeletons that spawn still die to any damage, still wield tiny swords, still scramble forward with that characteristic skeletal energy. But there's one crucial, game-changing difference. When an evolved skeleton dies, it respawns as another evolved skeleton after 4 seconds. This creates a cycle of resurrection that continues until time expires or something breaks the cycle through overwhelming force. The visual indicator of evolution is subtle but distinctive. Evolved skeletons wear purple hats, small caps that mark them as different from regular bone warriors. These hats don't provide defense or change behavior. They're purely cosmetic markers that let players instantly identify which skeletons will resurrect. The purple color matches the skeleton's glowing eyes, creating visual consistency that ties the evolution theme together. It's a whimsical touch, suggesting that achieving evolution grants skeletons not just power but style. The evolution mechanic transforms how players use and opponents counter the skeleton's card. Regular skeletons, once eliminated, are gone until you cycle back to the card and deploy it again. Evolved skeletons return automatically, creating pressure that persists far longer than the 3 elixir investment suggests. They become defensive permanents, constantly respawning to distract and damage threats. They become offensive persistence, continuously attacking towers unless completely stopped. To evolve cards, players must reach King level 14, the maximum King level. They need the card at maximum level, requiring significant time and resources for common cards like skeletons. Then they need evolution shards, special items that accumulate slowly through various game modes and occasionally through shop purchases. Finally, they need gold, the universal currency that gates all upgrades. The combined requirements make evolution accessible primarily to dedicated players or those willing to spend money, creating power disparities that sparked community debate. When first introduced, evolved skeletons immediately impacted the competitive meta. Their persistent respawning made them exceptionally valuable on defense, as they continuously distracted and damaged troops without requiring additional elixir investment. On offense, they provided constant chip damage, requiring opponents to address them repeatedly or accept slow tower deterioration. The 4-second respawn timer proved short enough that properly protected, evolved skeletons could chain resurrections indefinitely. Balance adjustments followed quickly. The November 7, 2022 update increased the respawn time from 4 seconds to 6 seconds, giving opponents more breathing room between skeleton waves. This change reduced their oppressive feel without eliminating their core strength. The evolution remained powerful, but required more careful protection and strategic placement. Further minor adjustments tweaked their power level over subsequent months. Strategically, evolved skeletons function differently from their regular counterparts. With regular skeletons, you accept that they're temporary, disposable tools that provide value then disappear. With evolved skeletons, you invest in permanence, creating threats that require sustained attention or hard counters. They're less about immediate impact and more about maintaining pressure, about creating problems opponents must repeatedly address. On defense, evolved skeletons shine against predictable attacks. Drop them to counter a hog rider, and they'll respawn to counter the next hog rider. Use them against a royal giant, and they'll return to distract the next royal giant push. Their resurrection turns single defensive plays into lasting solutions, extracting enormous value from what appears to be a minimal elixir investment. However, this strength depends on protecting them, ensuring they die in your territory where they can respawn safely. Offensively, evolved skeletons function as perpetual chip damage. Deploy them at the bridge and, even if they're immediately countered, they'll respawn and attack again. This forces opponents into difficult choices. Ignore them and accept continuous tower damage, or repeatedly spend resources countering them, potentially falling behind in elixir. Smart players cycle evolved skeletons constantly, creating multiple respawn chains that overwhelm through accumulated pressure. The counterplay to evolved skeletons involves breaking their respawn cycle. Area-damaged troops like Valkyrie, Wizard, or Bomber can clear them repeatedly. Spells like Zap or Log can reset the cycle timing. Building placements can distract them away from valuable targets. Most effectively, eliminating them in enemy territory prevents respawn entirely, as they only resurrect if they die on your side of the arena. This creates interesting positional dynamics where the location of skeleton deaths matters enormously. The lore implications of evolution, particularly for skeletons, are fascinating. What does it mean for the dead to refuse to stay dead? Regular skeletons are already undead, animated beyond their natural end. Evolved skeletons are undead that resurrect repeatedly, creating cycles of death and rebirth that suggest something beyond simple necromancy. Are they trapped in a curse that prevents final rest? Have they achieved some form of skeletal enlightenment that grants them pseudo-immortality? Or is evolution simply concentrated dark magic, so powerful that it overcomes even death's grip on death itself? The purple hats add personality to this existential question. Someone gave these skeletons hats. Was it the witch marking her most powerful servants? Was it Larry distributing hats to his closest friends as symbol of their special status? Or did the skeletons claim the hats themselves, fashioning them from materials scavenged across battlefields, wearing them with skeletal pride? The game doesn't answer, leaving this small detail to fuel imagination and fan theories. Community response to evolved skeletons mixed excitement with concern. Players appreciated the new strategic depth evolution added, the fresh ways of using familiar cards, but the power level sparked debate. Were evolved skeletons too strong, warping the meta around them? Did their respawn mechanic feel unfair, creating situations where opponents felt helpless? Or was the community simply adjusting to new mechanics, learning counterplay that would eventually bring evolved cards into balance? Professional players quickly integrated evolved skeletons into competitive decks. Cycle decks leveraged their persistence to maintain constant pressure. Defensive decks used them as foundations for stopping pushes. Hybrid strategies combined both approaches, defending with evolved skeletons, then converting their respawns into counterattacks. Tournament matches showcased clever evolution timing, with players cycling to evolved cards precisely when opponents lacked answers. The evolution mechanic's greatest impact might be psychological. Players holding evolved skeletons know they have persistent threat that opponents must respect. Players facing evolved skeletons know they must carefully manage that threat or watch it spiral out of control. This mental component, the weight of knowledge that these skeletons won't simply die and disappear, changes how both players approach the entire match. It's pressure that exists even when the card isn't deployed, simply because it could be. In terms of sound and visual design, evolved skeletons receive special attention. Their respawn animation is distinctive, purple energy swirling as bones reassemble from ethereal components. The sound of resurrection carries magical tones, clearly different from initial deployment. These design choices ensure players immediately recognize when skeletons are respawning versus being freshly deployed, maintaining clarity even during chaotic battles. The community has created extensive content around evolved skeletons. Guides explaining optimal usage, when to protect respawns versus when to let skeletons die in enemy territory. Montages showing endless chains of resurrection. Skeletons dying and respawning dozens of times in single matches. Memes about opponents' frustration facing infinite skeleton loops. Discussions debating whether the evolution mechanic is healthy for the game or problematic power creep. Consider also the philosophical dimension of never-ending skeletons. In stories, undead that cannot be permanently killed are typically horrors, curses, problems to be solved rather than powers to be celebrated. But in Clash Royale, this eternal return becomes tactical advantage, strategic tool, blessing rather than curse. It's a fascinating inversion of traditional undead narratives, where resurrection is desirable rather than tragic, where refusing to stay dead is victory rather than damnation. As you descend deeper into sleep, imagine evolved skeletons in their endless cycle. 3 warriors fall in battle, bones scattering across arena floor. Purple energy swirls, and they rise again. Hats slightly askew, but spirits undimmed. They charge once more, knowing death is temporary, that they'll return again and again until victory is achieved or time expires. They are persistence incarnate, the refusal to accept defeat, the embodiment of try again, taken to supernatural extremes. Let them guard your dreams with their immortal vigilance. When nightmares approach, the skeletons fall defending you. 4 seconds pass, and they rise again, ready to face the same threats once more. They cannot be permanently defeated because they cannot permanently die. They are evolution's gift to those who need protection that never wavers, defense that never rests. Warriors who literally cannot quit because quitting would require staying dead, and they've evolved beyond death's ability to hold them. The purple hats bob in rhythm with their movements, marking them as special, as chosen, as evolved beyond their common origins. Larry and his friends reach new heights, not through size or strength, but through transcending death itself. They are skeletons squared, undead made more undead, the already impossible made more impossible still. And they march through your dreams wearing those ridiculous purple hats with absolute dignity, because style matters even when your bones held together by dark magic and stubborn refusal to rest. Evolution made skeletons immortal in the most literal sense possible. They don't just survive, they return. They don't just persist, they resurrect. They are the answer to the question, what if skeletons simply refuse to accept defeat? And that answer is terrifying for opponents, comforting for allies, and absolutely fascinating for anyone who appreciates the philosophical implications of animated bones that won't stay unanimated. Sleep soundly, knowing that somewhere in the arena, evolved skeletons are dying and respawning, maintaining eternal watch, ensuring that no threat goes unchallenged, that no tower stands undefended, that no battle is truly over until time expires. They are the warriors who learn that death is optional, that endings are merely transitions, that with enough determination and a sharp purple hat, even the smallest skeleton can become eternal. The Skeleton King, from Larry to royalty on October 26, 2021. Clash Royale introduced champions, a new rarity of cards that could only be unlocked from King level 14, and brought unique abilities that no other troops possessed. Among the first 3 champions released was the Skeleton King, and the community immediately recognized him as potentially connected to skeleton lore as most beloved character, Larry himself. The Skeleton King stands as the largest, most imposing skeleton in the game. He towers over regular skeletons, dwarfing even the giant skeleton in presence and authority. His appearance immediately communicates royalty. He wears an ornate crown, golden and glittering, sitting atop his skull with undeniable majesty. He carries a massive club, larger than several regular skeletons combined, capable of delivering devastating area damage with each swing. His bones appear thicker, sturdier, suggesting supernatural durability befitting a monarch. His purple cape flows behind him as he moves, the same purple that marks all skeleton units, connecting him to his subjects through shared coloration. His eyes glow with intense purple light, brighter than any regular skeleton, as if concentrated power or authority manifests through more brilliant luminescence. Everything about his design screams importance, power, leadership. This is not merely a skeleton. This is the skeleton, the king of all bones, the ruler of the undead realm. The Skeleton King's most distinctive feature is his ability, Soul Gathering. When activated, all troops within range that die contribute their souls to the Skeleton King, granting him increased damage. Additionally, he can resurrect fallen troops as skeletons that fight for him, bringing back even enemy units as undead servants. This ability, thematically perfect, connects him to skeleton lore, positioning him as the ultimate necromancer, the being who commands death itself rather than being merely subject to it. The resurrection mechanic feels like evolution of the witch's skeleton spawning, where she continuously creates skeletons from nothing. The Skeleton King transforms death itself into skeleton warriors. Fallen allies, defeated enemies, even other skeletons once they die can all be resurrected by the king's power. He is recycler of death, ensuring nothing truly ends while he reigns, converting every casualty into another undead servant. The theory that Larry became the Skeleton King draws primarily from the animated short, Lost and Crowned. In this film, Larry steals the Red King's crown, triggering a series of misadventures that see the crown damaged and Larry punished. The Skeleton King's crown bears visual similarity to the crown from the animation, suggesting narrative connection. If Larry kept the crown after his punishment, if he discovered it held transformative power if wearing it long enough changed him fundamentally, then perhaps the small skeleton who couldn't resist touching things eventually became the king who rules all skeletons. The timeline supports this theory if we assume the animated shorts exist in a chronological sequence relative to card releases. Lost and Crowned could be Larry's origin story, explaining how he obtained the crown that would eventually transform him. His punishment, reduced to washing dishes, might have been temporary. Perhaps he continued wearing the crown in secret, its magic working slowly, gradually enlarging his bones, amplifying his power until he emerged transformed as the Skeleton King. Alternatively, the transformation might have been sudden. Perhaps the crown's damage during the adventure released concentrated magic, blessing or cursing Larry with immediate transformation. Maybe the dragon's involvement, the fire spirit's explosions, or the Red King's own magic residue all combined to create circumstances under which a simple skeleton could become royalty. The exact mechanism isn't important to the theory. What matters is the possibility, the narrative satisfaction of Larry's journey from lowly skeleton to ultimate skeleton authority. The Skeleton King's personality, as evidenced through his animations and emotes, shares characteristics with Larry from the shorts. There's a playfulness beneath the regal exterior, a sense that he doesn't take himself entirely seriously despite his imposing presence. His victory animations have whimsy that suggests someone enjoying their power rather than solemnly bearing responsibility. This lighter touch feels consistent with Larry's character, the curious skeleton who touched things he shouldn't, who stole crowns on impulse, who approached the world with childlike wonder despite being undead. Supercell has never officially confirmed or denied the Larry to Skeleton King theory. This ambiguity is likely intentional, allowing fans to believe what resonates with them while maintaining flexibility for future lore developments. The company seems to appreciate that sometimes fan theories enhance engagement more than official declarations would. By leaving the connection implied rather than explicit, they invite community participation in skeleton lore, making players co-creators rather than merely consumers. Competitively, the Skeleton King has been impactful since his release. His high hit points make him difficult to eliminate quickly. His area damage allows him to clear swarms and pressure multiple targets simultaneously. His ability provides value in both offense and defense, resurrecting fallen troops during enemy pushes, or creating overwhelming attacks by converting your own casualties into skeleton reinforcements. He functions as tank, damage dealer, and support simultaneously, justifying his champion status. The 80 elixir cost makes him expensive, requiring careful elixir management and strategic timing. You can't simply drop the Skeleton King reactively like you might with cheaper troops. He represents significant investment that must be protected and leveraged properly. But when used effectively, he can swing entire matches, his presence on the field fundamentally changing how both players approach combat. He is win condition and defensive anchor, game changer and game ender. His synergies extend throughout skeleton-based strategies. Pair him with Witch, and her skeleton spawning feeds his resurrection ability, creating exponentially growing undead armies. Use him with Graveyard, and fallen graveyard skeletons can be resurrected, extending the spell's impact. Combine him with Skeleton Army, and you have numerical superiority backed by royal authority. Swarms led by their king into glorious battle. The Skeleton King also introduced champion cycle mechanics to the game. Once deployed, he must be defeated and respawn before you can deploy him again. This creates risk-reward decisions around when to commit your champion. Deploy him too early, and he might die without extracting full value, forcing you to wait through respawn timer during crucial moments. Deploy him too late, and you've left powerful tool unused, potentially losing matches you could have won. Mastering champion timing separates skilled players from merely competent ones. In terms of lore significance, the Skeleton King represents culmination of skeleton evolution in Clash Royale. From common 3 skeleton card, to epic skeleton army, to legendary Night Witch, and now champion Skeleton King, skeletons have climbed the rarity ladder, proving their worth at every tier. The King embodies everything skeleton lore represents: persistence despite fragility, power through numbers, dignity despite being literal bones, and the refusal to accept that death is the end. His existence also raises questions about skeleton society and hierarchy. If there's a king, is there a kingdom? Do other skeletons serve him willingly or through compulsion? When you deploy skeletons or skeleton army, are you calling forth the king's subjects, or are these independent warrior bands? Does the witch answer to the Skeleton King, or are they rivals, competing powers within the undead realm? The game doesn't answer, but these questions fuel fan discussions and creative works. The Skeleton King's emotes add personality beyond what gameplay reveals. He has expressions of joy, frustration, cockiness, and determination. These emotional displays humanize him despite his decidedly inhuman nature. He's not merely a powerful game piece, but a character with feelings, reactions, personality. This emotional depth makes his connection to Larry feel stronger, as both display that crucial trait, character that transcends their undead nature. Community content around the Skeleton King often explores his royal duties and relationships with other skeleton units. Animations show him leading skeleton armies into battle, not from the back, but from the front, club swinging with regal authority. Comics depict his coronation, possibly showing Larry's transformation or simply celebrating the king's existence. Fan theories connect him to every other skeleton-related card, building elaborate mythologies around the Skeleton Kingdom and its ruler's role within it. As Sleep claims you more completely, envision the Skeleton King on his throne. Not a physical throne in some castle, but a throne of bones assembled from countless fallen skeletons who served before him. He sits with crown gleaming, club resting against his shoulder, surveying his domain of death and battle. Around him, skeletons bow, skeletons train, skeletons prepare for the next deployment. He rises when battle calls, moving with purpose and power that lesser skeletons cannot match. His very presence inspires his subjects, transforms frightened bones into confident warriors. When he activates Soul Gathering, death itself becomes his servant, corpses rising at his command, everything that falls becoming his to command. He's the alpha and omega of skeleton existence, the beginning and end, the Larry who was and the king who is. Let him rule your dreams tonight, this monarch of bones. Let his authority ensure your rest remains undisturbed. What nightmares would dare approach when the Skeleton King stands guard? What fears could penetrate his royal protection? Sleep under his crowned shadow, safe in knowledge that skeleton royalty watches over you, ready to resurrect any who would threaten your peace, converting your enemies into loyal undead servants. The Skeleton King represents achievement, the possibility that even the smallest among us might someday rule. Larry, if the theory holds, went from touching things he shouldn't to wearing a crown and commanding death itself. That's a journey worth celebrating, a transformation that inspires. And even if Larry and the Skeleton King are separate entities, the King still embodies skeleton potential realized, the absolute peak of what animated bones might achieve. He is the skeleton finally given his due, elevated from common to champion, from disposable distraction to game-changing presence. He proves that skeletons aren't merely tools, but characters with depth, with lore, with significance beyond their elixir cost. The Skeleton King reigns eternal, and under his rule, skeletons have claimed their rightful place among Clash Royale's greatest legends. Lost and Crowned, the animated adventure that defined Larry on August 9th, 2021, Supercell released Lost and Crowned, an animated short that would become foundational to skeleton lore in Clash Royale. This beautifully crafted film, running approximately 3 minutes, tells the story of Larry and his brother Peter working for the Red King in the arena. The narrative that unfolds is simple yet profound, combining comedy, adventure, and character development into a package that resonates far beyond its brief runtime. The short opens with Larry and Peter performing maintenance work in the Red King's castle or arena facilities. They're janitors essentially, skeletons given the unglamorous job of keeping things clean and functional. This immediately establishes them as everyman characters, workers rather than warriors, skeletons with jobs beyond battle. It humanizes them, showing that skeleton existence includes mundane duties alongside glorious combat. Larry's attention is immediately drawn to the Red King's crown, glittering golden atop the monarch's head. Larry has always been characterized by curiosity, that same impulse that led him to touch the Archer Tower in the original commercial. Here, that curiosity fixates on the crown, that symbol of authority and power that sits tantalizingly visible, yet completely inaccessible to a simple cleaning skeleton. You can see in Larry's body language, in the tilt of his skull, in his reaching gestures, that he wants that crown desperately. What follows is a comedy of errors driven by skeleton determination and questionable decision-making. Larry manages to steal the crown, though the exact mechanism varies between different viewer interpretations of the rapid sequences. With crown in hand, Larry and Peter must navigate the castle's defensive systems, chambers filled with traps designed to protect valuable items from thieves. The fact that the crown was improperly secured before they stole, it raises interesting questions about the Red King's security, protocols, or perhaps his trust in his skeleton employees. The Fire Spirits sequence provides some of the animation's most memorable moments. Larry and Peter encounter fire spirits, those small explosive elementals that hover and burn with manic energy. The skeleton's attempts to avoid or neutralize the fire spirits result in cascading chaos, explosions triggering more explosions, flames spreading through chambers and chain reactions of fiery destruction. The animation quality shines here, with fluid movements and dynamic camera angles that create genuine tension despite the comedic tone. Peter proves himself a loyal brother throughout the ordeal, staying with Larry despite the increasingly dangerous situations Larry's theft has created. This brotherly bond adds emotional weight to the narrative. These aren't just two random skeletons. They're family, connected by something deeper than simply being spawned by the same witch. Their relationship suggests that skeletons have social structures, family bonds, relationships that matter beyond mere unit deployment. The dragon's lair represents the adventure's climax. Having escaped the fire spirits and navigated countless traps, Larry and Peter find themselves in a chamber dominated by a massive dragon, possibly a juvenile or sleeping dragon that suddenly awakens. The scale contrast is powerful. Two tiny skeletons, one wearing a stolen crown, facing a creature that could incinerate them with a single breath. Yet they persist, somehow surviving through combination of luck, quick thinking, and skeletal resilience. The crown becomes damaged during the dragon encounter, dented or cracked depending on how you interpret the visual damage shown. This detail becomes crucial for theories about Larry's eventual transformation into the Skeleton King. The crown's damage might have released magic, altered its properties, or simply made it wearable for a skeleton, whereas the perfect crown would have been too large or incompatible with skeletal anatomy. Eventually, Larry and Peter manage to return the crown to the Red King, though it's no longer in pristine condition. The king's reaction is disappointment rather than fury, suggesting he has some fondness for his skeleton employees despite their criminal behavior. The punishment is gentle by royal standards. Larry and Peter are assigned to dishwashing duty, a demotion from their previous janitorial roles, but hardly cruel and unusual punishment for crown theft and castle destruction. The final scenes show Larry and Peter washing dishes together, banter between them suggesting they don't particularly regret their adventure despite its consequences. They're together, they survived, they experienced something beyond their normal existence. The crown theft, the chase, the dragon, all of it created memories and stories worth more than the punishment they received. It's a satisfying conclusion that acknowledges consequences while maintaining the lighthearted tone throughout. Lost and Crowned achieves several crucial things for Clash Royale's lore. First, it established Larry and Peter as distinct characters with personalities, relationships, and agency. They're not merely game pieces, but beings who make choices, albeit questionable ones. Second, it showed skeleton society beyond battle, revealing that skeletons have jobs, hierarchies, and lives that extend past the 3 seconds they typically survive in arena combat. Third, it created narrative foundation for the Skeleton King theory, providing origin story for how a simple skeleton might obtain the crown that would transform or mark him as royalty. The animation quality itself deserves recognition. The movements are fluid and expressive, giving the skeletons impressive range of body language despite lacking faces capable of detailed expression. The environments are richly detailed, showing the Red King's castle as lived in space rather than abstract background. The action sequences are dynamic and well choreographed, maintaining clarity even during chaotic moments. It's professional-grade animation that respects the source material while elevating it. The short's soundtrack complements the action perfectly, with music that swells during dramatic moments and softens during character beats. Sound effects are satisfying, from the clatter of skeleton bones to the whoosh of fire spirits to the dragon's intimidating presence. Even without dialogue beyond occasional skeletal noises, the audio design communicates everything necessary for understanding the narrative and emotional beats. Community response to Lost and Crowned was overwhelmingly positive. Fans celebrated seeing beloved characters receive proper animated treatment. The short was analyzed frame by frame, with viewers discovering small details and Easter eggs hidden throughout. It inspired fan art, fan fiction, and extensive discussions about its implications for Clash Royale lore. Supercell had created something that transcended marketing, becoming genuine entertainment that enriched player connection to the game. The short also raised interesting questions that remain unanswered. Why did Larry want the crown so badly? Was it simple kleptomania, the same impulse that made him touch the Archer Tower? Or did he sense something about the crown, some connection or destiny that drew him to it? Why did Peter help him despite knowing it was wrong? Brotherhood? Or does he also feel the crown's pull, supporting Larry's quest even if he doesn't fully understand it? What happened to the crown after Larry and Peter returned it? Did the Red King have it repaired? Did he discard it as damaged? Or, as the Skeleton King theory suggests, did Larry manage to keep it after all, perhaps as partial payment for his labor, or through another theft we never witnessed? The animation doesn't show us, leaving these crucial plot points open for interpretation and speculation. The dragon's role also invites questions. Why was a dragon living in the Red King's castle? Is it a pet? A prisoner? A guard? Does it relate to other dragon cards in the game, like Baby Dragon or Inferno Dragon? Or is it unique, an individual creature whose story intersects with Larry's just this once? The animation treats the dragon as obstacle rather than character, but its presence suggests depths to arena world building that other content only hints at. Lost and Crowned exists in a peculiar narrative space. It's clearly part of Clash Royale's official lore, released by Supercell through official channels. Yet it's also somewhat divorced from the game itself, telling a story that doesn't directly connect to gameplay mechanics or match outcomes. It's world building, character development, lore enrichment that asks nothing of players except that they watch and enjoy. This willingness to create content that exists for its own sake, rather than serving immediate game promotion, demonstrates Supercell's investment in their universe. The short has been used in promotional campaigns, appearing in advertisements and social media posts. But it's also become something players seek out independently, something they share with friends who don't play Clash Royale, something that stands as entertainment regardless of game knowledge. A well-crafted story with appealing characters transcends its original purpose, becoming a cultural artifact that outlives its marketing intent. As you drift deeper into dreams, let Lost and Crowned play in your mind. See Larry reaching for that glittering crown, unable to resist despite knowing consequences await. Watch Peter loyally following his brother into danger, their bond stronger than common sense. Feel the heat of fire spirit explosions, the terror of the dragon's chamber, the relief when they survive against all odds. Experience their adventure, their choices, their punishment, their ultimate acceptance that some experiences are worth any price. Larry and Peter's story reminds us that curiosity, while dangerous, leads to adventures worth having. That loyalty to those we care about matters more than following rules. That consequences, while unavoidable, can be survived and even embraced. That simple skeletons can have complex motivations, can want things beyond their assigned roles, can dream of crowns even when they know crowns aren't meant for creatures like them. Lost and Crowned gave skeletons depth, narrative, the beginning of mythos that players would build upon for years to come. It transformed Larry from meme into protagonist, from running joke into hero of his own story. And in doing so, it elevated all skeletons, showed that even the most disposable units in the game could be characters worth caring about, worth creating content around, worth dreaming about as Sleep finally claims you fully. Tombstone and skeleton spawners. Buildings that bleed bones. Not all skeletons enter the arena through direct deployment. Some emerge from structures, spawn continuously by buildings that serve as skeletal factories, producing warriors at regular intervals until destroyed or time expires. The Tombstone, introduced early in Clash Royale's history, represents the classic skeleton spawner, a building that creates tactical advantages through persistent troop generation rather than direct damage or defensive mechanics. The Tombstone unlocks from Bone Pit, appropriately Arena 2, and costs 3 elixir to deploy. It's a rare building card that spawns skeletons at regular intervals throughout its 30-second lifetime. The building itself appears as a weathered gravestone, cracked and ancient, emanating purple necromantic energy that marks it as more than mere stone. The visual design immediately communicates its purpose. This is where skeletons come from, the literal tombstone from which the undead rise. Every 2.9 seconds, the Tombstone spawns 1 skeleton, continuing this production until the building is destroyed or its lifetime expires. Additionally, when destroyed, the Tombstone spawns 4 skeletons as a death spawn, similar to the Night Witch's posthumous bat production. This ensures that even successful destruction of the Tombstone rewards the deploying player with additional skeletons, extracting final value from the elixir investment. The historical evolution of Tombstone reveals constant adjustments aimed at keeping it relevant without making it oppressive. When Clash Royale launched on January 4th, 2016, The tombstone spawns skeletons every 2.9 seconds and costs 3 elixir, stats that have remained relatively stable throughout the game's history. However, numerous tweaks to spawn timing, hit points, lifetime, and death spawn have refined how the building functions in practice. The May 18, 2016 balance update increased tombstone hit points by 8%, making it slightly more durable against damage. The July 4, 2016 update decreased its hit points by 11%, reverting some of the earlier buff after data showed it had become too strong defensively. The January 23, 2017 update increased its lifetime from 40 seconds to 60 seconds while decreasing hit points by 30%, fundamentally changing its role from durable structure to fragile but long-lasting spawner. Later updates continued the refinement process. The June 12, 2017 balance update decreased lifetime from 60 seconds back to 40 seconds while increasing hit points, trying to find optimal balance between duration and durability. The October 9, 2017 update decreased spawn speed from 2.9 seconds to 2.5 seconds, making it spawn skeletons faster, but reducing its lifetime to 30 seconds. Each change affected how players used Tombstone and how opponents countered it, creating evolving strategies around this seemingly simple building. The death spawn mechanic has also been adjusted multiple times. Originally spawning 4 skeletons, it was reduced to 3 at one point, then increased back to 4. The timing of the death spawn, whether skeletons appear immediately or after a brief delay, has been fine-tuned to prevent exploitation while maintaining the mechanic's value. These adjustments reflect Supercell's ongoing effort to make Tombstone useful without making it frustrating to face. Strategically, Tombstone excels as a distraction building that provides continuous value through skeleton spawning. Against single-target troops like Prince, Hog Rider, or Mini P.E.K.K.A., the Tombstone pulls them toward the center of your side while spawning skeletons that surround and attack. Even after the building falls, the death spawn provides additional distraction and damage. For 3 elixir, you receive significant defensive value if the building survives long enough to spawn multiple skeleton waves. The building's placement is crucial for maximizing effectiveness. Plant it too close to the river, and it becomes vulnerable to direct tower damage or spells. Place it too far back, and enemy troops might ignore it, targeting towers directly. The optimal placement varies by opponent deck and troop composition, requiring players to adapt positioning based on threats they're facing. Mastering Tombstone placement separates players who extract maximum value from those who waste its potential. Tombstone also functions as spell bait in certain deck archetypes. If opponents hold Fireball, Rocket, or Poison specifically to eliminate your Tombstone, they can't use those spells on your Goblin Barrel, 3 Musketeers, or other valuable targets. You create decision points where opponents must choose which threat to spell and which to handle through other means. This mind game element adds strategic depth beyond the building's simple skeleton spawning function. In beatdown strategies, Tombstone can support pushes by providing continuous skeleton reinforcements. Place it behind your tank, and it spawns skeletons throughout the push's development, adding their damage to your accumulated death ball. The building stays safely behind your advancing troops, protected from direct assault while churning out warriors. This transforms a defensive structure into offensive support, demonstrating Tombstone's versatility. The lore implications of Tombstone are dark and fascinating. This building literally spawns skeletons from a grave, suggesting that beneath the arena ground lie countless buried bones waiting for necromantic magic to call them forth. The Tombstone serves as portal or conduit, connecting the surface world with whatever realm the dead inhabit. Each skeleton that emerges has been summoned from that realm, pulled through the stone into temporary service. Does each Tombstone contain specific skeletons, individual warriors bound to particular graves? Or does it tap into a general pool of available undead, summoning whoever answers the call? Are the skeletons spawned from tombstone different from those spawned by witches or deployed directly? The game treats them identically in terms of stats and behavior, but lore-wise, their origins might differ significantly, affecting their nature even if not their combat performance. The death spawn raises especially interesting questions. When the tombstone is destroyed, why do 4 skeletons emerge? Is this a final desperate measure? The building releasing all remaining undead in one burst? Or is it the opposite? The destruction breaking the seals that kept most skeletons contained, allowing a few to escape? Perhaps the tombstone as destruction creates conditions where the boundary between Death's realm and the arena thins momentarily, permitting skeletons to cross over without full ritual or sustained magic. Community creativity around Tombstone includes strategies, guides, and humorous content about its role in matches. Montages show perfect tombstone placements that single-handedly stop massive pushes, the building spawning just enough skeletons at just the right moments to overwhelm attackers. Memes celebrate the frustration of opponents who spell the tombstone only to face the death-spawned skeletons anyway, extracting value even in destruction. Discussions debate optimal placement for different scenarios, building collective knowledge around maximizing this 3 elixir building. The tombstone has been featured in various special game modes and challenges. In draft challenges, it becomes a valuable pick for its defensive versatility and low cost. In triple elixir mode, multiple tombstones can be deployed, creating skeleton production rates that overwhelm through sheer numbers. In challenges where buildings are buffed or receive special properties, Tombstone becomes even more powerful, sometimes dominating the temporary meta until the mode ends. Professional players have utilized Tombstone in tournament decks when the meta favored its defensive capabilities. It's been part of various archetypes, cycle decks appreciating its low cost, defensive decks value its distraction potential, and beatdown decks leveraging its spawning for push support. Its usage statistics ebb and flow with balance changes and meta shifts, but it never completely disappears, always finding relevance in some players' strategy. The building's visual design has been refined over Clash Royale's history. The gravestone itself has received updated textures, making weathering and cracks more detailed. The purple necromantic energy has been enhanced, making it more visible and thematically consistent with other skeleton-related cards. The skeleton spawn animation has been polished, ensuring smooth emergence from the ground rather than jarring materialization. These aesthetic improvements enhance player experience without changing fundamental gameplay. Other skeleton spawners exist in Clash Royale beyond Tombstone, though they're fewer than one might expect given how popular skeletons are. The graveyard spell continuously spawns skeletons in a targeted area, functioning as offensive spawner rather than defensive building. The witch and night witch spawn skeletons and bats respectively while moving, making them mobile spawners rather than static buildings. Each spawner type offers different strategic applications, different ways of leveraging continuous troop generation. The absence of additional skeleton spawner buildings is notable. Why doesn't Clash Royale have a skeleton barracks or bone tower or crypt? Perhaps Supercell felt Tombstone adequately filled the skeleton spawner niche. Or perhaps they worried about oversaturating the game with skeleton-generating cards. Alternatively, future updates might introduce new spawners as the game evolves, though predicting content releases is always speculative. As your consciousness fades deeper into sleep, picture the Tombstone standing vigil in the arena, that ancient grave marker, weathered by countless battles, glowing with purple energy that pulses like a heartbeat. Every few seconds, the ground before it shifts and cracks, bones emerging from below, assembling into skeletal warriors that immediately scramble toward their duties. The cycle continues endlessly, death feeding life feeding death in perpetual rotation. The Tombstone represents permanence in impermanence. The building itself eventually falls or expires, but while it stands, it creates. It takes death, that ultimate ending, and transforms it into beginning, into continuous generation of warriors who fight despite having already fallen once. It's philosophical commentary disguised as game mechanic, even from graves. From the absolute conclusion, new possibilities emerge. Let the tombstone guard your dreams tonight. Let it spawn skeletal sentinels who patrol the boundaries of your rest, ensuring nothing disturbs the peace you've earned. Every few seconds, new guardians emerge, replacing those who fell defending you, maintaining constant watch that never wavers, because the source never depletes. The grave gives endlessly, the dead serve eternally, and you sleep soundly knowing that from the tombstone's magic, protection flows without end. The building that bleeds bones, the grave that grants warriors, the stone that spawns soldiers. Tombstone is all these things and more, a 3-elixir investment that pays dividends in distraction, damage, and defensive depth. It stands where you place it, spawning skeletons until destruction or expiration, then spawning 4 more for good measure, ensuring that even in defeat, it contributes. That's skeleton philosophy in architectural form. Persist, provide value, and when you finally fall, make certain you take something with you. Skeleton Barrel, airborne delivery of rattling chaos on October 9th, 2017. Clash Royale introduced a card that combines skeletons with aerial mobility in a way no previous card had achieved. The Skeleton Barrel, a common card unlocked from Jungle Arena, which is Arena 9, costs 3 elixir and deploys a barrel carried by 2 balloons that, when destroyed or reaching its target, drops 8 skeletons to wreak havoc below. It's the skeleton equivalent of the Goblin Barrel, trading surprise tower damage for overwhelming skeleton swarm delivered from above. The visual design of Skeleton Barrel immediately communicates its purpose. A wooden barrel, weathered and cracked, hangs suspended beneath 2 purple balloons. The balloons match the color scheme of all skeleton-related cards, that signature purple that marks them as products of dark magic. Inside the barrel, if you look closely during brief moments before deployment or destruction, you can see skeletons packed tightly, waiting for their aerial journey to conclude so they can begin their ground assault. The barrel itself appears fragile, held together by rusted metal bands that look like they might fall apart at any moment. This fragility is reflected in gameplay, as the Skeleton Barrel has very low hit points, dying to most damaging spells and quickly eliminated by defensive troops. But this fragility serves design purpose, making the barrel high-risk, high-reward card that requires skill and timing rather than being automatically effective. When deployed, the Skeleton Barrel moves toward targeted building or the nearest Princess Tower if no building is specified. Its speed is medium, faster than tanks like Giant, but slower than quick troops like Goblins. As it travels, it's vulnerable to air targeting troops and spells, creating opportunities for opponents to destroy it before it reaches valuable positions. But if ignored or inadequately defended, the barrel reaches its destination and drops its skeletal payload directly onto defenders. Upon destruction, either from damage or reaching its target, the Skeleton Barrel releases 8 skeletons. These skeletons drop simultaneously in a circular formation around where the barrel was when it broke, creating instant surrounding threat to any troops or buildings nearby. 8 skeletons is substantial, more than twice the 3 from the basic Skeletons card, enough to overwhelm single-target troops quickly or deal significant damage to buildings before being cleared. The historical evolution of Skeleton Barrel shows Supercell's struggle to balance this unique card. Upon release, it spawned 8 skeletons and cost 3 elixir, statistics that have remained mostly stable. However, numerous adjustments to the barrel's hit points, death damage, skeleton count, and deployment mechanics have tweaked its power level over the years. The November 20th, 2017 update increased barrel hit points by 14%, making it more likely to reach targets before destruction. The January 24th, 2018 update decreased skeleton count from 8 to 7, reducing the swarm's overwhelming potential. Later updates continued refining the card. The June 4th, 2018 update increased skeleton count back to 8, while adjusting other properties to compensate. The November 5th, 2018 update added death damage to the barrel itself, meaning when it breaks, it deals a small amount of damage before skeletons drop. This change gave Skeleton Barrel additional chip damage potential, even if opponents immediately eliminated the skeletons, making it slightly more reliable as offensive tool. More recent adjustments focused on fine-tuning balance. The April 4th, 2022 update increased barrel hit points by 5%. The June 27th, 2022 update increased death damage by 10%. Each change reflected data showing the card was slightly under or overperforming at various trophy ranges and skill levels. The adjustments were typically minor, suggesting Skeleton Barrel was close to balanced, but needed occasional nudges to maintain optimal power level. Strategically, Skeleton Barrel functions primarily as offensive pressure card that forces opponent responses. Unlike ground troops that can be distracted by buildings or defensive placements, the barrel flies directly toward towers, ignoring most defensive structures. Opponents must have air-targeting troops or spells ready to intercept it, or accept the barrel reaching their tower and dropping 8 skeletons directly on their defensive line. The card excels in combination with other threats, creating split-push scenarios or overwhelming opponents who've committed resources elsewhere. Launch a ground assault in one lane, then drop Skeleton Barrel in the other lane, forcing opponents to divide their attention and resources. Or use Skeleton Barrel as follow-up to other attacks, dropping it after opponents use their air-targeting defenses on different cards, ensuring the barrel reaches its destination unopposed. Skeleton Barrel also functions as spellbait in spell-heavy metas. If opponents hold arrows, fireball, or zap specifically for your Skeleton Barrel, those spells aren't available for other threats. You can bait the spell with different cards, then deploy Skeleton Barrel, knowing opponents lack efficient answers. This creates rock, paper, scissors scenarios where proper sequencing of cards matters enormously, where knowing what's in opponent's hand determines your deployment decisions. On defense, Skeleton Barrel sees less use but can serve niche purposes. Dropping it on top of enemy troops releases 8 skeletons that immediately surround and attack, similar to how Skeleton Army functions, but delivered from air rather than ground. This can catch opponents off guard, as they're not expecting defensive deployment of what appears to be purely offensive card. The tactic requires precise timing and placement, but can generate positive elixir trades against certain threats. The lore implications of Skeleton Barrel raise amusing questions. Who built this barrel? Who decided that putting skeletons in a barrel suspended by balloons was sensible strategy? The contraption seems almost comedic, like something from a cartoon rather than serious military equipment. Yet it works, delivering undead warriors through aerial means that ground defenses cannot intercept, proving that sometimes ridiculous ideas are strategically sound. Are the skeletons inside the barrel conscious during transit? Do they experience the flight? Feel the wind? See the arena passing below them? Or do they exist in suspended animation, unaware until the barrel breaks and releases them into immediate combat? The game doesn't answer, but imagining 8 skeletons crammed into a barrel, bouncing against each other as balloons carry them toward towers, creates humorous mental image that makes the card more memorable. The balloons themselves carry interesting implications. They're purple, matching skeleton aesthetics, suggesting they might be magical constructs rather than natural balloons filled with hot air or helium. Does necromantic magic power them? Are they spirits bound into balloon form, enslaved to carry skeletal cargo? Or are they simply purple-painted conventional balloons, and we're reading too much into color choices? The ambiguity allows for various interpretations, each adding different flavor to the card's lore. Community content around Skeleton Barrel celebrates its explosive potential and frustrating vulnerability. Montages show perfect barrel placements that drop 8 skeletons directly onto opponent towers, dealing substantial damage before defenders can react. Compilations feature failed attempts where barrels are shot down pathetically short of their targets, wasting 3 elixir on nothing. Guides teach proper timing, positioning, and combination strategies that maximize barrel effectiveness while minimizing wasted deployments. The satisfaction of successful skeleton barrel deployment cannot be overstated. Watching that fragile vessel float toward enemy towers, witnessing opponent panic as they realize they lack answers, seeing the barrel pop and rain skeletons onto defensive troops, then watching those 8 warriors rapidly eliminate defenders and attack the tower. All of it creates emotional payoff that makes the card fun even beyond its competitive viability. Conversely, the frustration of having Skeleton Barrel easily countered is equally memorable. Spending 3 elixir only to watch opponent casually shoot down the barrel before it reaches anything valuable feels terrible, like throwing away resources for no return. This risk-reward dynamic makes Skeleton Barrel polarizing, beloved by some players and avoided by others, depending on their tolerance for high variance outcomes. Professional players have used Skeleton Barrel in competitive decks when metas favored aggressive, multi-lane pressure strategies. It appeared in various hybrid and control decks that leveraged its aerial approach as alternative win condition. Usage statistics show it as niche card, powerful in right circumstances but not universally strong across all metas. Its effectiveness depends heavily on what cards opponents are running, whether they have reliable air targeting answers or must scramble to defend its approach. The Skeleton Barrel represents innovation in skeleton delivery systems, where Tombstone spawns them from graves and witches summon them through magic. The barrel simply carries them through the air and drops them onto enemies. Its low-tech solution to high-level strategic problem: how to get fragile ground troops past ground defenses. The answer, apparently, is to put them in a barrel and float them over obstacles. It shouldn't work as well as it does, but that's part of its charm. As sleep takes you further into dreams, imagine the Skeleton Barrel floating through night sky. 2 purple balloons carrying that wooden container, inside which 8 skeletons wait patiently or impatiently for their journey to end. They don't know exactly where they're going or what awaits them. They just know that when the barrel breaks, they'll spill out and fight whatever's there. That's faith. In a way, trust that whoever deployed them chose wisely, that their aerial insertion will place them where they're needed most. Let the Skeleton Barrel drift through your dreams tonight, carrying skeletal guardians to wherever nightmares might spawn. When fears approach, the barrel breaks above them, raining bones and swords and that distinctive rattling laughter. 8 defenders appear instantly, surrounding threats before they can approach, overwhelming through numbers what they lack in individual strength. The barrel is delivery system, and what it delivers is protection, 8-fold security dropped from sky. The airborne assault of rattling chaos, the flying barrel of bones, the purple balloon vessel of violence. Skeleton Barrel is all these things. 3 elixir of potential that either pays off dramatically or fails spectacularly, depending on opponent readiness and your timing. It's Clash Royale at its most volatile, most exciting, most dependent on skill and circumstance rather than raw power. And that makes it perfect for skeletons, those troops that have always been about smart play over brute force. Graveyard, the spell that spawns an endless swarm on November 1st, 2016. Clash Royale introduced a spell unlike any that had come before. The Graveyard, a legendary spell card that costs 5 elixir, doesn't deal direct damage or provide buffs or clear enemy troops. Instead, it summons skeletons, continuously spawning them in a targeted area for 9 seconds, creating what amounts to temporary tombstone that opponents cannot destroy through conventional means. Its skeleton spawning is spell, area denial through continuous undead generation, and it would become one of the game's most distinctive and polarizing cards. The visual presentation of Graveyard is appropriately grim and atmospheric. When cast, the targeted area becomes marked with purple energy, dark magic suffusing the ground. Then, one by one, skeletons begin emerging from that corrupted earth, each appearing with small bursts of necromantic power. The spawning continues throughout the spell's duration, creating a steady stream of undead warriors that opponents must continuously address or accept mounting damage. The spell spawns a total of 15 skeletons over its 9-second duration, each skeleton appearing in random position within the spell's radius. This randomness is crucial to Graveyard's design, preventing players from reliably predicting exactly where each skeleton will emerge. Some might spawn directly next to the tower, immediately beginning to attack. Others might appear at the radius edge, requiring precious seconds to walk toward targets. This variance makes each Graveyard deployment unique, creates different scenarios even when using identical placement. The skeletons spawned by Graveyard are identical to those from other skeleton cards, having the same hit points, damage, and speed. However, their spawning timing follows specific pattern. Skeletons appear approximately every 0.5 seconds, though the exact timing has been adjusted through various balance updates. This rhythm means opponents can't simply ignore the Graveyard, as damage accumulates steadily throughout its duration, but they also can't rely on single defensive action to counter it completely. Graveyard's historical evolution reveals constant struggle with balance, perhaps more than any other spell in Clash Royale. Upon release on November 1st, 2016, it immediately became controversial. Its damage potential was enormous if left uncountered. It felt almost impossible to counter completely due to continuous spawning and spawn randomness. Early Graveyard meta was defined by players either running Graveyard themselves or building decks specifically to counter it, warping the entire competitive scene around single card. The November 14th, 2016 update, mere weeks after release, decreased skeleton spawn count from 21 to 15 and decreased skeleton spawn duration from 10 seconds to 9 seconds. This significant nerf acknowledged the card had been released too powerful, overwhelming defensive capabilities at most skill levels. Even after this adjustment, Graveyard remained strong, requiring careful management from opponents and skillful play from users. Subsequent updates continue tweaking Graveyard's various parameters. The February 13th, 2017 update decreased skeleton level by 1, making them slightly weaker though, still using the same base stats. The June 12th, 2017 update increased deploy time from 1 second to 2 seconds, giving opponents more reaction time before skeletons began spawning. The August 24th, 2017 update decreased skeleton deploy time to 0.5 seconds per skeleton, making the spawning more rapid and continuous rather than staggered. More adjustments followed over the years. The spell's radius was modified, affecting how spread out skeletons appeared. The spawn timing was refined repeatedly, trying to find rhythm that felt fair for both users and opponents. The skeleton levels were adjusted relative to the spell's level, ensuring damage scaled appropriately with upgrades. Each change reflected ongoing attempt to make Graveyard strong enough to justify its 5 elixir cost and legendary rarity without making it oppressively frustrating to face. Strategically, Graveyard functions as a unique win condition that bypasses traditional defensive structures. Unlike troops that can be distracted by buildings or kited with defensive placements, Graveyard spawns directly where you cast it, typically on or very near opponent towers. Opponents must respond with troops or spells, cannot simply redirect the threat. This makes Graveyard excellent against players who rely heavily on buildings for defense, as buildings do nothing to stop spell deployment. The spell excels when combined with tanking troops that absorb tower damage while skeletons work. Place a knight, Valkyrie, or Ice Golem in front of opponent's tower, then cast Graveyard on that tower. The tank draws tower aggro while skeletons spawn and attack, potentially dealing thousands of damage before opponents can eliminate both the tank and all the skeletons. This tank plus graveyard combination has been Graveyard's primary usage pattern since its release, defining the archetype of Graveyard beatdown. Graveyard also creates psychological pressure. Once opponents know you're running Graveyard, they must play more conservatively, holding defensive troops or spells specifically to counter future Graveyard deployments. This allows you to pressure other lanes or build pushes, knowing opponents are playing around your spell. The threat of Graveyard influences opponent behavior even when the spell isn't being actively used, creating strategic advantage through implied threat alone. Defensive troops that counter Graveyard effectively become more valuable in the meta when Graveyard is popular. Valkyrie, with her spinning area damage, clears skeletons rapidly. Poison spell damages skeletons over time while slowing their attack speed. Archers provide ranged splash that eliminates spawning skeletons. The Graveyard meta becomes partly about which defensive tools are most efficient at clearing continuous skeleton spawns, and deck building adjusts accordingly. The lore implications of Graveyard are perhaps the darkest of all skeleton-related cards. This spell literally transforms ground into Graveyard, corrupting earth with death magic until bones rise unbidden from below. It suggests that beneath every part of the arena lies potential for skeleton spawning, that death is always just a spell away from surfacing. The necromantic power required to cast Graveyard must be immense, greater than what individual witches command, accessing death on more fundamental level. Are the skeletons spawned by Graveyard pulled from actual graves somewhere? Does the spell reach into Death's realm and drag warrior spirits back to physical world, forcing them into newly formed bone bodies? Or does it create skeletons from scratch, assembling them from death energy and arena soil? The spell's name suggests actual Graveyard is created, implying the skeletons were once buried there. Though whether that burial happened centuries ago or moments ago remains unclear. The random spawn positions add to the horror. Skeletons don't emerge in neat lines or organized formations. They erupt chaotically, unpredictably, like ground itself is rejecting them, vomiting them back into the world of the living. This lack of order makes Graveyard feel more like natural disaster than military tactic, more like curse than strategy. It's appropriate, then, that its rarity is legendary, marking it as something beyond normal cards, something that breaks or bends the usual rules. Community response to Graveyard has always been mixed. Players who use it appreciate its unique mechanics and game-winning potential. Players who face it often complain about its randomness, the way lucky spawn positioning can decide matches through variance rather than skill. This polarization has made Graveyard one of Clash Royale's most discussed cards, generating endless debates about whether it is healthy for the game or problematic design that should be reworked or removed. Professional players have built entire careers partially around Graveyard mastery. Tournament specialists who pilot Graveyard decks with incredible precision, reading opponent responses, adapting spell placement to counter defensive positioning, combining Graveyard with exactly right support troops at exactly right moments. Watching professional Graveyard play reveals depths to the card that casual usage doesn't expose, demonstrating that despite randomness, skill expression exists in timing, positioning, and decision-making. The spell has been featured prominently in special challenges and events. Graveyard Focus challenges task players with winning matches using decks built around the spell. Special modes sometimes buff Graveyard, spawning more skeletons or spawning them faster, creating overwhelming undead floods that showcase what the spell could be if balance weren't a concern. These temporary experiences remind players why Graveyard must be carefully balanced, as unbridled skeleton spawning becomes unstoppable quickly. Graveyard's interaction with other cards creates interesting synergies and counters. Freeze spell cast on opponent towers prevents them from targeting spawning skeletons, allowing the undead swarm to deal devastating damage. Rage spell increases skeleton attack speed, making them deal damage faster. Poison cast on opponent defensive troops weakens them while they try to clear skeletons, improving Graveyard's effectiveness. Each combination adds strategic depth, creating deck archetypes built around maximizing Graveyard value through specific card pairings. As Sleep claims you deeper still, envision the Graveyard spell in action. Purple energy marking corrupted ground, then the first skeleton erupting from earth with burst of dark magic. Another appears nearby, then another, each one scrambling immediately toward the nearest tower or troop. The spawning continues relentlessly. 9 seconds of continuous undead generation. 15 skeletons total emerging from ground that shouldn't spawn anything yet does anyway, because magic has transformed it into a literal graveyard. Let Graveyard protect your dreams tonight by turning them into protected zones where nightmares cannot tread. Any fear that approaches gets immediately swarmed by spawning skeletons. 15 defenders emerging to eliminate threats before they reach you. The spell's duration covers you through night's darkest hours, ensuring continuous protection that doesn't falter or fade until rest is complete and morning comes. The spell that spawns an endless swarm, the magic that makes ground itself reject death, the legendary necromancy that summons 15 warriors from 5 elixir and 9 seconds. Graveyard represents skeleton philosophy perfected. Not individual strength, but overwhelming numbers. Not powerful units, but persistent pressure. Not immediate impact, but accumulating damage that eventually becomes unstoppable. It's skeleton essence distilled into spell form. Everything skeletons represent made into targeted effect that opponents must respect or be destroyed by. Skeleton dragons and other bony surprises. While most skeleton lore focuses on ground troops and spawners, Clash Royale has occasionally experimented with skeleton-related cards that break expected patterns. The skeleton dragons, introduced on September 7, 2020, represent one such experiment. Flying skeletons that breathe fire, combining undead nature with draconic abilities in ways that feel both strange and compelling. Though not strictly skeletons in the traditional sense, their skeletal appearance and connection to death magic warrant inclusion in comprehensive skeleton lore. Skeleton dragons appear as a pair of small, skeletal dragon creatures. Their bones are visible beneath tattered, leathery wings. Their skulls dragon-shaped but clearly fleshless. Purple energy glows from their eye sockets, connecting them visually to other skeleton units while their dragon form sets them apart. They're common cards that cost 4 elixir and unlock from training camp, making them accessible early while remaining relevant throughout progression. The most distinctive aspect of skeleton dragons is their attack. They breathe fire in area damage cones, hitting multiple targets with each blast. This gives them splash damage capability from the air, rare combination that makes them valuable against swarms and clustered troops. They're not individually powerful, having relatively low hit points and moderate damage, but together as a pair, they provide reliable area control both offensively and defensively. When skeleton dragons were first introduced, they represented Supercell's attempt to create accessible splash damage air troop, filling niche between expensive cards like Baby Dragon and less reliable options. The community response was generally positive, appreciating the versatility these skeletal flyers provided. However, balance concerns emerged quickly, as their combination of low-cost, splash damage, and flying made them perhaps too efficient in too many situations. Balance updates followed their release, adjusting hit points, damage, and hit speed to bring skeleton dragons into better equilibrium with other cards. The October 5, 2020 update decreased their damage by 6%. The March 1, 2021 update decreased their hit points by 3%. These changes were relatively minor, suggesting the card launched close to balanced, but needed fine-tuning rather than major rework. Strategically, skeleton dragons function as versatile support troops that provide aerial splash damage. Behind a tank, they clear swarms that might distract the tank while dealing damage to towers. On defense, they eliminate air swarms like minions or bats while providing ranged area damage against ground troops. Therefore, elixir cost makes them affordable enough to deploy reactively while substantial enough to provide meaningful impact. The lore implications of skeleton dragons are fascinating. Are they actual dragons that died and were resurrected through necromancy? Their flesh rotted away, but their bones animated through dark magic? Or are they artificial constructs? Skeleton warriors modified with dragon characteristics through magical experimentation. Their small size suggests they might be young dragons, juveniles who died prematurely and were brought back, trapped in undead state before reaching full maturity. The connection between skeleton dragons and other skeleton units isn't explicitly stated in-game. Do they serve the Skeleton King? Were they created by witches as specialized aerial units? Or do they represent entirely separate faction of undead? Skeletal dragons, having their own society and purposes beyond the ground-based skeleton warriors we're more familiar with. The game doesn't clarify, leaving these questions open for interpretation. Beyond skeleton dragons, Clash Royale has hinted at other skeleton-related content through cosmetics, emotes, and seasonal events. Halloween celebrations often feature skeleton-themed content, acknowledging the connection between skeletons and spooky celebrations. Special challenges sometimes modify skeleton spawn rates or behaviors, temporarily transforming the game into skeleton-dominated chaos. These seasonal touches keep skeletons relevant beyond their competitive viability, cementing them as cultural touchstones within the game. Emotes featuring skeletons have been particularly popular. Larry's various expressions, the Skeleton King's reactions, generic skeleton celebrations and frustrations all have been immortalized in emote form. Players use these to communicate, to taunt, to celebrate, to commiserate. Skeleton emotes transcend their original context, becoming universal language among Clash Royale players, regardless of which decks they actually run. Skins and tower cosmetics sometimes feature skeleton themes, allowing players to customize their appearance with undead aesthetics. Skeleton-themed towers, skeleton-decorated arenas, skeleton banners and badges, all available through various progression systems or shop purchases. These cosmetic options demonstrate Supercell's recognition that players love skeletons enough to want them visible beyond just card deployments. The community has also created unofficial skeleton content that has become part of the broader culture around the game. Fan-made skeleton challenges, custom rules that make skeleton cards more powerful or numerous, circulate through social media and friend groups. Players create skeleton-only decks, handicapping themselves competitively for the satisfaction of winning with nothing but bone warriors. These community-driven celebrations of skeleton culture demonstrate how deeply the units have embedded themselves in player consciousness. As your mind drifts through the borderlands between wake and sleep, picture the unexpected skeleton variations. Dragons with skeletal wings breathing fire, guard skeletons with shields and special armor, evolved forms with purple hats and resurrection abilities. Each variant represents different expression of skeleton concept, different answer to question of what else skeletons might become. They're proof that even familiar concepts can surprise, that there's always room for innovation, even within established patterns. Let these bony surprises populate your dreams with unexpected wonder. Let skeleton dragons fly through your mind sky, breathing fire that warms rather than burns. Let new skeleton variants you've never seen materialize in your imagination. Combinations of bones and magic that Supercell hasn't implemented yet, but might someday. The skeleton family continues growing, adding members, surprising us with what warriors made of death can accomplish when given chance to evolve. The strategic evolution of skeleton meta over Clash Royale's long history since its 2016 launch skeletons have played vastly different roles in competitive and casual play. The skeleton meta has shifted dramatically through various eras, with these bone warriors rising and falling in prominence based on balance changes, new card introductions, and evolving player strategies. Understanding this evolution reveals not just game history, but how a simple concept, fragile warriors that die easily but cost little, can remain relevant for nearly a decade. In the early days of Clash Royale's 2016 launch, skeletons were immediately recognized as essential cycle cards. The original 4-skeleton deployment for 1 elixir represented incredible value, allowing players to cycle through their decks faster than almost any other option while extracting defensive value. Early competitive players built entire strategies around cycling skeletons and other cheap cards to reach their win conditions repeatedly, establishing the cycle deck archetype that remains viable today. The Skeleton Army's initial 20-skeleton swarm for 4 elixir dominated early meta, providing defensive capabilities that could stop nearly any ground push. Players quickly learned that having answers to Skeleton Army was mandatory, not optional. Decks without area damage spells or splash troops struggled against the overwhelming Bone Tide. This forced diversity in deck building, as pure single-target strategies became unviable when 1, 3, or 4 elixir card could completely shut them down. The reduction of skeletons from 4 to 3 on June 21, 2016 marked the first major skeleton meta shift. Suddenly, the card that had been automatic inclusion in many decks felt slightly less powerful, marginally less capable of completely stopping threats. Some players abandoned it, seeking other cycle options. Others adapted, learning new placement techniques that maximized the value of 3 skeletons instead of 4. The community debated whether the change was necessary or excessive, with passionate arguments on both sides. When skeletons returned to 4 count on February 13, 2017, the community celebrated. The familiar 4-skeleton squad had returned, and players who had maintained faith in the card felt vindicated. But the celebration was short-lived. On November 2, 2017, the count decreased back to 3 permanently, establishing the current standard. By this point, players had experienced both versions extensively and largely accepted that 3 skeletons represented better balance, providing value without being oppressive. The introduction of Graveyard on November 1, 2016 created entirely new skeleton archetypes. Graveyard beatdown decks became competitively viable, combining tanks with the spell to create overwhelming pressure. Players who had never considered skeleton-focused strategies suddenly found themselves building entire decks around maximizing graveyard value. The spell's legendary rarity and unique mechanics made it aspirational, something players worked toward unlocking and mastering. Throughout 2017 and 2018, skeleton-based strategies ebbed and flowed with the meta. Log-bait decks, which relied on forcing opponents to use their log on other troops before deploying Skeleton Army or Goblin Barrel, became prominent. These decks required careful sequencing and mental tracking of opponent spells, elevating strategic depth. Skeleton Army became not just a defensive card, but a mind game, a threat opponents had to respect even when not deployed. The Night Witch, as May 2017 release and subsequent dominance, created a brief Night Witch meta, where the card appeared in nearly every competitive deck. Her bat spawning, rather than skeleton spawning, technically falls outside pure skeleton lore, but her thematic kinetic connection to dark magic and the witch made her feel like part of the skeleton family. When she was nerfed, skeleton purists felt relief, as the Night Witch's overwhelming power had somewhat overshadowed traditional skeleton strategies. The years 2019 and 2020 saw skeleton strategies remain relevant but not dominant. The introduction of new cards, new mechanics, and continued balance changes meant skeleton decks competed with increasingly diverse strategies. Yet they persisted, their fundamental efficiency ensuring they never completely fell out of favor. Professional players continued piloting skeleton-heavy decks in tournaments, demonstrating that mastery of these simple units could compete with the flashiest new legendary cards. The October 2021 introduction of champions, including the Skeleton King, revitalized skeleton strategies at the highest competitive levels. The Skeleton King's ability to resurrect fallen troops as skeletons created new strategic possibilities. Decks built around maximizing soul collection and resurrection value emerged, with players carefully managing deaths to feed the king's power. The 80 elixir cost made him high risk, high reward, perfectly fitting the skeleton philosophy of extracting maximum value from minimal resources. The Evolution Mechanics October 2022 introduction, with evolved skeletons among the first evolutions, fundamentally changed how players viewed the basic skeleton's card. What had been purely disposable suddenly became potentially immortal, respawning every 4 seconds if they died in your territory. This transformed defensive strategies, as evolved skeletons could be planted once and continuously respawned to counter multiple threats. The meta adapted around this new reality, with players either evolving their own skeletons or building specific counters into their decks. According to recent statistics, Skeleton Army has become one of the most used cards globally, appearing in approximately 18% of all decks above 5,300 trophies. This remarkable statistic demonstrates that nearly 9 years after Clash Royale's launch, skeleton-based strategies remain not just viable, but dominant in May trophy ranges. The 3 elixir cost and potential to shut down major pushes keeps Skeleton Army relevant despite countless new cards and mechanics introduced over the years. The regular Skeletons card maintains strong usage as well, with recent data showing over 30% usage in competitive ranges and a 51% win rate. These statistics prove that 1 elixir cycle cards remain fundamental to Clash Royale strategy. Players continue discovering new ways to extract value from 3 fragile warriors, continuing the tradition established in 2016 of skeleton efficiency, defining successful deck building. The Skeleton King has seen significant usage increases in recent seasons, doubling its presence in competitive decks according to seasonal data. This surge correlates with various balance changes and the introduction of new synergistic cards. The King's ability to convert deaths into skeleton reinforcements pairs perfectly with strategies that generate many casualties, creating overwhelming undead swarms that opponents struggle to contain. Graveyard continues finding niches in competitive play, though its usage fluctuates more than simpler skeleton cards. The spell requires specific deck builds and synergies to function optimally, making it more archetype-defining than universally applicable. When Graveyard is strong in the meta, entire deck strategies revolve around it. When it's weak, it nearly disappears from competitive play. This volatility reflects its unique design as win condition rather than support card. Giant Skeleton has experienced perhaps the most dramatic meta journey of any skeleton card. Once a dominant defensive option, it has been buffed and nerfed repeatedly, reworked entirely, and continues searching for stable competitive viability. Recent balance changes, increasing its bomb damage, have restored some relevance, but it remains niche compared to its glory days. The community debates whether Giant Skeleton can ever be properly balanced or if its fundamental design, trading death for massive area damage, is inherently problematic. The meta evolution of skeletons reflects broader Clash Royale design philosophy. Simple mechanics executed well remain relevant regardless of power creep. While new cards introduce complex abilities and flashy effects, 3 skeletons for 1 elixir continues providing value nearly a decade after launch. This consistency makes skeletons reliable anchors in ever-changing metas. Cards players can trust when everything else is uncertain. Different trophy ranges show different skeleton usage patterns. Lower trophy ranges often feature Skeleton Army heavily, as newer players lack reliable counters and the overwhelming swarm feels unstoppable. Mid-trophy ranges see more balanced skeleton usage, with players learning proper counters but still respecting skeleton value. High trophy and professional play show sophisticated skeleton deployment, with every placement calculated, every cycle intentional, every skeleton serving specific strategic purpose. Regional differences also affect skeleton meta. Some regions favor aggressive skeleton-heavy strategies, building decks around overwhelming opponents through continuous pressure. Others prefer defensive skeleton usage, holding cards for perfect counterplays rather than proactive deployment. These regional meta differences create interesting dynamics in international tournaments, where players must adapt to unfamiliar strategic philosophies. The seasonal meta shifts keep skeleton strategies evolving. Balance changes each month can dramatically affect skeleton viability, either directly through skeleton card adjustments or indirectly through changes to cards that counter or synergize with skeletons. Players who master skeletal strategies must constantly adapt, learning how each balance update affects their preferred deck archetypes. Looking at win rates over time, skeleton cards have maintained remarkable consistency. While individual cards fluctuate, skeleton cards collectively hover around 50 to 52% win rates, suggesting good overall balance. This consistency is remarkable, given how many cards exist and how dramatically metas shift. It suggests Supercell has successfully balanced skeleton cards to be strong without being oppressive, useful without being mandatory. The professional player perspective on skeletons reveals deep appreciation for their strategic depth. Professional players consistently cite skeleton cards as examples of good game design, where simple mechanics create complex decision trees. When to deploy skeletons, where to place them, which threats to counter with them, all these decisions separate good players from great ones. In professional hands, skeletons become surgical tools, precise instruments that extract maximum value from minimum investment. Content creators have built entire channels partially around skeleton strategies. YouTube guides teaching optimal skeleton deployment generate millions of views. Twitch streamers showcase skeleton-only challenges, handicapping themselves for entertainment. TikTok creators make skeleton-focused content that reaches audiences who don't even play Clash Royale. The cultural impact of skeletons extends beyond the game itself, becoming recognizable symbols even to casual observers. The cycle deck archetype, which relies heavily on skeletons and other cheap cards, has been competitively viable throughout Clash Royale's entire history. This archetype emphasizes quick cycling to your win condition, using cheap cards like skeletons to maintain defensive pressure while constantly rotating through your deck. The consistency of cycle decks across nearly 9 years proves that skeleton-based strategies have fundamental strengths that transcend temporary meta conditions. Skeleton-based strategies represent another enduring archetype. These decks run multiple cards vulnerable to the same spells, forcing opponents into impossible choices. If they log your skeleton army, your goblin barrel gets through. If they save long for goblin barrel, skeleton army wreaks havoc. This rock-paper-scissors dynamic creates engaging gameplay where prediction and psychology matter as much as mechanical skill. The control archetype often incorporates skeletons as defensive tools that transition into counterattacks. After using skeletons to stop an enemy push, the surviving skeletons become offensive threats that must be addressed. This dual-purpose utility makes skeletons valuable in control strategies that emphasize efficiency and conversion of defense into offense. Bridge spam strategies sometimes utilize skeleton barrel as surprise win condition. The barrel has ability to bypass ground defenses and drop 8 skeletons directly on towers creates explosive damage potential. Combined with other fast troops like Battle Ram or Bandit, Skeleton Barrel becomes part of relentless pressure that overwhelms opponents through speed rather than power. Beatdown strategies particularly those using Golem or Giant, often include skeletons for cycling and defensive support. While the main win condition is the big tank, skeletons help reach that tank faster while providing cheap defensive answers that preserve elixir for offensive investments. The supporting role skeletons play in Beatdown demonstrates their versatility across vastly different strategic philosophies. The evolution of skeleton counters has been as important as skeleton evolution itself. Log became nearly mandatory in competitive decks, partially because of its efficiency against skeleton army and other swarms. Zap's instant reset and damage made it valuable for clearing skeletons quickly. Arrows, Fireball, Poison. Each spell's viability has been partially determined by how effectively it handles skeleton threats. Troop-based counters have also shaped meta. Valkyrie's spinning area damage makes her excellent against skeleton swarms. Bomber's Splash can clear skeletons rapidly. Dart Prince's Charge and Shield give him advantages against skeleton-based strategies. The presence or absence of these counters in meta directly affects how often skeleton strategies appear and succeed. Building placements have evolved to better handle skeleton threats. Players learned optimal positions for buildings to pull and distract skeletons from graveyard or kite giant skeleton away from towers. These placement refinements represent meta knowledge that has accumulated over years, passed down from professional players to casual players through guides, streams, and direct experience. Prediction plays involving skeletons showcase the highest levels of strategic thinking. Predicting opponent's skeleton army deployment and preemptively using log or arrows demonstrates not just mechanical skill, but psychological understanding of opponent patterns. These predictions become mind games themselves, with players faking patterns to bait predictions that can then be punished. The interaction between skeletons and various game mechanics has created interesting strategic wrinkles. Skeletons can activate King Tower if placed correctly against certain attacks, providing permanent defensive advantage. They can be used to test for enemy traps or hidden troops. They can kite building targeting troops into disadvantageous positions. Each interaction adds strategic depth that rewards experience and game knowledge. Tournament meta often differs from ladder meta in how skeletons are deployed. Tournament standard levels create different relative power levels than ladder's level-dependent calculations. Professional players optimize skeleton usage for tournament conditions, sometimes discovering techniques that don't work as well on ladder or vice versa. This creates parallel meta evolution that occasionally converges, but often diverges based on competitive context. The influence of YouTubers and professional players on skeleton meta cannot be overstated. When prominent players showcase successful skeleton strategies, usage rates spike across all levels as players attempt to replicate professional success. This trickle-down effect means professional meta decisions about skeleton usage eventually affect millions of casual players, creating ripple effects throughout the entire player base. Special challenges and limited-time modes often feature modified skeleton mechanics that temporarily reshape meta. Triple elixir modes make continuous skeleton spawning overwhelming. Draft challenges, where skeletons are premium picks, demonstrate their fundamental value. Special rules that buff specific rarities can make common skeletons temporarily dominant or weak. These temporary metas provide fresh experiences while reinforcing understanding of skeleton strengths and weaknesses. As Sleep claims you deeper, picture the meta evolution as living entity, constantly shifting landscape where skeletons navigate through changing conditions. See them rising in prominence as counters fade, falling as new threats emerge, but never disappearing completely. Watch the pendulum swing between 4 skeletons and 3, between 20 skeleton army and 15, between various spawn rates and costs and mechanics, all adjustments seeking balance that remains eternally elusive because perfect balance might be impossible in complex systems. The strategic evolution of skeleton meta tells story of adaptation, of persistent relevance despite constant change, a fundamental value that transcends temporary power. These Bone Warriors have marched through 9 years of shifting metas, always finding their place, always mattering to some players and some strategies. That's remarkable longevity that few cards achieve. Testament to elegant design that serves multiple purposes without being mandatory for any. Let the meta history guard your dreams tonight. The endless cycle of buffs and nerfs, the rise and fall of various skeleton strategies, the constant search for optimal usage that drives millions of players to experiment, adapt, and discover. The meta never stops evolving, but skeletons remain constant presence within that evolution. Bones rattling through every era, reminding us that some things persist not through domination, but through being exactly what S needed when it S needed. Community legends, when players became skeleton storytellers. Beyond official content and competitive statistics, skeleton lore has been profoundly shaped by community creators who fell in love with these rattling warriors and dedicated countless hours to celebrating them through various creative mediums. From animations to comics, from fanfiction to custom challenges, the Clash Royale community has transformed skeletons from game pieces into cultural icons with rich, player-generated mythology that rivals and sometimes surpasses official lore. The animation community deserves first recognition for their extraordinary contributions to skeleton lore. Independent animators, some professional and others hobbyist, have created hundreds of skeleton-focused videos that collectively represent thousands of hours of work. These animations range from simple comedic shorts showing hilarious misadventures to elaborate multi-episode series exploring skeleton society and culture. The best of these animations achieve view counts in the millions, sometimes reaching audiences far beyond Clash Royale's player base. One particularly influential animation trend involves Larry's daily life outside of battles. These videos depict Larry and his skeletal friends engaging in mundane activities, shopping for bones, trying to eat food they can't digest, attempting to make friends with non-skeleton troops who find them creepy. The humor comes from treating skeletons as normal people with skeleton-specific problems, creating comedy through contrast between their undead nature and very human desires for connection, purpose, and acceptance. Another animation trend explores darker themes, presenting skeletons as tragic figures trapped in cycles of death and resurrection. These more serious works question the ethics of necromancy, explore what consciousness means for animated bones, and contemplate whether skeletons suffer or simply exist without capacity for suffering. While less popular than comedic content, these philosophical animations demonstrate the creative community's willingness to engage deeply with skeleton lore's implications. The comic and illustration community has been equally prolific. Artist platforms like Twitter, Instagram, and DeviantArt host thousands of skeleton-themed Clash Royale artworks. Some present skeletons in epic battle scenes, portraying them as heroic warriors despite their fragility. Others focus on cute, chibi-style interpretations that emphasize skeletons' endearing qualities. Still others create dark, gothic pieces that lean into death magic aesthetics, presenting skeletons as genuinely eerie rather than comical. Long-form comic series following skeleton characters have developed dedicated followings. These comics develop original characters, create ongoing narratives, and build worlds where skeletons have personalities, relationships, and agency beyond their game roles. Some comics are strictly canon compliant, working within established Clash Royale lore. Others take wild liberties, creating alternate universes where skeletons rule kingdoms, fight interdimensional wars, or run surprisingly successful businesses. Fan fiction represents another massive category of community skeleton content. Archive sites host thousands of Clash Royale stories, and skeletons appear prominently in many. Some stories explore Larry's transformation into the Skeleton King, filling narrative gaps that official content leaves open. Others create romance between skeleton characters and other troops, somehow making relationships between undead warriors and living beings feel genuine and emotionally resonant. The shipping community, which pairs characters in romantic relationships, has enthusiastically embraced skeleton characters. Larry and various other characters have been shipped in countless stories and artworks, with creators finding ways to depict romance despite anatomical challenges inherent in skeleton-involved relationships. These works range from wholesome and innocent to explicitly adult, demonstrating the full spectrum of fan creation across all content rating levels. Theory crafting represents more analytical community engagement with skeleton lore. Dedicated fans compile every skeleton-related detail from official sources, building elaborate theories about skeleton origins, purposes, and futures. The Larry to Skeleton King theory, discussed extensively in earlier sections, emerged entirely from community observation and speculation before any official confirmation or denial. These theories spread through forums, Discord servers, and Reddit threads, gaining adherents and skeptics in equal measure. The custom challenge community has created skeleton-specific game modes that push skeleton strategies to extremes. Skeleton-only challenges, where players can use only skeleton cards, demonstrate the versatility of bone-based strategies. Triple skeleton spawning modes that make witches and tombstones, produce skeletons 3 times as fast, create overwhelming undead floods that completely change gameplay. These custom modes, shared through friend challenges, provide fresh experiences that official Supercell modes don't offer. YouTube creators have built substantial followings partially through skeleton-focused content. Challenge videos, where creators attempt to reach specific trophy counts using only skeleton cards, attract hundreds of thousands of views. Theory videos explaining skeleton lore and connections generate passionate comment discussions. Compilation videos showing the best skeleton plays from professional matches serve both entertainment and educational purposes, teaching viewers advanced techniques while celebrating skeleton versatility. Twitch streamers engage with skeleton lore through live interaction with their audiences. Chat members spam skeleton emotes, request skeleton-only matches, donate specifically to fund skeleton deck upgrades. Streamers create skeleton-themed channel points rewards, skeleton sub-badges, skeleton donation alerts. The live format allows real-time community building around shared appreciation for skeletal warriors, creating spaces where skeleton enthusiasm is celebrated rather than mocked. TikTok has become increasingly important for short-form skeleton content. Quick animations showing Larry's reaction to various game situations go viral regularly. Skeleton memes spread rapidly through the platform's algorithm, reaching casual mobile game audiences who might never watch longer YouTube content. TikTok creators have developed distinct skeleton content styles that work within the platform's constraints, maximizing impact in videos under 60 seconds. The cosplay community has even embraced skeleton characters, though creating convincing skeleton costumes presents unique challenges. Dedicated cosplayers have constructed full skeleton armor, complete with glowing purple eyes, short swords, and attention to detail that honors the source material. Convention photos show skeleton cosplayers alongside Clash Royale's more traditionally bodied characters, proving that dedicated fans will represent their favorite troops regardless of difficulty. The music community has created skeleton-themed songs and remixes. Original compositions celebrating Larry and his friends mix game sound effects with actual instruments, creating surprisingly catchy tracks. Remixes of Clash Royale's soundtrack incorporate skeleton sound effects, the rattling bones becoming percussion elements. Some creators have even written and performed full ballads telling skeleton stories, complete with lyrics exploring their undead existence. Meme culture around skeletons has become self-sustaining. Each new skeleton-related update spawns waves of memes. Balance changes generate memes about buffed or nerfed skeletons crying or celebrating. New skeleton cards inspire memes comparing them to existing variants. Skeleton interactions with other cards become meme templates used for situations completely unrelated to Clash Royale. The skeleton as meme transcends the skeleton as game piece. The competitive community contributes through detailed statistical analysis and strategic guides. Players compile data on skeleton usage rates, win rates, optimal placements, and synergies. They create tier lists ranking skeleton cards. They write comprehensive guides teaching everything from basic skeleton mechanics to advanced techniques that only top players execute consistently. This analytical content helps players improve while deepening understanding of why skeletons remain competitively relevant. Community tournaments specifically celebrating skeleton strategies have been organized through various platforms. These events require participants to use skeleton-heavy decks, proving themselves through bone-based battle. Prize pools, though typically modest, demonstrate community willingness to invest resources in celebrating skeletons. Winners gain recognition within niche communities that value skeleton mastery above all else. The Discord server ecosystem contains numerous skeleton-dedicated spaces. These servers host discussions about skeleton lore, share skeleton content, organize skeleton tournaments, and simply provide gathering places for players who appreciate these fragile warriors more than any other aspect of Clash Royale. Some servers have hundreds or thousands of members, creating substantial communities united by skeletal enthusiasm. Language communities have adapted skeleton lore to their cultural contexts. Japanese fan content incorporates anime aesthetics and storytelling conventions. Spanish language creators add cultural flavor that differs from English content while maintaining core skeleton appreciation. Chinese fan content sometimes blends skeleton lore with local gaming culture and preferences. This global diversity enriches skeleton lore, showing how universal skeleton appeal transcends linguistic and cultural barriers. The community has also created physical merchandise independently of Supercell's official products. Custom t-shirts, stickers, phone cases, and artwork featuring skeleton characters are sold through print-on-demand services. While these operate in legal gray areas regarding intellectual property, they demonstrate demand for skeleton merchandise that official channels don't fully satisfy. Fans want to wear their skeleton appreciation literally, displaying allegiance to Larry and his friends in daily life. Perhaps most touchingly, the community has created charity initiatives around skeleton themes. Fundraising streams where donations unlock skeleton-only challenges. Charity tournaments where entry fees go to good causes. Awareness campaigns using skeleton characters to promote various social issues. All demonstrate how community appreciation for skeletons extends beyond mere entertainment into real-world positive impact. The educational content created by community members helps new players understand skeleton strategies. From basic deployment tips to advanced kiting techniques, from counterplay guides to synergy explanations, community educators have built comprehensive curricula around skeleton mastery. This knowledge transfer ensures that each new generation of players learns from previous generations' accumulated wisdom. Community contests and challenges keep skeleton engagement fresh. Screenshot competitions for best skeleton deployment, replay contests for most creative skeleton play, art competitions celebrating skeleton aesthetics. All these community-organized events maintain enthusiasm while showcasing talented community members. Winners gain recognition that encourages continued creation and participation. The role-playing community has created extensive skeleton backstories and personalities. Detailed character profiles for Larry, Harry, Gary, Terry, and Mary establish their relationships, motivations, and personal histories. Some role-players create original skeleton characters that exist alongside canon skeletons, expanding the skeleton family through collaborative storytelling. These role-playing exercises develop narrative skills while celebrating skeleton characters in deeply personal ways. Modding communities, though less prevalent for mobile games than PC games, have created skeleton-focused modifications where possible. Custom skins that change skeleton appearances, modified game files that adjust skeleton stats for personal enjoyment, fan-made skeleton games inspired by, but separate from Clash Royale, all demonstrate technical community members' dedication to skeleton celebration through code and design. The archive and preservation community ensures skeleton content remains accessible. Dedicated fans download and save skeleton videos, artwork, and stories, protecting them against potential deletion or platform closures. These digital archivists understand that community-created content represents valuable cultural artifacts worth preserving for future skeleton enthusiasts who might discover these warriors years from now. As sleep deepens, picture this vast community of creators and fans. Millions of people across the world who saw 3 small skeletons in a mobile game and decided they mattered enough to create around, to build upon, to celebrate through countless creative works. Animation studios, art galleries, fiction archives, all built on foundation of skeleton appreciation, all proving that community passion can rival official content in depth, breadth, and impact. Let their creativity inspire your dreams tonight. Let fan animations play in your mind's theater. Let community theories about skeleton origins weave narratives in your sleeping thoughts. Let the sheer volume of creative works dedicated to celebrating bones and swords and purple eyes remind you that sometimes the most unlikely things become beloved precisely because they re so simple, so humble, so genuinely themselves. The community made skeletons legends not because Supercell demanded it, but because something about these fragile warriors resonated so deeply that millions couldn't help but create, share, discuss, and celebrate. That's organic cultural phenomenon, authentic appreciation that no marketing campaign could manufacture. The community saw Larry touch that Archer Tower and collectively decided, yes, this skeleton matters to us. And in making that decision, they ensured he always would. Rest now, knowing that while you sleep somewhere in the world, a community member is creating new skeleton content, drawing Larry in new situations, writing stories about skeleton adventures, theorizing about skeleton futures. The community never sleeps, constantly producing, constantly celebrating, constantly ensuring that skeleton lore grows richer with each passing day. They are the true keepers of skeleton legend, and their dedication ensures these bone warriors will rattle through gaming culture for generations to come. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the sound. Not the clash of swords against shields. Imagine something more elegant, more deliberate, more hypnotic. The sound of a double-bladed axe spinning through the air, cutting precise circles through space itself, accompanied by the most unexpected of battle cries. An opera singer's voice, soaring and powerful, echoing across the battlefield with notes that somehow make destruction beautiful. This is the signature of the Valkyrie, and her story is woven through thousands of years of mythology, game design philosophy, strategic evolution, and the countless battles fought in the arenas of Clash Royale. The Valkyrie stands as one of the most recognizable figures in the entire Clash universe. With her vibrant orange hair flowing behind her, her piercing blue eyes focused with warrior's intensity, and that massive double-bladed axe that seems impossibly heavy yet moves with grace in her hands, she represents something fundamental about the game itself. She is not the flashiest card. She doesn't rain down destruction from the sky like a rocket spell. She doesn't charge with the unstoppable momentum of a prince. She doesn't possess the raw, devastating power of a P.E.K.K.A. What she does, however, is something perhaps more valuable. She endures. She persists. She stands her ground and spins, and in that spinning motion, she creates zones of absolute control that few other cards can match. When you deploy a Valkyrie on the battlefield, you're not just placing a troop. You're making a statement about your strategy, about your patience, about your understanding of the fundamental rhythm that governs Clash Royale combat. She costs 4 elixir, a moderate investment that sits in that perfect middle ground between cheap cycle cards and expensive win conditions. 4 Elixir buys you not just her considerable health pool, not just her area damage that strikes in a full 360-degree circle, but something more intangible. It buys you breathing room. It buys you time to think, to react, to formulate your next move while she handles the immediate threat with her methodical, spinning assault. Her appearance tells a story all by itself. The orange hair is no accident of design. It's a visual signal, a flag that announces her presence on the battlefield. In the chaos of a Clash Royale match, where units swarm and spells explode and buildings crumble, that shock of orange hair becomes a landmark, a reference point. Your eyes can find her instantly in the mayhem, track her movement, judge her health, assess whether she needs support, or whether she's handling the situation with her characteristic efficiency. The blue eyes provide contrast, a touch of cold calculation to balance the fiery hair. They suggest intelligence behind the strength, strategy behind the spinning. This is not a berserker who charges blindly into combat. This is a warrior who has mastered her weapon so completely that what looks like a simple spinning attack is actually a carefully controlled expression of martial prowess. The double-bladed axe itself deserves contemplation. In real historical warfare, double-bladed axes were actually quite rare. They look impressive, certainly, but they present significant balance issues and don't offer substantial advantages over single-blade designs in practical combat. But the Valkyrie doesn't exist in the realm of practical historical warfare. She exists in a space where mythology meets game mechanics, where the rule of cool and the demands of gameplay balance create their own internal logic. That double-bladed axe serves multiple purposes in her design. Visually, it justifies her 360-degree attack pattern. She doesn't need to turn, doesn't need to reposition. The axe itself, with blades on both ends, creates damage in all directions as she spins. Mechanically, it explains why her attacks can hit multiple targets simultaneously, why ground troops surrounding her all take damage regardless of their position relative to her facing direction. The team-colored suit she wears speaks to the essential nature of Clash Royale itself. Whether she's clad in blue or red, whether she's fighting for your towers or against them, she remains fundamentally the same warrior. The color marks allegiance, but doesn't change identity. This is elegant game design philosophy made manifest in character design. Every Valkyrie is the same Valkyrie, yet in each match she fights for one side against the other. And the color coding provides instant recognition without requiring different character models. Her wristbands and boots suggest practical warrior's gear, protection for joints that bear the stress of constant combat, armor that allows mobility while providing defense. But there's more to the Valkyrie than just her appearance in Clash Royale. To truly understand her, to appreciate the depth of her character and the reasons behind her design, we need to journey back. We need to travel not just to the development studios where game designers first sketched her abilities and balanced her statistics, but further. We need to go back thousands of years, to the cold northern lands where ancient peoples told stories around fires, where warriors sought glory in battle, and poets sang of what waited beyond death. We need to understand the original Valkyries, the mythological beings from whom this video game character draws her name and her fundamental concept. Because the Valkyrie in Clash Royale is not just a character plucked from nowhere. She is a translation, an interpretation, a modern retelling of one of mythology's most fascinating and complex figures. The ancient choosers Norse mythology's Valkyries, long before the first mobile device displayed a Clash Royale battlefield, long before the concept of video games existed, long before electricity or engines or even the printing press, people in the harsh lands of Scandinavia told stories. These weren't just entertainment, though they certainly served that purpose during long winter nights. They were explanations for the world, frameworks for understanding life and death, courage and cowardice, fate and choice. Among the most captivating figures in these Norse myths were the Valkyries, and their story is both darker and more nuanced than most modern interpretations suggest. The word Valkyrie comes from Old Norse Valkyrja, which translates literally to chooser of the slain. Already in this name we find the core of what made these figures so compelling and so fearsome to the Norse peoples. They were choosers. They exercised agency over the most fundamental question a warrior could face, whether they would live or die in battle. This wasn't a passive role. The Valkyries didn't simply arrive after battles and to collect souls like some cosmic cleanup crew. They were active participants in the determination of fate itself, deciding before swords were even drawn which warriors would fall and which would survive. In the most ancient tellings, before the concept of Valhalla developed into the glorious hall we know from later sources, Valkyries were quite likely much darker figures. Some scholars believe they evolved from older death demons, supernatural entities drawn to battlefields not as noble guides, but as harbingers of carnage, beings who feasted on the violence and death that warfare produces. Think of them as closer to the Greek Keres, those spirits of violent death who hovered over battlefields, or to the Irish Morrigan, the war goddess who appeared as a crow picking over the dead. These weren't beautiful maidens on white horses. They were aspects of death itself, supernatural predators for whom human warfare was both hunting ground and banquet. This darker origin helps explain some of the more sinister aspects of Valkyrie lore that persisted even in later, more romanticized versions. The Darhalja, a poem preserved in the Njál saga, provides one of the most vivid and disturbing depictions of Valkyries. It describes 12 women working at a loom, but this is no ordinary weaving. The loom is weighted with severed human heads. The threads are human intestines. And what they weave is the fate of warriors about to fight at the Battle of Clontarf. As they work, they sing about how they're determining who will live and die, how their weaving dictates the flow of battle. This is far from the noble warrior maidens of later depictions. These are beings whose power over life and death is visceral, physical, grounded in the bloody reality of medieval warfare. But as Norse culture evolved, as the concept of Valhalla became more developed and central to Norse religious thought, the Valkyries evolved with it. They transformed from death demons into something more complex, more nuanced. They became servants of Odin, the Allfather, the chief god of the Norse pantheon. Their role shifted from causing death capriciously to selecting which fallen warriors were worthy of a place in Valhalla. This is a crucial distinction. They were still choosing who died in many versions of the myths, but now that choice had purpose, had meaning, had a grander design behind it. Valhalla itself deserves understanding to fully grasp the Valkyrie's role. The word likely derives from Volvol, which may have originally meant something closer to Rock of the Slain rather than Hall of the Slain. This suggests that even the concept of the afterlife destination evolved over time. In its most developed form, Valhalla was portrayed as a magnificent hall in Asgard, the realm of the gods. Its roof was made of shields, its rafters from spears. Inside, chosen warriors called Einherjar spent their days fighting each other in glorious combat, dying again and again, only to be restored to life each evening for a night of feasting and drinking mead served to them by the Valkyries themselves. This eternal cycle of combat and feasting had a purpose. It was preparation. The Einherjar were training, maintaining their skills, keeping themselves battle-ready for Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, the prophesied final battle where the forces of chaos would assault Asgard and the gods themselves would fight and die. When that day came, Odin would need every warrior he could muster. The Valkyrie's job, therefore, wasn't simply to collect the dead. It was to recruit for this ultimate army, to identify warriors who combined skill in battle with the courage and honor that made them worthy of fighting alongside gods. The sources describe Valkyries in varying ways. Sometimes they number 9, sometimes 12, sometimes 13. Some sources suggest there were as many as 300. Individual Valkyries were named in various texts. Brynhildr, perhaps the most famous, whose story inspired Wagner's opera and indirectly influenced the tale of Sleeping Beauty. Sigrun, who appears in the Helgud Visa Hundingsbana poems. Hildr, associated with endless battle. Skegel, who appears in the tale of King Hakon. Gndul, mentioned in the Poetic Edda. Each had their own stories, their own characteristics, their own relationships with mortal heroes. Because yes, the Valkyries didn't remain distant, purely supernatural figures in all the myths. Many stories tell of Valkyries who fell in love with mortal heroes, who defied Odin's commands to save the men they loved, who married humans and lived mortal lives. The story of Brynhildr exemplifies this. She defied Odin by choosing the wrong king to survive in a battle, choosing based on who she thought deserved victory rather than following Odin's decree. As punishment, Odin stripped her of her Valkyrie status, put her into an enchanted sleep, and imprisoned her within a ring of fire. Only a hero brave enough to ride through those flames could wake and claim her. This became the hero Sigurd, and their tragic love story has echoed through literature for over 1,000 years. These stories of Valkyries loving mortals and choosing to become mortal themselves add fascinating complexity to their mythology. They suggest that Valkyries, despite their supernatural status, weren't so different from humans. They could feel love, could question orders, could choose personal bonds over divine duty. This made them more relatable, more sympathetic, but it also emphasized their role as intermediaries between human and divine realms. They existed in both worlds, understood both perspectives, and sometimes found themselves torn between them. The imagery associated with Valkyries in the myths includes several recurring elements. Horses were primary among these. Valkyries were often depicted riding to battlefields on horseback, though these weren't ordinary horses. Some sources describe them as riding through the air, the horse's hooves never touching ground. Some Valkyries were associated with swans, able to transform into these birds while wearing swan cloaks that granted flight. Others rode wolves or boars. The emphasis was always on their ability to travel between realms, to move from Asgard to Midgard and back, to cross the boundary between life and death. Their weapons were typically spears, and they wore armor and helmets. They were warriors themselves, not just collectors of warriors. This is important. The Valkyries weren't passive observers of combat. They understood warfare intimately. They knew what made a warrior skilled, what made them brave, what made them worthy. In some versions of the myths, they actively participated in battles, fighting alongside or against mortal warriors to ensure the outcomes Odin desired. Their power included the ability to influence battles through supernatural means, to cast spells that protected some warriors while leaving others vulnerable, to create confusion in enemy ranks or inspire courage in allied forces. The association with brightness, gold, and fairness appears frequently in descriptions of Valkyries. They were beautiful, certainly, but it was a terrible beauty, the kind that inspired awe and fear in equal measure. They represented the glory of dying in battle, the promise that a warrior's death wasn't an ending but a transition to something greater. For a culture where dying peacefully in bed was considered shameful, where glory in combat was the highest aspiration, the Valkyries offered hope. They promised that the best warriors, those who fought bravest and fell with honor, would be chosen, would be elevated, would fight in the greatest battle at the end of time itself. It's worth noting that the goddess Freya also collected half of the slain warriors, taking them to her realm of Folkvanger. This created an interesting duality in Norse afterlife beliefs. Odin and Freya essentially divided the honored dead between them, though the myths are unclear about exactly how this division was determined. Some scholars suggest it represented different types of warriors or different paths of initiation into warrior culture. Freya was associated with magic, fertility, and love as well as war, suggesting her chosen might be different from Odin's in some fundamental way. The relationship between Freya and the Valkyries is complex, with some sources suggesting the Valkyries served both Odin and Freya, or that Freya herself was in some sense the ultimate Valkyrie, the prototype from which they all derived. The Valkyries also served as Odin's cupbearers in Valhalla, serving mead to the Einherjar during their nightly feasts. This domestic role might seem strange alongside their fearsome battlefield duties, but it reflects the Norse understanding of women's roles as both warriors and homemakers, both fearsome and nurturing. The Valkyries embodied this duality. They brought death on the battlefield, but they also brought comfort in the afterlife. They selected who would die, but they ensured those deaths had meaning and led to something greater. As Christianity spread through Scandinavia, much of the pagan mythology was lost or transformed. The sources we have for Norse mythology were all written down in the Christian era, mostly in Iceland in the 13th century, hundreds of years after the Viking Age ended. Writers like Snorri Sturluson, who composed the Prose Edda, were Christians trying to preserve and explain the old pagan beliefs. This inevitably colored how the myths were recorded. Some scholars believe the more noble, romanticized depictions of Valkyries reflect Christian influence, making them more like angels or saints and less like the darker death spirits they may have originally been. The concept of Valhalla itself may have been influenced by Christian ideas of heaven, or it may have influenced how Northern European Christians conceptualized their own afterlife. This cultural exchange worked in both directions. The Valkyries in later medieval and romantic literature often appear more as noble warrior maidens than as supernatural forces of death, reflecting changing attitudes about warfare, death, and the role of women in society. When we look at the Valkyrie in Clash Royale through this mythological lens, we can see both the connections and the transformations. The game's Valkyrie doesn't ride a horse, doesn't fly through the air, doesn't choose who lives or dies or carry souls to any afterlife. She's been stripped of her supernatural qualities and reimagined as a warrior, pure and simple. But the core concepts remain. She's a fierce female fighter, associated with spinning motion that recalls the circular nature of battle and fate. She's powerful, effective against groups of enemies, just as mythological Valkyries dealt with masses of warriors. She operates according to rules and mechanics that make her valuable in the right situations, just as mythological Valkyries operated according to divine decree and cosmic purpose. The connection isn't literal, but it's there, a thread of inspiration running from ancient Norse campfires to modern mobile devices. The warrior's form, design, and appearance. To understand the Valkyrie as she appears in Clash Royale, we need to examine her visual design with careful attention. Character design in video games isn't arbitrary. Every choice, from color palette to proportions to equipment, serves multiple purposes. Designs must be instantly recognizable, must communicate gameplay function, must fit within the larger aesthetic of the game world, and must resonate emotionally with players. The Valkyrie's design accomplishes all of this with remarkable efficiency. Her most striking feature is undoubtedly her hair. That vibrant, almost luminous orange isn't just a color choice. It's a gameplay decision disguised as an artistic one. In the chaos of a Clash Royale battle, where multiple troops from both sides swarm across the arena, where spells explode and buildings collapse and projectiles fly in every direction, players need to be able to track their units instantly. Eye-catching, distinctive colors serve this purpose. The Valkyrie's orange hair makes her immediately identifiable even in the most crowded situations. You can glance at the screen and immediately know where she is, how she's doing, whether she needs support or is handling things independently. But there's more to it than pure practicality. Orange as a color carries psychological associations. It combines the energy and aggression of red with the optimism and approachability of yellow. It's warm, active, attention-grabbing, without being as potentially alarming as pure red. For a character whose role is often defensive, whose job is to protect your towers by eliminating threats, orange suggests reliable warmth, the comfort of knowing someone strong has your back. At the same time, it's bold enough to signal danger to opponents. When your enemy drops a Valkyrie, that orange hair is a warning. It tells you that your swarm strategy isn't going to work, that you need to rethink your approach, that the simple rush you planned has just become complicated. The orange hair flows behind her, suggesting motion, even in still images. This is crucial for a character defined by spinning movement. Her hair becomes almost like a cape or banner, a visual trail that emphasizes her momentum. When she spins, that hair whips around her, creating a circular visual effect that reinforces her circular attack pattern. It's a brilliant piece of visual design language, where the character's static appearance suggests the dynamic movement that defines her in gameplay. Her eyes are striking blue, creating strong contrast with the orange hair. While we can't see them in detail during actual gameplay, due to the zoomed-out camera perspective, the blue eyes in her character art establish her as thoughtful, controlled, intelligent. Blue is often associated with calmness, focus, and strategy. For a character who could easily be portrayed as a raging berserker, those blue eyes suggest something different. This is a warrior who fights with purpose and precision. The spin isn't wild flailing. It's a controlled practice technique. Those blue eyes, calm in the midst of orange-red fury, communicate this duality. The double-bladed axe she wields is roughly half her height, a massive weapon that looks like it should be unwieldy. In reality, double-bladed axes like this weren't common historical weapons. They look impressive, certainly, but they present balance problems and don't offer significant advantages over single-bladed designs in actual combat. But the Valkyrie doesn't exist in reality. She exists in a space where form can follow function in unconventional ways. That double-bladed axe serves a clear gameplay purpose. It visually justifies her 360-degree attack pattern. When she spins, both blades are cutting through the air, creating danger in all directions. The weapon itself explains the mechanic. The axe's size relative to her body also communicates power. This is not a light weapon. This is not a tool for quick, nimble strikes. This is for devastating blows, for cleaving through multiple opponents, for dealing damage that can't be ignored. When players see that axe, they intuitively understand what kind of damage output to expect. It's visual shorthand for hits hard. The fact that she can wield this massive weapon with apparent ease, spinning it around her body in a continuous attack pattern, establishes her as extraordinarily strong. This isn't someone who relies on speed or trickery. This is raw power made manifest. Her armor and clothing strike a balance between protection and mobility. She wears what appears to be a form-fitting suit in team colors, blue or red, depending on which side of the battle she's on, with armored elements protecting vital areas without restricting movement. Her arms are bare except for wristbands, showing muscular definition that reinforces her physical strength. Her legs are similarly protected with boots and guards that suggest warrior practicality. This isn't ornamental armor. This isn't parade dress. This is functional combat gear chosen by someone who understands warfare intimately. The wristbands deserve particular attention. They're thick and sturdy, clearly designed to protect her forearms and wrists during the stress of combat. When you're swinging a double-bladed axe in continuous spinning attacks, the strain on your wrists and arms would be immense. Those wristbands are practical protective equipment, but they also serve as visual indicators of a warrior who knows her craft. She's not just naturally gifted with a weapon. She's prepared, equipped, professional. The attention to this kind of detail makes her feel more real, more grounded, more like an actual warrior rather than a fantasy cartoon. Her stance in official art typically shows her mid-spin or ready to spin, axe held in both hands, body angled for motion. This dynamic posing reinforces her defying characteristic. She's not static. She's not posed standing still. She's captured in the moment of attack, the moment when she's most herself. This creates visual consistency between her art representation and her in-game appearance. When you see her card, you see spinning motion. When you deploy her in battle, you see spinning motion. The character's identity is completely unified around this single defining action. The design has evolved slightly over the years. Early versions of her card art in Clash Royale actually used art assets from Clash of Clans, where she originated as a troupe. Before June 2021, her appearance was a bit different, showing her in what looked like more Viking-inspired clothing with fur elements. The current design is more streamlined, more modern in its aesthetic, fitting better with Clash Royale's somewhat more stylized, slightly more cartoony art direction compared to Clash of Clans. But the core elements remain constant. The orange hair, the blue eyes, the double-bladed axe, the spinning attack pattern. These are non-negotiable aspects of her identity that carry through all her appearances. Her facial expression in art, when visible, typically shows fierce determination mixed with what might be interpreted as enjoyment. There's often the hint of a smile, suggesting this is a warrior who loves battle, who finds fulfillment in combat. This isn't someone being forced to fight. This is someone who has found their purpose, their calling, and throws themselves into it with gusto. It makes her more charismatic, more appealing as a character. We like characters who are good at what they do and who clearly enjoy doing it. The Valkyrie exemplifies this. She's not a tragic figure reluctantly fighting. She's a warrior who has mastered her weapon and takes pride in that mastery. The proportions of her character model are typical of Clash Royale's art style, slightly exaggerated, somewhat cartoony, but not to the degree of complete caricature. Her head is perhaps slightly larger relative to her body than realistic proportions would suggest, following animation principles that make characters more readable and expressive. Her muscles are defined but not grotesquely exaggerated. She looks strong, certainly capable of wielding that massive axe, but not like a bodybuilder or cartoon strongman. She's athletic, powerful, but still within the bounds of believability within the game's aesthetic universe. When the evolved Valkyrie was introduced in January 2024, her appearance changed to reflect her enhanced abilities. The evolution maintains the core design elements, but amplifies them. Her armor might appear more ornate or battle-worn, suggesting experience and growth. The axe might have additional visual effects when she activates her tornado ability. Her hair might have subtle animation changes to emphasize the wind she generates with her evolved spinning. These are subtle shifts, not complete redesigns. The evolution is still recognizably the same character, just showing advancement and development. This is smart design philosophy. Players need to instantly recognize evolutions as enhanced versions of familiar cards, not mistake them for entirely new units. The design of the Valkyrie also needs to work at multiple scales. In the small icon used for her card, she must be recognizable. In the zoomed-out battlefield view during actual gameplay, she must be distinguishable from other units. In promotional art and larger images, she must have enough detail to be interesting and characterful. This multi-scale requirement demands elegant simplicity in core design elements combined with enough detail to reward closer inspection. The orange hair and spinning axe serve the recognition requirements. The facial expression, armor details, and weapon design provide the interest in larger images. It's a complete package that works at every level the game requires. There's also something to be said for what the Valkyrie's design doesn't include. She doesn't have wings, unlike some mythological Valkyrie depictions. She doesn't ride a horse. She doesn't have an elaborate helmet that might obscure her face and hair. She doesn't carry a shield. These omissions are as meaningful as the inclusions. Wings and horses would complicate her silhouette, make her less immediately recognizable, and wouldn't serve any gameplay purpose since she's a ground unit. A helmet would hide that distinctive orange hair. A shield would take up hand space needed for her two-handed axe. Every element of her design has been stripped down to essentials, keeping only what serves both visual clarity and gameplay communication. In the broader context of Clash Royale's character roster, the Valkyrie's design fits a particular niche. She's clearly a warrior, but distinctly different from other fighters in the game. She's not as heavily armored as a knight. She's not as imposing as a prince. She's not as wild-looking as a barbarian. She occupies her own space in the visual vocabulary of the game, immediately distinguishable from every other card. This uniqueness is crucial in a game with over 100 cards. Each one needs to be instantly identifiable, and the Valkyrie's design accomplishes this perfectly. The team color system, where her suit changes color based on which side she's fighting for, is an elegant solution to a common game design problem. In real-time multiplayer games, players need to instantly distinguish friendly units from enemy units. The color coding system in Clash Royale handles this without requiring duplicate character models or complicated marking systems. The Valkyrie's core design remains the same whether she's blue or red, but that color shift provides all the information players need to know whether to support her or counter her. Her design also needs to appeal to Clash Royale's diverse player base. She can't be too childish or she won't appeal to older players. She can't be too realistic or gritty, or she won't fit the game's approachable aesthetic. She can't be too sexualized, or she becomes inappropriate for younger players and alienates female players. The current design threads this needle successfully. She's tough, capable, powerful, but also somewhat cartoonish and stylized in a way that keeps her appropriate for all ages, while still being cool enough to appeal to teenagers and adults. It's a delicate balance that many game character designs fail to achieve, but the Valkyrie manages it. From one game to another, the Clash of Clans journey, the Valkyrie's story in the Clash universe, didn't begin with Clash Royale. To understand her fully, we need to travel back to Clash of Clans, the game that laid the foundation for everything that followed. Clash of Clans launched in 2012. 3.5 years before Clash Royale would arrive in early 2016. In those years, the game established the world, the characters, and the visual language that would define Supercell's breakout franchise. The Valkyrie was there from relatively early on. Introduced as a Dark Elixir troop, unlocked at Town Hall 8, requiring players to upgrade their Dark Barracks to level 3. In Clash of Clans, the Valkyrie served a similar but not identical role to her Clash Royale incarnation. She was a ground troop with area damage, specializing in destroying groups of buildings or enemy troops with her spinning axe attacks. Her signature move was the same, spinning to create 360-degree damage around her. But the context was different. Clash of Clans is a base-building strategy game with asynchronous PvP combat. You design a village with defenses, then attack other players' villages with an army you've trained. Battles unfold in real time once launched, but you're not playing against the other player directly. You're replaying against their base design and whatever troops they may have stationed in their clan castle for defense. In this context, the Valkyrie's role was primarily offensive. You would include Valkyries in your attacking army to quickly clear buildings or deal with defending clan castle troops. Her spinning attack let her damage multiple buildings simultaneously if they were close together, making her very efficient in certain base layouts. But she had to be used carefully. Unlike many Clash of Clans troops that target specific building types, Valkyries simply attacked the closest building. If they got distracted by the wrong targets, they could waste valuable time and accomplish little. Strategic deployment was everything. Players learn to use wall breakers to create paths for their Valkyries, to funnel them toward the core of enemy bases, where the most valuable buildings sat clustered together, waiting for that spinning axe to tear through them. The Valkyrie in Clash of Clans underwent numerous balance changes over the years, much like she would later in Clash Royale. There were periods when she was considered overpowered, dominating the meta with strategies built entirely around mass Valkyrie attacks. There were other periods when she fell out of favor, deemed too expensive or too situational compared to other dark elixir options. The developers at Supercell constantly adjusted her statistics, her training time, her housing space requirement, all in an effort to keep her viable but not overwhelming. One of the most significant updates came in 2016 when Supercell dramatically reduced her housing space from 20 to 8 spaces in the army camps. This change transformed her viability overnight. Suddenly, players could bring far more Valkyries in a single attack. Where before you might include 3 or 4 Valkyries as specialized tools in a diverse army composition, now you could field armies of 10, 12, even 15 Valkyries. This led to the rise of Valkyrie spam strategies, particularly effective at certain town hall levels, where players would overwhelm bases with wave after wave of spinning warriors, cutting through defenses like a mechanical lawnmower through grass. The visual design in Clash of Clans established the template that Clash Royale would later refine. The orange hair was already distinctive. The double-bladed axe was already her signature. The spinning attack animation was already mesmerizing to watch. When multiple Valkyries attacked the same area, their synchronized spinning created a visual effect that players found deeply satisfying. There's something hypnotic about watching those coordinated spins, those axes cutting identical circles through space, that appeals to our pattern recognition instincts. It looks organized, efficient, almost beautiful, despite being focused entirely on destruction. The sound design for the Valkyrie in Clash of Clans also established elements that would carry forward. Her battle cry, that operatic wail, was already present. According to developer commentary, this was inspired by Richard Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, perhaps the most famous musical piece associated with Valkyrie mythology. Wagner's opera cycle, the Ring des Nibelungen, drew heavily from Norse mythology and helped shape modern popular understanding of Valkyries. The opening of Die Walküre, the opera where Ride of the Valkyries appears, features warrior maidens riding to collect fallen heroes. The music is dramatic, powerful, unmistakably martial. Having the Valkyrie in Clash of Clans belt out operatic notes during combat was both a clever reference to this cultural touchstone and a way to make her orally distinctive. Players could hear when Valkyries were fighting, even if they weren't looking directly at them. When Supercell began developing Clash Royale, they faced interesting decisions about which units from Clash of Clans to include and how to adapt them for the new game's real-time, head-to-head format. Clash Royale is fundamentally different from Clash of Clans. It's a real-time strategy game with MOBA elements, where 2 players face off directly, deploying troops and casting spells in lanes leading to each other's towers. Matches last 3 minutes with potential overtime, demanding constant attention and rapid decision-making. The slower, methodical pacing of Clash of Clans attacks, where you could take your time planning your next deployment, wouldn't work here. The Valkyrie was an obvious inclusion for several reasons. First, she was popular and recognizable. Players who had experience with Clash of Clans would immediately understand what she did when they saw her card. Second, her area damage mechanic filled an important role in Clash Royale's gameplay ecosystem. The game needed cards that could efficiently handle swarms of cheap troops, and the Valkyrie's spinning attack made her perfect for this. Third, her visual design was already distinctive and strong. She would stand out in the smaller, more zoomed-out battlefield view of Clash Royale without requiring significant redesign. But she did need adjustment. In Clash of Clans, You could deploy multiple Valkyries simultaneously, creating those mesmerizing spinning formations. In Clash Royale, when you play a Valkyrie card, you get exactly one Valkyrie. This makes each individual unit more important, more of an investment, more of a tactical decision point. The developers had to ensure that a single Valkyrie provided enough value to justify her 4 elixir cost, that she could function as a standalone defensive tool or offensive support, that she didn't require other specific cards to be effective. Her speed was adjusted for Clash Royale's faster pace. She moves at medium speed in Clash Royale, a stat that determines how quickly she crosses the battlefield. This speed classification is crucial. Too fast and she would leave supporting troops behind, arriving at enemy towers alone and vulnerable. Too slow, and opponents would have too much time to react to her, deploying counters before she could engage. Medium speed puts her in that sweet spot where she moves with purpose, but not such haste that she becomes easy to isolate and eliminate. Her hit speed, the time between her attack swings, was calibrated carefully. At 1.5 seconds between hits, she attacks reasonably quickly without becoming overwhelming. Each spin of her axe happens at this interval, creating a rhythm to her combat that players can internalize and predict. If you're defending against a Valkyrie, you can count the seconds between her attacks, timing your deployments to land between her swings when possible. If you're using a Valkyrie, you learn to trust that rhythm, to know approximately when she eliminates swarms, when she'll have dealt enough damage to support units behind her. The range of her attack is one of her defining features. With a melee range that extends in all directions around her, she creates a danger zone where ground troops simply cannot survive in groups. The exact radius was tuned through extensive playtesting to be large enough that she reliably hits multiple targets, but not so large that she becomes impossible to approach. This radius is why precise placement matters so much with Valkyrie. A few tiles difference in where you deploy her can determine whether she hits 2 enemy units or 6, whether she absorbs a prince's charge or lets it slip past to your tower. Her health pool received careful attention in the transition to Clash Royale. She needed to be tanky enough to survive long enough to accomplish her purpose, to take hits from multiple small units or even a few strikes from larger threats without immediately crumbling. But she couldn't be too durable, or she would become a universal answer to everything, playable in every situation without meaningful counterplay. The health value they settled on makes her resilient against swarms and small to medium threats, but vulnerable to focused fire from air troops. Ranged units or heavy hitters like Prince or Mini P.E.K.K.A., the damage per hit was another crucial balance point. She needed to 2-shot or 3-shot most small troops like skeletons, goblins, and even sturdier units like archers or musketeers within a reasonable time frame. But her damage per second shouldn't rival specialist damage dealers. She's not meant to be your primary source of tower damage or your answer to tanks. She's area control, swarm clear, a defensive anchor that can transition to offense. Her damage values reflect this role, high enough to be threatening but not so high that she becomes the best answer to every problem. The 4 elixir cost is perhaps the most important number associated with the Valkyrie. Elixir economy is the fundamental resource management challenge in Clash Royale. You generate elixir over time, spend it to deploy troops and cast spells, and victory usually goes to the player who gets more value from their elixir expenditure. At 4 elixir, the Valkyrie sits in a perfect middle ground. She's not so cheap that she can be casually deployed without thought, but not so expensive that using her represents a major commitment that leaves you vulnerable if she doesn't perform well. This cost makes her a neutral trade or slight positive trade against many common swarm cards. If your opponent plays Skeleton Army, 3 elixir, and you answer with Valkyrie, 4 elixir, you've spent 1 more elixir, but your Valkyrie survives and can continue forward. If they play Goblin Gang, 3 elixir, and you drop Valkyrie, same result. even against more expensive combinations, like a mini P.E.K.K.A supported by bats. The Valkyrie can provide value by eliminating the support troops and tanking some hits from the mini P.E.K.K.A, allowing your tower and other defenders to clean up. These elixir trading calculations happen constantly in Clash Royale, and the Valkyrie's 4 elixir price point makes her a reliable participant in favorable trades. The adaptation from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale also involved thinking about how the Valkyrie would interact with the new game's spell system. Clash Royale features damage-dealing spells like Fireball, Rocket, and Lightning that can instantly eliminate or severely damage troops. The Valkyrie needed sufficient health to not be killed by spells in her cost range. A Fireball or Poison spell shouldn't eliminate her entirely, though they might weaken her significantly. This durability against spell damage is part of what makes her a reliable defensive option. Your opponent can't simply spell her away when she's defending against their push. Her interaction with building targeting troops became a crucial aspect of her design. Cards like Giant, Golem, Royal Giant, and Balloon ignore defending troops and head straight for your buildings and towers. The Valkyrie can't block their path effectively because they'll just walk around her, but she excels in eliminating the support troops that typically accompany these tank units. This gives her a clear niche in the defensive lineup. She's not your answer to the tank itself, but she's often your best answer to everything else in that push, creating situations where your tower can focus fire on the tank without distraction. The transition to Clash Royale also meant the Valkyrie would be interacting with entirely new mechanics and card types that didn't exist in Clash of Clans. Buildings like Tombstone that continuously spawn troop spells like Clone, that duplicate units cards like Graveyard that summons skeletons around towers. All of these presented new situations where the Valkyrie's area damage would prove valuable, or where her limitations would become apparent. The design had to be robust enough to handle interactions that didn't even exist at launch, future-proofed against cards that hadn't been created yet. The art update that came in June 2021 represented Clash Royale beginning to establish more visual independence from Clash of Clans. While the games share a universe and many characters, Clash Royale has its own aesthetic identity, slightly more stylized, slightly more modern in its rendering. The updated Valkyrie art maintained all the recognizable elements: the orange hair, the blue eyes, the double-bladed axe, the spinning combat stance, but refined them to better match Clash Royale's evolved visual style. The new art showed her in slightly more dynamic pose, suggested motion even more clearly, and generally looked more polished while remaining completely faithful to the character's established identity. From a game design philosophy perspective, the Valkyrie represents an interesting case study in cross-game character adaptation. She's recognizably the same character in both games, serving similar general purposes: area damage, dealing with groups of enemies, but the specific implementation differs to suit each game's mechanics. This kind of successful adaptation requires understanding not just the surface-level design elements, but the underlying purpose the character serves in gameplay. The Valkyrie's purpose is area control and swarm clear. The spinning axe is simply the expression of that purpose. By keeping the purpose consistent while adjusting the implementation details to suit each game's specific needs, Supercell created a character that feels right in both contexts. The success of the Valkyrie's adaptation from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale encouraged similar transitions for other characters. The P.E.K.K.A, Wizard, Giant, and many others made the journey between games, each requiring similar thought about how to preserve their essential nature while adapting to Clash Royale has unique demands. The Valkyrie stands as one of the most successful of these adaptations, remaining popular and viable in both games across years of meta shifts and balance changes. This longevity speaks to the strength of the core design, a simple concept executed well, area damage through spinning attacks that proves flexible enough to remain relevant regardless of what new cards or mechanics get added to the games. The arena arrival, launch day, and early meta. January 4th, 2016. This was the date that Clash Royale entered its soft launch period, initially available only in certain regions before its worldwide release in March. For players lucky enough to access the game during those early months, everything was new, unexplored territory. The meta, that ever-evolving ecosystem of popular strategies and powerful deck compositions, simply didn't exist yet. Players were discovering cards, testing combinations, learning interactions, figuring out the fundamental rhythms of the game. And among those launch cards available from the beginning was the Valkyrie. In those initial days and weeks, the Valkyrie's value wasn't immediately obvious to everyone. Some players, particularly those with Clash of Clans experience, recognized her potential instantly. They understood what area damage meant in the context of handling swarms. They knew from the other game that the spinning axe was something to respect. But other players, new to the Clash universe entirely, sometimes overlooked her. Why spend 4 elixir on a troop that only hits ground units when you could get a musketeer for 4 elixir that shoots both ground and air? Why not spend 1 more elixir and get a prince with his devastating charge? The Valkyrie didn't have the immediate, obvious power of cards like Prince or Baby Dragon. Her strength was more subtle, more situational, more about denying your opponent's strategies than executing your own flashy plays. The early meta of Clash Royale was wild and chaotic compared to what would develop later. Players didn't yet understand optimal elixir management. They hadn't learned the importance of cycle times and card rotation. They hadn't developed the encyclopedic knowledge of card interactions that high-level play demands. In this environment, cheap swarm tactics were incredibly powerful. Players would dump skeleton armies, goblin gangs, and minion hordes on the arena, overwhelming opponents who didn't have good answers prepared. The Valkyrie emerged as one of the most reliable answers to these swarm strategies. Dropping a Valkyrie on top of a skeleton army became one of the game's signature defensive plays. The skeletons would surround her, their fast attack speed beginning to chip away at her health, but then her axe would spin, and in one devastating rotation, all the skeletons would vanish. The trade was favorable. 4 elixir spent to completely negate 3 elixir from the opponent, and your Valkyrie survived with most of her health intact, ready to counterpush. This interaction became fundamental to how players thought about swarm defense. If you were playing a swarm-heavy deck, you had to respect the possibility of Valkyrie. If you were facing swarm decks, Valkyrie became a consideration for your deck building. The early player base began to discover synergies, combinations of cards that worked particularly well together. The Valkyrie paired beautifully with troops that could tank for her or vice versa. A giant in front absorbing damage while the Valkyrie behind cleared defending troops became a simple but effective push. Valkyrie leading with a musketeer behind provided both area damage and single target damage, handling diverse defensive setups. Valkyrie with Hog Rider created a tanky distraction that cleared swarms while the Hog Rider damaged towers. These basic synergies formed the building blocks of deck construction philosophy. Defense into counterpush became a fundamental strategy pattern, and the Valkyrie was perfect for it. She would defend against an enemy push, survive with a portion of her health, and then become the starting point for your own offensive play. You could drop a Hog Rider behind her, add some supporting troops, and suddenly you had a dangerous counterpush that your opponent, having just spent elixir attacking, might not be ready to defend against. This rhythm of defend, survive, counter-attack is core to Clash Royale's strategic depth, and the Valkyrie has been a key enabler of this pattern since the beginning. The early tournament scene and competitive play quickly recognized the Valkyrie's value. Professional players and top-ladder competitors understood that consistency matters in competitive environments. Flashy, high-risk strategies might work sometimes, but reliable defensive tools win tournaments. The Valkyrie provided reliability. She did what she was supposed to do, every time without fail. Drop her on swarms, and those swarms died. Use her to protect your tower, and she bought time for your tower to shoot down threats. This consistency made her a staple in many early competitive decks. Balance changes in those first months were frequent as Supercell gathered data on card usage rates and win rates across different trophy ranges. The Valkyrie received adjustments, though she was never dramatically overhauled. Small tweaks to her health, damage, or hit speed helped calibrate her to the evolving meta. When swarm strategies dominated, she became more popular, and sometimes her usage rates would climb high enough to warrant a small nerf. When air-heavy metas developed and players loaded decks with baby dragons, minions, and balloons, Valkyrie usage would drop since she couldn't address those threats, and sometimes she'd receive small buffs to keep her competitive. The introduction of new cards constantly challenged the Valkyrie's place in the meta. Each new release potentially changed what decks were popular, what strategies worked, what threats needed answering. The Valkyrie had to prove her relevance with each shift. When Sparky was added, a high elixir splash damage threat that could devastate if not countered, the Valkyrie wasn't a great answer, but she could tank Sparky shots while you deployed more appropriate counters. When the Lumberjack arrived with his fast movement and high single target damage, the Valkyrie could survive his assault and clear support troops, though she wasn't ideal for handling the Lumberjack himself. Each new card created new puzzles, and the Valkyrie's role in solving those puzzles had to be evaluated. Deck archetypes began to crystallize in those early months. Players discovered that certain strategies worked better than others, that certain combinations of cards had synergy that made them stronger than the sum of their parts. Beatdown decks focused on building large pushes with tanks and support troops. Siege decks used buildings like X-Bow and Mortar to attack towers from their own side. Control decks aimed to defend efficiently and win through counter pushes. Cycle decks used cheap cards to constantly threaten and outpace opponents. The Valkyrie found homes in multiple archetypes, most prominently in control and beatdown strategies where her defensive reliability and ability to support pushes made her valuable. The community began creating content around Clash Royale, strategy guides and deck lists, YouTube videos analyzing gameplay, Reddit discussions about optimal strategies. The Valkyrie featured prominently in these early learning resources. Beginner guides would recommend her as a solid defensive card that functioned well at every trophy level. Intermediate guides would discuss her placement nuances, teaching players how positioning her one tile this way versus that way could determine whether she defended successfully or allowed damage through. Advanced guides would explore her role in specific matchups and how to maximize value from each Valkyrie deployment. Trophy pushing, the attempt to climb as high as possible on the competitive ladder, became a major focus for dedicated players. The Valkyrie was a common sight in trophy-pushing decks because she helped create the kind of consistent defensive performances necessary for winning the majority of your matches. You couldn't push to high trophies with inconsistent decks that sometimes won big but often lost badly. You needed reliability, and the Valkyrie delivered. She wasn't the star of trophy-pushing decks usually, but she was often a crucial supporting actor, the card that enabled your actual win condition to do its job by keeping your side of the arena clear of threats. The social aspect of Clash Royale, the ability to join clans, share replays, request card donations, and participate in clan wars, created communities of players who would discuss strategy and share discoveries. Within clans, experienced players would advise newcomers, and the Valkyrie featured in much of this advice. Make sure you have a spell, and the Valkyrie for swarms became common wisdom passed from veteran clan members to newer players. These clan communities helped disseminate knowledge about card interactions and strategic principles, accelerating the development of the collective understanding of the game. The first major balance update after soft launch came and went, and the Valkyrie remained largely unchanged, a testament to how well calibrated she was from the start. Some cards received significant buffs or nerfs, having proven too weak or too strong in actual play. The Valkyrie sat in that desirable middle ground where her usage rate was healthy, present in enough decks to matter, but not so dominant that she appeared in every single match. And her win rate was balanced, neither so high that she guaranteed victories nor so low that playing her was a disadvantage. This balanced sweet spot is the goal for every card, and the Valkyrie achieved it early and maintained it consistently. As spring turned to summer in 2016, and Clash Royale's worldwide release brought millions more players into the game, the meta continued evolving rapidly. New players brought fresh perspectives, some having never played Clash of Clans, approaching the game with completely different intuitions and strategies. The Valkyrie's usage patterns shifted with the influx of players, but she remained viable, adaptable to whatever the current popular strategies demanded. If the meta shifted toward ground-heavy compositions, she saw more play. If air units dominated for a period, her usage would dip but never disappear entirely, because even in air-heavy metas, players still needed answers to the ground threats that inevitably appeared. The psychological aspect of the Valkyrie